Yes. The LEC was forged by countless great moments that forever changed the European landscape. In match history, we look back at the games that will live on in the memory of every European fan. And of course, highlights from the LEC 2022 season.
Pan out to that line of scrimmage. We'll have to see if this aggressive team of Vitality can get to that any early information to make the early moves and try and get under the skin of RNG.
All right, we've got Aftershock on both Lysandra as well as the Gragas. Of course, your support Gragas does have a lot of burst combinations you can do, especially as you were pointing out Deficio on Draven, who puts a shining light on the ground where he has a high chance of walking to pick up the axes. But of course, the power of Draven and the reason for these picks, and even some of the bans we've seen at Worlds, is the flat AD that he can get and the strength in lane trying to go toe-to-toe. And actually now he might actually find Ming's toes. They do scare him off down the river.
So we have to remember, last time these guys played each other, Vitality tried to go for a Varus Thresh lane, so also a very strong lane. It was against Uzi's Tristana. But they got ganked very early on by Kasa. They had to blow summoners, Jack Troll died. It kind of fell apart from there and Uzi won the lane. So I think they were already trying to check what information can we get early. Kick is actually coming down. They're gonna kill the ward here. He's not showing, oh, he actually showed.
Yeah, I mean, even as soon as Vitality killed that ward, we have actually seen so many. Never mind.
Oh no, Cabozard!
This is more interesting because this is something that normally you only see in solo queue. Is Sion actually farming up the blue buff and Gromp at the same time? Because you get so much life back from the auto attacks as a zombie, you start out with a lot of golden experience. This is such a cool way for Vitality to pull this out against RNG, the 3-0 team in the group.
And that's why Kiki showed. He didn't actually care. I thought he was gonna gank bot lane. So it's like you could wait a little bit and then show up, but he just wanted the blue buff so they could triple buff RNG.
And Karsa is headed over for, you know, the possible answer, but he's already showed in lane Cabozard has the blue buff, so they should know.
Oh, what's happening now, Kikis? That's a level 2. No, just do Gromp. I'm getting too excited here.
Yeah, you're...
I'm like, Kikis, gank that bot lane, man.
I'm glad that you're not like the in-game comms coach for Vitality, because you would have like maybe coached them into a bit of a mistake there, and they calm it down a bit. Kikis just continues with the counter jungling. Intelligent decision here. They don't want to risk diving too early. Now he's level 3. Now you can go to Deficio.
Got another wave crashing in. Ming looks like to be the focus. Teleport on the bot lane. Could turn Vitality away. 2 shots on the Jack Troll. Heal comes out from Attila. Oh, the Void Seeker! Uzi is a god!
Oh, nobody blocks the W here. Uzi finds the counter on the way out.
Well, that tower dive really sucked.
Man, you were jumping up and down waiting for it, though.
I was looking for the burst damage. Kikis realized when he saw the TP get out. Jack Troll, however, I think he got CC'd for a moment under the turret, then flashed after. And he was not ready for Uzi to land that skill shot. And that's a classic Uzi thing. Under pressure, he still gets a kill.
Yeah, I think that was a really nice shot. Also, trying to keep that in your mind of, oh, we're running array right now. Can, you know, Attila get over there to try and block it? Doesn't come through. And it was Ming with the body slam, I believe.
Yeah, I think
who
so.
locks up Jack Troll here.
Uzi actually levels up to get that, too.
There we go. Body slam comes in. Jack Troll flashes out. And here, Attila could go in and block
it.
it.
He's so close. Jack Troll runs up the river to try and dodge. You can tell Attila chasing him there. He's like, come back, come back.
I think, honestly, as you said there, they just didn't think about the fact that Uzi still had that ability and could actually use it, because otherwise they would have just stayed together.
All right, let's bring it back to reality, though. This early, well, never mind.
I don't know, Kobe.
Let's push it ahead.
Vision's going to show it. Flashes are still there for Ming and Uzi. They didn't have to use too much other than Ignite on that dive, so a little pressure from Jizuke and still kick us to the bot side.
Unfortunately for you, Deficio, the reality of the situation is that we have Uzi with the first blood money on this Kai'Sa, and they've been able to avoid the second pass from Vitality 2.
And you know what? I'm actually happy, because I love to see when a bot lane can get, you know, ganked level 3, another gank setup level 4, they have actually planned the vision, they're playing respectful, and they're not dying to it. They haven't even used flashes yet. And that's what we talked about coming into this game. This bot lane, they've played against this style probably a million times already back in the LPL. So they're not surprised to see what Vitality are doing, and that is outplaying it.
Definitely agree. And they do have a CS lead here for Attila on Draven. He has been able to keep up his stacks. Here we go, though. A little bit of a roam through the river as RNG are going to be able to take the Scuttle Crab, and Kikis has placed himself on top side with a bit of a change of plans.
Yeah, hoping to find Karsa possibly squeaking into a lane. Letme's pushing forward on. Still has flash for himself. Nice searing charge to get to safety, but he may still have the flash. Goes in for the attacks. He's going to go ahead and just stay for this one. Yeah, and the kill to Kikis.
Lemme for a moment there was like, should I flash? Then he got knocked up, and he saw the Q from Cabozard, which still might have been able to attack him on the end. and he just saved the flash instead, but he did go down. Kikis finally finds a kill.
Kikis is a guy that we should talk about because in the group stage, he hasn't had as much success as he did, during the regular season for Vitality. But here, he keeps it up, changes his plan, goes topside after all the bottom lane focus, and is rewarded. Vitality do get a counter kill.
You're looking at a jungler that has that 100% kill participation on first blood, and that's one of the ways Vitality can get going. You see it happening from Kikis in the jungle, and he has been omnipresent so far. You can see the stats on your screen right now.
Yeah, but what's actually a little bit concerning for Vitality and Kikis is his K+A at 15 is not very impressive.
Very true.
He is part of a lot of things, but he's not always getting something out of it. That's early Sion bot lane.
Cabochard, the party bot with everybody here from Vitality. They push off RNG, but don't get too much, and now it's probably going to be a dance around the dragon unless they just give up the pressure.
Kasa is not done.
Oh, Jack Troll, you don't want the honey fruit that bad, buddy. Jack Troll goes down, a kill picked up for Ming.
Here's what's happening for Vitality. They're basically saying, as a team, we can't win late game, guys. All in bot lane, but do it all the time.
Ooh, very nice. Frozen Tomb, that's Kikis. Could be going down, and yes!
They keep getting caught on the way out, too, after their passes through bottom lane. This is the big advantage for RNG. They keep collapsing and punishing this focus on the bottom lane and the huge commitment.
Yeah, and when you, as a team, have basically said, we need to go all in to try and get a lead against Uzi, you end up overcommitting because you're not actually planning the plays very well. The first tower dive was extremely risky and was never really gonna work for them. This Sion ulti from Cabochard bot lane, the wave wasn't in a good spot. Uzi and Ming had already just walked away.
I need to bring up a point that you talked about earlier, Deficio, which was RNG and being used to playing against very early aggressive teams in the LPL and having a history of success in dealing with it and countering it. So here we see an all-in. You've got 5 members of Vitality committing to the bottom lane, and even though they do use the Thresh, the Dark Passage, to get him out, they don't fully disengage here. Jack Troll stopping to pick up some of those honey fruit, and Ming is able to find him once again on this Gragas.
This gets pretty crazy too, because now RNG pushes in with zero vision. Obviously they know they have the power, but they are just playing inside the minds of Vitality at that point.
Because that's kind of the interesting thing here. RNG, they're respecting what Vitality can do, but Vitality are not respecting what RNG can do back to them. So when they're done with their play, they're like, surely everything is now paused. Nothing more is going to happen. But RNG's like, well, we can just keep chasing you and kill you because you completely overextended.
Definitely a balance of power here in the swing. RNG doing a very good job of punishing a lot of these openings, but Vitality continue to swing. After we saw Kikis fail on the bottom side earlier, he just went top side and was able to find something for himself. Here, though, Jizuke now handed it off the blue, and they continue to farm.
Obviously, it's harder and harder. When you start level 1 and it's dead even in gold and you try and go for these aggressive plays, there's a decent chance they can work. Now that you've failed a few of them and you've given over a couple of kills, one for Uzi, one for Kasa, the next time you do the same, there's an even lower chance it might actually work for you. So it feels like the next big play needs to succeed for Vitality if they actually want to stop this snowball.
Also, it's very interesting to note, you see the ward placements for both teams. Vitality's wards on the top side do see Karsa right now, but because there's been so much action bottom side, RNG are predicting more of that from Vitality, and they do have a lot of defensive vision in that area to try and set up another counter.
So we had Cabochard recalling top. Last time he did, he ulted bot lane, but he was called by Let Me and RNG instantly. This time he is just going back to top lane. He does have TP, but now there's a PF sword on Attila, so now you have proper damage. Problem is, Aftershock Gragas, as you highlighted before, Kobe, pretty hard to kill instantly. Same with the Lissandra mid lane with the Aftershock. Like, it's more like utility-based than pure damage, but it just makes you really tanky when you do go in and land that CC. Kikis is around bot side. The actual flash is available. Flash flay onto Ming, and then you can actually hook Ming when he's trying to body slam out.
Important to watch kind of the positionings of the players too. As he moves up like that, RNG do back off, kind of expecting a play. Karsa during that time invades, does steal away most of the Raptor camp and has a level lead over Kikis.
Watching to see that play on the bot side. You called it, Deficio. Kikis would hover there. It's about 280 stacks for Attila right now as he gets built up. So cashing those in could be that comeback they need, or at least the level out. At this point in the game, a few overloads from Jizuke to Xiaohu as you have a hover from Cabochard just on the top side of the map. That top lane, 96 to 93. So the tanks could still be very useful for either side as this game goes on.
Yeah, we obviously know the Ornn ulti in team fights will be a lot easier to use than the Sion, but Cabochard still has a lot of ways to impact the game now. If he can roam from that top lane, we might get another play bot side. It's a collapse.
So aggressive, just clearing vision, not knowing what's actually on the other side of the wall. Vitality squeaks out of that one with a dark passage from Jack Troll.
Yeah, the Thresh defensive play is definitely coming in handy. Pulls him out of that one. A lot of control wards dropped there by RNG, but no chase actually successful here, and it will be a complete reset.
Kikis is still around bot lane. I think he's in the brush down here. Here we go. Gotta hit that one.
Troll just missing off on the right side. Kikis again known to be on the bottom. We'll see if this gives Karsa any time to move around. He's hovering mid. Looks like they might want Shizuki, but they give Xiaohu a bit of pressure to push that mid lane.
So around mid, Xiaohu can now move as well, and that's kind of the thing. It's not just Uzi and Ming Vitality are dealing with on that bottom side, because Xiaohu is constantly sitting with TP threat, and the fact he can push and roam. Same thing with Kazu's been hovering around bot side as well just to defend. So it feels like RNG kind of knew the game plan from the start. Was like, they're going to go bot lane, we need to defend the bot lane, and then we win.
Xiaohu hovering as well in the river, knowing his mid lane's cleared. They're trying to create opportunities across the map for RNG. Falling a little bit behind, possibly their 15-minute mark. RNG is #1 in turrets taken, just about 2.3 at 15 minutes. No team is even close to that right now, so expect some very explosive moments here to come up between 15 and 20 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, I think, as we said before, like the next big fight kind of will decide, at least the entire mid-game. Like, if Vitality actually win that fight and get a kill on Attila with all his stacks, he will get really far ahead on the Draven and can start just being a huge bully. But if it's an RNG win, they probably get a bot lane or mid lane turret from it as well. And then we know that teamfighting comp is already going to be superior.
Does feel like there is a bit of a timer on this game as far as the income. And we've already hit kind of the first breakpoint. It is the Rage Blade completed for Uzi on the Kaisa because of the early gold he got from that first blood. He's been able to get that very quickly, only 13 minutes now, and RNG are already looking to set up.
Just about 500 gold above his opponent Attila in that lane, and here, a little love towards the top side of the map, and RNG is going to stay on the other side for now, pushing bot as they put pressure on to Cabochard. We'll call the Forge God here to get the minions and him off the turret.
Yeah, so this is like a swap now from Vitality. They're not just aiming to kill the bot lane, they're actually going top.
It's not.
Attila!
Gonna be dove pretty hard here. He gets the flash out, actually a few more hits. The heal coming through. Attila does cash in there. Big money for the Draven.
695 there does pop up, and they wanted to bring Attila right in next to that cash in, and he does get it off of Let Me, but RNG are answering. Bottom side, they get the turret and the dragon.
And that's just a trade I feel like Vitality had to make. If you don't feel comfortable trying to kill the bot lane, you need to find a kill somewhere else. So they accept losing first turret and the Drake. They get Rift held and their own turret. They need to go back and defend this one, though.
Yeah, a little bit of extra tempo for RNG in that one because Vitality wants to move to the top side, and Uzi was able to get a decent amount of gold off the turret. They do save the secondary one here, though it sustained considerable damage.
See how Vitality and Cabochard respond to this now. Map's a bit more open. RNG has been able to pretty much flourish inside the jungle of Vitality, getting in, attacking, not even leaving too many wards, but on these last passes, they have been able to start leaving that vision. That could mean big things for RNG.
So right now, with Attila getting the kill, he's slightly ahead of Uzi in gold. It's not by a lot, and that's obviously because Uzi got the bot lane turret, has out-farmed him a bit, got the first blood as well. So a lot of things going in Uzi's favor, but at least Attila managed to catch up in gold. Now the goal the next 5 minutes is get him ahead, so he can actually start stopping Uzi from doing stuff.
And I think as well right now, Vitality are going to be able to use some of their creative tools, right? You have Rise Realm Warp now level 11 here for Jizuke. He has had a pretty smooth start to this game. Hasn't gone down. Actually, Cabochard though. We'll see Karsa jumping over the wall and know that there are several members of RNG focusing and looking to finish off this turret.
Yeah, because look here, Vitality sent the bot lane back towards top lane, but they've already killed the turret, and there's no Rift held. It's already killed by Vitality from before, so now Uzi can continue pushing bot, and then he can either go mid and apply pressure there, or you can stay and take the third bot side.
I love that. All of the wards and the resources give Uzi just this line of security through the bot as mid is pushed. Vitality, they want to attack. Karsa's just on the left. What's track Jack Troll's target? He does get Karsa. They're going to actually be able to hit in Xiaohu as well. He's trying to crawl himself to safety. Jack Troll under the turret, taking aggro, goes down as the Forge God comes out. One's knocked up as Attila hits the ground. Can't fire in any more damage. And here comes Unstoppable Onslaught. Uzi gets hit. Half of HP comes in, and Jizuke and the team, they missed the realm warp, and they can't even get in as they chase Uzi. It really wouldn't have helped, but Jizuke is going hard. The overload just soared, and Vitality cannot get the kill. They go deeper for Let Me, and that's going to lose them Kickus. What's this going to be worth for Vitality? Very good as they take down Karsa as well. And what chaos that Vitality thrives in.
And a key Rift Herald activation. They get a hard push with this one. Get the secondary turret out of mid lane. What drive! You could see the focus in Jizuke's eyes as he went for Uzi and barely missed out by 50 HP.
This is the first time it's Vitality actually catching RNG too far up in the lane. They were pushing mid, didn't realize exactly where Attila and Jack Troll would be, and when they showed up, they get to them. Even with the turret alive, we had the flash hook and everything. Fight was on.
This is the charm of Team Vitality. Yeah.
It's not done. It's not done.
The fights keep coming. All right, Uzi now is actually alone in lane. There's a lot of fog of war around him.
He just used the speed steroids, who doesn't have much to escape this one. Jizuke on the right. Cabochard coming in. Teleport's going to be there from Xiaohu. It looks like Ring of Frost could lock down Cabochard. Not in range for that W from Lissandra, and they get Uzi out alive.
All right, they respected TP. Also, they didn't 100% know where the rest of RNG would be, so they end up stepping away from this one. Smart. Long cooldown now for Xiaohu, obviously on the Lissandra. He is staying topside. Jack Troll is in the river roaming around bot lane.
Always finding Jack Troll in these weird spots, but they are on to Let Me. He is getting dove over and over this game. Vitality has their scuba gear on for the top laner, and Let Me's down again.
Count them. That is 1, 2, 3, 4 kills for Attila, and it's not done yet. They can't go Riv.
Decimating smash into Xiaohu on the top. Karsa, however, creeping in. They see the ward on the side, and this one's going to diffuse quite fast. 18 minutes in, things are heating up.
Yeah, and RNG going to lose bot lane turret. Attila will get all the gold for himself here. He's probably going to push into the next one before someone can defend it.
We'll see this again, your Ace of Predator replay.
All right, here we go. Jack Troll, he flashes in. He goes for the line hook with 2 possible targets. Does hit Karsa, but again, this is Lee Sin. Karsa turns around, kicks him under the turret. However, on the left side of your screen there, Vitality finish off the counter kill onto Xiaohu, and then this is where it gets exciting.
Yeah, Cabochard kept Uzi busy for the entire fight, and then also hits him here. Jizuke tries to predict where he's going. Okay, he doesn't actually end up putting the realm rope the right place, but then he chases.
I was so surprised by that siren damage too, but look at this. Oh, that's got to be barely double-digit HP left for Uzi. In the end, they finish up the kill onto Let Me. In comes Karsa, and they chase him off as well.
Yeah, it's actually interesting how Ming was kind of split. He wanted to help Uzi at first, so he didn't join the initial fight very much. Then he couldn't help Uzi properly, and they were kind of just running after Cabochard, being like, wait for me, I want to be part of this. And he ended up not doing anything.
Man, Jizuke is so close there. He had the calculations almost down. I was also surprised how much that level 11 Scion ultimate damage
That was a big wow.
Cabochard had just hit level 11, hits the ult on the level 10 Kai'Sa there and had a huge explosion. But as excited as we're getting for this push from Vitality, they do need to kind of keep up this pace against RNG, because RNG are that kind of looming distance, late game 5-on-5 powerhouse.
What makes it possible for them to keep that pace up? What do they either need to change or keep doing?
Well, they have 1-3-1 already. Jizuke is top lane, Cabochard's bot lane, so that's good. If they want to keep fighting, whenever you push the side lanes, don't stay, go together. And then start looking at objectives. Drake is spawning now. Baron is alive as well. There are 2 ways you can then force around one of those big ones. Probably the Baron is the one RNG would contest and not the Drake. That's where you can guarantee a fight.
I think this also could be a good study in what to do when you are facing an early disadvantage. RNG have had such an incredibly successful year off of stuff like this. You can see the defensive vision already. They're putting in their red quadrant of their jungle behind Baron. Karsa is even going over the wall here to try and threaten Jizuke, the split pusher, and get some sort of vision down for themselves if Vitality push a little bit too aggressively.
Yeah, Vitality needs to be careful when they're doing stuff on the map. On the other side, Jizuke can't do anything top side because RNG will punish him. And he knows this right now. He's being very patient, but then he steps forward.
He does step out one step too far, throws the shield down from Seraph's Embrace, but it's only going to be so long for the team to do things on the other side of the map. A nice run though, the dance around. Jizuke almost coming up with a kill in the 2v1, but Karsa comes up with a quick kick.
That was a much needed kill for RNG. They take out the big split pusher and relieve some of this mid-game pressure that Vitality are putting out.
And because Vitality are the kind of team where they will get caught out because they're all trying to look to push maybe when they shouldn't, I actually think the safest way for them to snowball this game is not to just stay only split pushing. No, use the fact you have a really fed AD carry and actually try and fight right now. Later in the game, once Uzi is a lot more farmed, you can't probably win 5 versus 5 and you have to stick to split push. But for now, you can just because your Draven is getting all the kills and has all the gold. So play around him.
Especially if first they're able to push out a side wave like Cabochard just did,
then group, yes.
and try and look for, you know, one of those flanks. Here's another look though. Karsa, the patience of this guy. He spent the last 30 seconds hopping over the back of Baron Pit, sitting on a control ward, waiting for Jizuke to step too far out. And then once he does, Jizuke fights to the very bitter end there, but he's not going to be able to, you know, get out of that one.
Yeah, let me swap to heal, or had heal at least on the Ornn with his spell book and actually use that to make sure our Karsa did not fall too far down. That was really terrible what I just said there. Anyway, Karsa didn't die, he got healed. Good stuff.
6-6 on that kill score, 22.5 minutes in, and I think RNG is going to feel a little bit better about fighting. Xiaohu picks up that Zanya, is making it so much harder to take down Lissandra. And they can make a few more of those moves in the fight. Take a little bit longer to set up. It's just how long is Vitality going to give them at this point? Vitality has been in RNG's face, constantly pushing, constantly pressuring. Here, moving the vision forward, 5 strong inside RNG's jungle.
And this is exactly what we just talked about. At some point, start grouping here around Attila and see if you can get him in a good spot to fight.
Yeah, they're looking for possible Scion engages or thresh hooks from either of their players in the jungle where the corridors are much smaller and the likelihood of getting that pick is quite a bit higher. But look at RNG again. They've sent Xiaohu on the Lissandra with teleport down bottom lane, and they're pushing out that side lane while Vitality are making this effort around Baron.
So will they actually just start it to say, you know what, RNG, you need to show up. It's on now. There's a few wards behind. They've spotted RNG now, but there's actually not a ward now to see exactly what's going on. Jackal is fishing. They can just try and finish here.
Smites are there for both. Teleports coming in from Xiaohu as well as the Void Seeker looks to hit his prey. And they will peel off of Baron for now for both teams.
Yeah, they wanted the TP from Xiaohu. They got it, and then they disengaged. They didn't want to risk Karsa stealing.
And people have been, you know, fairly critical of mid-game objective decisions from Vitality, but that's exactly how you want to execute it. You get that teleport cooldown, and you pull off. You don't risk the 50-50 this early.
Also with double smite on the side of RNG because of the spellbook for Let Me. So that was a very good call on the side of Vitality. Now they just need to reset the map, go back out, and they can set up the same kind of play if RNG are not around the Baron.
All right, Jizuke's back out to the split push on that rise on top side, and the rest of Vitality are trying to catch up.
There is a real scary ward behind him as he leaves top lane, but it looks like they're going to put some vision in the jungle for themselves, or actually get it cleared at this point. A little bit of the breather moment for both teams. 2 minutes on that Ocean Drake coming up as Baron still very much alive, and it looks like both teams are giving it a little attention now.
But it's kind of crazy with how bad this game started for Vitality. Like, they completely failed bot lane, they died, they didn't get any kills, and then they still managed to find their way back when they swapped to top side, looked for a play mid later, and got a ton of kills for Attila.
Yeah, you do have to credit their willingness to throw everything at that mid lane. When we saw them push so heavily with the Rift Herald, that was the surprising kind of eye-opening moment for them, where they really got this mid-game lead. Now, though, they really need to continue to use this because, as you keep cautioning against, Uzi continues to scale up. And we said in Champ Select, the ease of the 5-on-5 team fight with Lissandra and Ornn leading it.
Right.
Seems like it will be easy for RNG to pick their moment once they're ready.
Yeah, because they have a lot of ways to stop Attila from auto-attacking. And that's the key thing. It's not about just preventing him from like hitting hard on you. No, it's actually the fact that you stop him from even doing anything. He has to dodge Ornn ultis. He has to then get rid of Lissandra when she goes in. She will hourglass after. He's not hitting her. There's a Gragas ulti. There's a lot of ways to stop him.
It's going to make his positioning very important. He does have a QSS, but also him versus Jack Troll. I like to see the Thresh a decent distance away to allow maybe a repositioning within the team fight to dodge things like Sign, Ultimate that are a bit slower, so you don't have to burn cooldowns on everything that comes your way.
Really tempting a fight here. Cabochard continues to put himself out, but you see the vision game being played back and forth. The ward wars, basically, as you said, Kobe, looking for a hook. Jack Troll, one over the wall, that could be another CC crowd control. They're looking for that one advantage. Oh, Cabochard, a little scary there inside a minion wave.
They
have
started
Dark
it now.
Passage, and they have started Baron.
Once again, it's on here, but RNG, all 5 members, they are around. Vitality don't have the easy engage. It is like a Sign ulti or something, or a hook from Jack Troll. And it's kind of what happened, what we talked about here. Like, after you got caught in side lane, they said, okay, playing 1-3-1 is difficult. We think RNG can punish us here, so we just grew. Like, it is actually not always the most optimal way to play this early on in the game. Oh, let's see what happens here.
Cabochard, Ring of Frost locks him down for a moment. Jack Troll gets Ming with the play, and they hook Xiaohu. He's forced to do Frozen Tomb on himself. Daniels will be there after as well as he goes low. Karsa forced out with the safeguard. Beautiful hook out of Xiaohu as he's finally available. Ming goes down after. Vitality's on fire. Karsa's taking damage from Cabochard as he flashes forward. The Soul Furnace takes him down, and they are going to be able to push only a little bit. No waves are with them as Vitality is just sieging through turrets.
Against the MSI champions, Vitality now have complete control of the map. It is just Uzi and Let Me, their job to try and stop this Baron. Vitality are going, and this will be a critical moment.
We kept saying, hey, look for these fights here. You have a fed Draven. You want to try and fight before RNG reaches late game. It was hard for them to get it, but it started with Cabochard and then Jack Troll. 2 hooks in a row.
Jack Troll landing them over and over. Xiaohu was the recipient of many of them. And let's take another look at this fight from the beginning to Fischio.
And this is how Vitality Baron dances. They look for a fight around it. First hook connects onto Xiaohu after he has to jump back with the claw. Everyone engages. The fight is on. Uzi's only hitting Cabochard. And then when Xiaohu thinks he can get out after this hourglass ends, no, Jack Troll finds him again. And that's where you get the first kills.
Insane. They were also able to get Ming. He was the one who got Ming splashed with his own flash play from the Thresh at the beginning. And I think the first hook was also looking for him. In the end, Vitality, they did clean up that Baron. Nobody went to contest, so now they have 2 minutes, 50 seconds left of a Baron power play to pry this base open.
And in Champ Select, we said, when Vitality needs something crazy in the bot lane, it's the Draven. Right now, he's on 4 items. He's 2,000 gold ahead of Uzi, the best AD carry in the world, and he's looking to carry this game.
And they knew RNG wasn't thinking about that. It was Sion, Thresh, and Ryze for those first 3 picks. They let RNG
Here we go, mid.
Attila in, and now Attila gets pinched very hard in the mid lane as he gets a little too comfortable.
A critical pick here. That is so surprising once again. Vitality, they still have 4 members with the Baron, so they might look to finish this turret, but that is going to put a damper on their push.
Oh, and that's how you can slow down the game. Baron buff is still up for 2 minutes. Attila will be alive in 30 seconds, but the first push definitely stopped.
You gotta give props to Karsa here on the Lee Sin. Jumps over the Raptor pit wall and Let Me with the long-range Ornn engage is the one to poop that out. But Vitality, they haven't called it off. They're still going with it.
RNG thought everyone would just back away. They're trying to collapse on them now. Kikis is not here. Vitality, you're only 3 players.
Karsa now coming in, home guards from the top lane. Turret's going down. Jack Troll not looking too good in this situation as he will fall. And these small kills going over to RNG as Vitality's getting a little bit each time.
Jack Troll, I believe, pulled himself out of the Realm Warp with his own death sentence. volunteered himself to go down for the team as a sacrifice, I guess. And Vitality, they only get one turret. So look at actually the gold value of the Baron power play so far, currently negative after the objective. Oh, he actually got Gragas ulted out. Yep. Not his fault.
Yeah, but Jizuke also did a smart thing. He stepped out of the ulti to dodge the Gragas, so he didn't get CC'd, and then he stepped right back in to make sure it actually still completed.
Thank you very much.
But that play before from Kasa, that's actually the most annoying thing when you play against world-class players. You feel like you're doing everything correct, you feel like you're getting the leads you need, but then one little play from one player can be enough to just stop this entire thing from snowballing further.
Plus, a big reason why the analyst desk was talking so much about Ornn. Ornn was in a very kind of neutral position, not threatening at all, far back in the lane, but the ultimate is such a long range that he could capitalize on Karsa's flank there and allow them to get the pick. Here we go, though. They still have 20 seconds left, so it's probably the last wave.
Yeah, if you're Vitality, you just want that next team fight where your AD carry still ahead, the Lissandra is not too scary. If you win that fight, you take the entire game. They don't want to slow down. They want to continue the pressure.
That overshield build up on Bloodthirster allows Attila to stand still a little bit more. One of Draven's pain points. Gotta know where the axes are going. A nice hook onto Karsa, beautifully stopping the hit onto Jizuke. They get a quick kill onto him, turning the fight now onto RNG. They are getting wiped off the map, and Vitality's putting on a game clinic right now. Ming tries to get the body slam back in, but he puts himself into a bad spot. He gets locked down. A double kill on the spell flux coming in for Jizuke. It's only Uzi trying to fire in the damage, but it is all for nothing. The inhibitor's going down. Vitality is looking for the next hit.
And Vitality with the individual outplays against one of the best teams in the world. They're going to be able to do it. Teleport goes in.
Entirety of Vitality now against Uzi, but he can't do much. The gun is locked, but it's not loaded enough. Vitality pick up the win over Royal Never Give Up.
And that's how you play League of Legends in Europe. You pick a Draven against Uzi, you fail the early game, but it doesn't matter because you find so many good team fights, and they never stop.
Thank you for watching Match History. Every single week, new moments and legends are born, and today's action is just about to begin. Stay tuned.
I'm Javier Prades, also known as El Joya, and I play jungle for Mad Lions. When I was 5, my parents wanted me to do a lot of sports, so they put me into swimming, football, and on my holidays I was simultaneously skiing. I was doing this until then, and then I had to decide between football and swimming. Both were really time consuming and I could only focus on one. So I chose swimming over football. Swimming was all about giving everything I had. I remember finishing competitions completely exhausted, but it was all worth it. You would take down your time, even if it was only a couple of seconds. It felt really satisfying to see your mark go down. So at the age of 16 I had to make a decision. It was either continuing swimming or going full-time into league. I chose league because it's my dream to become the best. Personally, I think that having done some sports before league, it's really important. I was not conscious that sports really helped me to free my mind. The pressure of being in a swimming competition, the pressure of a football game, it helped me to prepare what this is gonna be, what this world is. From my experience, I have learned that you need to disconnect. It's really hard to distinguish when it's good to separate from the game or when it's good to take a time for yourself. Every time I'm doing sports, I just don't think anything related in league, and I think that that's beneficial for me and for everyone.
Winning his matchup, taking control of this lane.
Incredibly impressive stuff, really inspirational.
And here we go, he's looking for something. What a move! This man is on fire!
That's the kind of play which makes me want to be on stage. Hold on.
Thank you so much for joining me. Tell me, how do you feel after making that play? For those who watch, for those who move, for those who play.
Look at the smite, he's done this before.
Now it's your turn to move to the big stage and play the match of your life.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Running around my house.
keep on counting hours, haunted by all my doubts, looking into the mirror, falling out from the clouds. Didn't know what to do, feeling like everything's about to go down. Trying to be cool with it, I know I need to get out of this town. Swallow your poison, I'm dreaming about it, it's the last time for now, for now, for now.
Look to your left, to your right, there by your make yourself remember. Darling, don't look for me, I'm just a story you've been told. So let's pretend a little longer, 'cause when we're gone, everything goes on. You were staring at the window, and I said, I'll just bring this to you. But if I was gone tomorrow, won't the waves crash on? Is it selfish that I'm happy as we pass the setting sun? Someday I'll be overcast, but you won't have to cry, 'cause we'll do the grieving while I'm by your side. I said, don't try to make yourself remember. Darling, don't look for me, I'm just a story you've been told. So let's pretend a little longer, 'cause when we're gone, everything goes on. And I'm so scared of getting used to this. All the vines that keep you tethered in your room. You said I'm sorry that you worry, don't apologize. I told you to forget me, but you stayed by my side when I said, don't try to make yourself remember. Darling, don't look for me, I'm just a story you've been told. So let's pretend a little longer, and when we're gone, everything goes on.
Welcome to week 4, day 2 of LEC Summer season as we continue our Star Guardian week and close out the first half of the split. The league is closed as ever, so every game counts, as we used to say. It was an old time. Super nice to see the audience again and super nice to have you again also joining me today. Various trouble as we see the players going in for the first game. SK and Excel getting ready for day 2. We had an amazing day 1. I can't wait to see what we have in stock today.
If you've never seen the LEC before, what can we guarantee you? Well, we can guarantee you cute anime girls, cute anime boys, combine them together to make ultimately some cute and awesome League of Legends on the Rift. Because we had some awesome games yesterday. We're guaranteed some more awesome games today. And how can you not be hyped? As you rightly said, we're reaching that halfway mark.
Should be a banger day again. And yesterday, as we saw, the results have been shaken up in the standings even more than they already were. Look at this. Let's put up the standings here in mind. EU really lost their ties, and we see it once again. Everything is close. There's only one win between 2nd and 8th, Betty.
It's kind of crazy. Europe has had this tendency of having surprisingly close regular seasons, and Summer seems to be the victim of that. When teams have a lot more time to be able to build as a roster, you often see teams leveling up, especially as we get closer and closer, or further and further into the split, rather. But I wasn't expecting this. I felt like coming into week 4, we had a very clear top of the table and then the bottom 4. But now with all the upsets that were happening yesterday, the standings have really shaken up.
I think a lot of things can change in this league. Kings, dynasties are changing. One thing that will always remain the same is Rogue finding themselves at the top of the table every regular season. They've managed to get themselves up at 6-2, sole possession of that first place. And honestly, they have not done it through a flashy way, but they've done it through traditional Rogue way, getting control of these lanes, specifically the bot side of the map. Comp and Trimby with a 2 vs 2 kill. They've got the Kalista in the hands, the snowball that early game through the lanes, and then this turns into impeccable team fighting as well. I think it was so clever. I was doubting it, but it was so clever from Malrang jumping onto the Tam Kent. If you're there to save people, who's gonna save you?
I think that Rogue, given all of the chaos that we had yesterday, brought a little bit more normality into the league, especially with the composition that they brought, something that I wasn't really expecting them to bring out. Like, Certus and I had some questions on the desk yesterday about their draft, but they executed it flawlessly. The Gwen is immune into Gwen is invulnerable, and Gwen is now chopping you to little pieces. Like, it was crazy execution from Rogue, and it feels like that they are back to winning ways and on form. But they were really the only consistent part that we had yesterday, because we had a surprising amount of upsets.
It was super interesting, especially when you think of Fnatic losing to Misfits. I mean, we came into the day saying, of course, Fnatic is favored. They had a 3-game winning streak. Misfits always manages to pull the upsets when we least expect it, and they did it again, Trouble.
I feel like that. Look again, the Amumu popped in from the What's These picks yesterday. You see champion, you Q champion, you Q them again, you pop your ultimate in these very short width places that you play the team fights. Amumu ultimate is such a strong tool to isolate targets, kill the targets, and I think Misfits, through impeccable team fighting, they use the tools onto their Amumu to try and isolate members of Fnatic, to the point where Vitio was finding flags on the backline onto that Caitlyn, and due to the lack of hard CC, they could just not stop that Akali.
I think there's like a lot that can be talked about when it comes to this game, but I think the biggest takeaway for me is Misfits have found an identity once again, which is their winning ways from last split, going for more of that scaling team fight approach. It's not about early game dominance. It's not about trying to build these early game leads and then being able to play the map perfectly. No, they're just all about that crisp execution, mechanical brilliance, and just really standout talent. And again, props to Vitio, props to Mercer. The whole team is stepping up individually. And I think that if we can continue to see these team fighting successes, Misfits will continue to be a wild card in the LEC.
It was amazing to see. And I mean, they entered the week with a very difficult schedule when you think about it. Fnatic and G2 today, but coming back to G2, man, what was that game from them?
What was that game? Because I feel like that we're continuing to see these early game issues. Dylan said quite clearly, you know, in week 3, we had some early game problems, but it won't happen again. And what happens? Caps get solo killed, then they lose a 2v2 mid-jungle duel again, and it feels like that SK coming in with something fresh, but G2, there are clearly some big question marks around what they're doing in the early game that teams are very quick to exploit.
But looking at the winners, Jesus resurrected, SK reinvented, Trouble. Their draft was really cool to see.
He took his break, he comes back, first time Draven down the bot lane. They went straight for the aggression. I feel something that I was personally very judgmental of in the SK was drafts. Very stagnant, very stale, very boring, very old school. They went from having 3 inactive lanes to having 3 completely active lanes with a very proactive jungler in the likes of Poppy. You would see Gilius would get a kill on the map.
When you think about G2, again, Vedi, should we be worried about them? 3 games losing streak now, they're facing Misfits today. I would be worried going to this matchup.
Personally, I wouldn't be too worried yet. Yeah? We have to remember that G2 did finish 4th at the end of regular season in spring, and they ended up becoming the champions, right? So they're a team that do have the highs and lows. I do have confidence in both the team and the coaching staff to be able to identify their issues and evolve. And I think one of the biggest things is their ability to adapt to the meta. And I know that like we have some interesting thoughts on their ability to adapt. We heard Treats talking a little bit about it yesterday, where basically it seems that G2 are a little bit slow to pick up what other teams seem to find very strong on the most recent patch.
Staying on the topic of the patch, exactly, we have 3 champions here because we saw the return of Sylas yesterday, a champion that we've seen so far in LEC Summer, not so much success, but he found success yesterday twice, Trouble, as a flex pick.
And I think it was very problematic and difficult to play Sylas into like Aziz, Corkis, and Victors that would technically bully him out of lane. But now this champion is coming back to provide two things. Flexibility in the draft. We saw him mid lane, we also saw him top lane, and also he provides so many engaged and disengaged tools. The fact that your team doesn't necessarily have to go for the Ornns or the Nars or the Gragas's, but the fact that you lock in the Sylas into them means that you can provide your team with a very long-range engage whilst not having to necessarily draft for it.
A lot of teams seem to just consider Sylas to be a very safe and flexible pick right now. The fact that he has a relatively safe laning phase, he scales very well, and there are so many good ultimates for him to steal. We saw a high priority on Ornn and Gnar and GP. He loves all those ultimates. You can also steal like a bunch of like Azir ultimate is also great to steal. Like there's so many options for the Sylas in the current meta that it seems that teams will continue to highly prioritize him as the rest of the world already seems to be doing so.
Another champion that we still keep on seeing, I mean, we saw the return of yesterday was Akali, again, a flex pick. We haven't seen the champion so much between the week 1 and 3, but I mean, look at this. Again, Certus flashing with the solo kill.
It's always been a bit of a European special, the Akali answer into Azir. Not that they're exclusively known for it, but typically, mid laners in Europe love to take that more skill matchup, and it seems that given a little bit more time to think about it, play a little bit more on the patch, European mids are saying, you know what, I feel confident on this champion to be able to take it into harder matchups, and while you do lose prio in the early levels, at level 6, you have a lot of kill threat, and you have to be willing to play around that, and it was great to see SK leveraging that. We saw it from VTO as well yesterday, and I think this is something that many European mid laners will look to continue to pick up and get a little bit more skirmish heavy and fight, or ready to fight rather, in the early game.
I thought you would have to say
I have nothing else to say about Kali, man. It's like the champion goes level 6. They have a very proactive,
she's got a new skin coming out. What a coinky dink!
Wow.
Could you imagine? Everything was planned.
I should have added the hashtag ad on that one.
Last champion we have on the table. You were mentioning EU special, Vidi, and I think Ornn is also an EU special. Super useful champion when it comes to finding engages with the ult especially. And this champion was picked twice yesterday. This is the best form of engage we can find right now.
Yeah, it seems like one of the best go-to blind pick tops right now. This was the similar case earlier on in the split as well, but the concern I have around Ornn is that domestically, he often does very well. Internationally, I think it's a bit of a band-aid to solve what could be a big top lane issue that Europe might be facing. Of course, it's too early to tell, but while he does work in team fights, I think there are alternative options that can shut him down. But for the time being, he's working well for many European teams.
Man, I just really love seeing the buildy boy. As I have mentioned previously, and a lot of other people have mentioned previously, this guy loses lane, but he does it so gracefully. He's very hard to dive. He's very hard to push off of his lane. He scales really well later on, and he becomes that meat shield in front of your team. He has the most reliable long-range engage out of any other champion, and also when he does reach that late game, he gives ornaments to your team, so the scaling comes in for your team as well as himself. So I like Buildy Boy. He seems to be working in the UA. Let them have it, Betty.
And I think we'll keep on seeing it today, especially, but fitting with our meta discussion, we asked the pros what they would like to see buff, nerfed, or straight up removed. Let's take a look at what they had to say.
Buff, nerf, remove.
Okay, I mean, do I need to be like completely delusional, or can I be like realistic?
I mean, I would buff Aurelion Sol. I think he's just been really bad. He's not been played in properly, I think, at all last year, probably, at least like the major regions.
I would like to buff Draven and give him 200 attack level 1.
There is nothing to buff, I think. I'm very happy about the League of Legends stats. I wouldn't buff anything.
I would buff like AP items for junglers, like burst junglers, that they have some items they can buy where they're as strong as the other champs in the meta. But right now it's a bit stuck in the, like, everyone needs Red Smite, everyone needs Sandra or Gordrinker, because Red Smite is just too broken.
Red Smite. God, nerf Red Smite. Just remove or nerf Red Smite, okay.
I would nerf something that's Red Smite. It's just like 3 summoners in one, you know? Like heal, exhaust and ignite. So yeah, well played.
It's just so broken. You have like damage reduction, you have like speed, like you can just, you have true damage, like, oh my god, what is this, you know?
It's like, it doesn't make any sense that the jungler should just have the luxury of having an exhaust and ignite on a 70-second cooldown. That's also secures objectives. Like, what's up with that?
So, I would nerf jungle role. What I would do is put walls. Like, he can only farm his jungle camps until like minute 8. So he can't leave his jungle. Which, of course, it will buff like champions like Karthus and stuff. But you cannot get ganked, which is like really nice.
Actually, just nerf Guild Force. I don't like AD carries having a dash. It doesn't feel right. I feel like they should die if they get hit by stuff. That's my philosophy.
I would nerf Zoe still. This champion is just should not exist.
Maybe nerf dragons, like the buff they give, or like make them less important.
I would delete Irelia. It's super annoying, and I'm not very good at it. So I wanted to remove it. Most annoying champs are like probably Teemo, Shaco, like the invisible one. Like Evelyn, how can I supposed to dodge his ganks? Like my wards are not working. I have to like smell him or something, it's impossible. Maybe I wanna change it to Irelia to Evelyn actually.
So if no one likes the walls, then jungle role is deleted. And yeah, I will have to get rid of junglers, which makes me really sad. But it has to be done. Jungle role has been broken since release, and it needs a punishment, you know.
Just remove jungle.
So what happens? You just kick Razork off the team?
Yeah,
Jungle is gone?
He can become like some coach, get like a coaching position. I think that works.
What's the most annoying champion they ever play against?
Yumi?
Yumi needs to be gone.
That's a solid one. I was thinking about this one. I think I would just remove Yumi, yeah.
The champion is just so annoying, and I don't think it should be allowed that you have to press this little buttons in a game and still win. Be like a minimum amount of button presses that Yumi is for sure under.
I hate playing with Yumi. I hate playing against it. It's just healing, and my girlfriend is a Yumi one-trick almost, so she's gonna hate me for this, but I don't care.
Get that champ out of here.
Wow, could you believe that people
Shocking.
don't like that? Shocking that people don't like
I
the
am
champion.
shocked.
They're just dog people, it's fine.
Right. Okay, let's play the game ourselves though. What would
I'm
you like
down.
to see buffed, nerfed, and removed? Very gonna start with you.
Okay, well, I think that they should buff Nocturne mid.
No way.
Very shameless.
Yeah, well, you might think that I'm biased, but listen, okay, here's what happened. I was telling pros for years that Nocturne solo lane was OP, and they were like, you're an idiot, Betty. And then what happened? They started playing it in pro, everyone realized how OP he was, and then, of course, Riot was like, oh, we should nerf that. And then they nerfed his passive, and now you can't lane anymore, and he's not a real champion. So, Rito, buff. Invisibility needs to be nerfed. I like playing against things that I can see. When I can't see them, I die. So tying into that, we should then remove Shaco, because that champion is not balanced. He cannot come level 2, level 3, level 4, level 5, level 6 mid lane and keep killing me. You're not allowed, okay? Shaco players, stay away from my lane. I will permaban you, and you are not welcome here.
I think you have an issue with vision there and wards.
I have an issue with Shaco.
An issue with
okay.
solo queue also. Basic issues in solo queue, but I heard that you were heard, Very. Moving to you, Trouble, what do you have in stock for us?
Right.
I'm guessing Katarina. Yeah, of course.
Okay. I mean, come on, guys. I would for sure buff Katarina because.
Are you a mod on our Katarina mains? Is that what you are?
Because, like Vedi has been saying to all pros for so long how good Nocturne mid was, Katarina is absolute shite at this point. And champions like Zed, Yasuo, very high skill ceiling, assassin-like are really fun to watch in pro play. So Katarina would be one of them. Getting to watch her in pro play. What do I get? A nerf. And when everyone actually starts complaining, then finally she gets a little bit buffed in the early game. Now, back to what I would remove, a nerf, the durability patch. No one needs extra HP. People just need to very quickly die. Yes,
Right.
you miss them, you get punished. That's
Right.
how it should be.
So you want your Katarina assassin to be buffed and everyone else to be weaker.
But it gets better,
Right,
guys.
yeah.
So I think someone said on the video, I don't remember, that they would remove jungle, and I 100% agree with that.
Yeah.
But because my champion is very weak in the early game and
Right.
it needs the ganks to start snowballing, I would just remove Graves completely, because this guy is the most selfish jungler I've ever seen in the game. You ask him for ganks, he ignores you. He's like, I'll see you 40 minutes in when I have 3 items. We don't need this in our games. We need to be snowballing level 2, level 3, level 4, level 5 like Shaco does. And that's my list.
Shaco the Taco.
All right.
That's what you remember.
Chaco the Taco. All right, moving to me. You guys are going to be really surprised not to see any Zyra buff requests. Just because, being fully honest, I think the champion is really bad and she needs a full-on rework. So waiting for that, I want to focus on buffing Elise.
You want to buff Elise?
I miss jungle. I miss AP jungle.
Do you miss getting one shot and tower dive? That's what you miss?
I miss dives. That was honestly, yeah. This champion makes the game really healthy, I think.
Does she?
Yeah, she does.
You miss tower dives, Betty? Come on.
Okay, all I can think of is all the AD carries and the top laners right now. They're like, oh yeah, let's buff Elise. I love getting tower dive to level 3.
They should get better at the game.
Where it was like slice and dice from Renekton into Cocoon, into you died, and then she repels to miss all the damage.
You're a mid laner, aren't you, Lord? You're a mid laner.
Depends. And yeah, to finish on the resets mechanics, I hate Viego. I was traumatized by Viego, and I think this mechanics should be nerfed. And of course, Herx said it himself, dropping the F-bombs, of course, but Yumi needs to go. We don't need her in
Don't
the
you
game.
have
She
two
doesn't.
cats?
I love my cats. I'm a proud cat mom. I
Yeah.
don't like other people's cats,
Oh,
especially this
Oh,
one.
I see.
But
Okay.
staying on the topic of perks, Vitality and Fnatic will be playing tonight, and they're lucky to bounce back from disappointing losses yesterday as they will clash in our LG Ultra Gear match of the week.
I think it's impossible not to have an ego in League of Legends because you have to believe in yourself. There will always be circumstances where you need to know that you are better and you need to trust. And when the risk comes through, you need to trust in your abilities that you're going to do better, because players who don't believe that they can do better, believe that they will just perform worse, are bad players.
This might sound a little bit crazy, but I've never really played against anyone where I thought like, wow, this guy's like way better than me. And I played basically versus all the players in the world. I can see somebody's better on the champion than me, but I don't really feel like I played with someone and he was just so much better than me and just completely stomped me and I couldn't do anything.
Back once again. Abadage still doing work here as Upset just cleaning up the fight. Somehow got the triple. Somehow got the penta.
Upset's a bit of a heartbreaker because to me, he's a guy that has been so good. He never dies. He puts up good damage numbers. He has great CS numbers. Like, these are all things that you want in an AD carry, and yet it's not enough to win. And it's not a situation where he's playing too safe or maybe not taking enough risks, or at least that's not how it looks from the outside. It just feels like there's something missing there that is holding him back from achieving those greater heights.
There's none of it for Vitality. There's none of it for Perks.
Vitality coming into this year definitely had an ego. The expectations were completely overblown. I think right now, and our new mentality is like, oh, we are a top 5 team. Let's try to get top 1, right? And every time I've thought like this in the past as well, I had pretty good success. I'm still looking to find that success together with my team, right? Which is the saddest part, because I feel like I'm just struggling so much when I don't know actually why I hit so hard, right? We're not the best team in Europe. We want to be. I don't think we are far away. What matters in the end is like who takes the title, right?
I think when you look at both these teams, ultimately they're both chasing a trophy. But right now, Vitality are the ones that are lagging behind. And while Fnatic try to find their way into the top 3, Vitality need to find their way into the top 5, the top 4. Fnatic should be the favorites here. Fnatic is the safer bet, but it still does not feel like a sure thing.
You can also see it as a positive thing that people expect him to win or be like top 2 or whatever. You can also see it from the positive side. It's like people really expect me to do so well. That must mean they think that I should be that good.
Super difficult to predict who will come out on top here because both teams suffered from a loss yesterday. Super close in the standings, but I guess that's the case for the whole LEC. They're fighting for playoffs, of course, but when you think of Fnatic and Vitality, both teams have super strong laners, super strong individualities. But I think if you have to focus on a specific matchup, it has to be the mid lane, Betty.
Yeah, it certainly is. I think that when we look at Fnatic and Vitality, obviously both have kind of their highs and their lows. But I think the thing that stands out to me are these two mid lane players. Like, laning-wise, they are two of our most aggressive players. Like, you can look at some of their damage numbers, you can look at the gold differences, the CSDs in particular, the advantages they're actually able to build up in their isolated lanes is pretty incredible. And I think that they get a lot of flack because sometimes they just make this play that doesn't seem to make sense. It almost looks like they're just straight up inting, but I think that when the chips are down and when things start to fall apart, these two players are the ones that try and make that hero play that can turn the game around. And to be fair, they're both champions. And I think a championship quality is a player that is willing to put everything on the line in order to take that opportunity that can swing the game back in your favor. And I think that sometimes these two players will look to show that. And I think that they've tried to do it multiple times this split, which is why in this matchup, for me, these two are the players that really stand out.
It's always a thin line between being an incher and actually being a genius in lane. So yeah, there's surfing on this line. But that's a story for tonight, of course, because we're going to take a look at the schedule. And wow, Before yesterday's game, I would have said that looking at the schedule and the matchups we have today, this looks to be one of the most one-sided days we had in LEC Summer so far, but trouble. After the madness and day of upsets we had yesterday, I don't know what to think anymore. Which matchup should we keep our eyes on, and game in particular?
I'm keeping my eyes on the first and second, because a lot of people will be looking at fourth and fifth, but I think first and second, if you look at Excel, they came in like a wrecking ball, smashed themselves onto a wall yesterday. So are they going to be bouncing back today? Whilst on the other hand, SK were like this little dog meme where he's sipping tea on his little table. And he's like, it's fine, with all the fires over in the back. So I feel like this will be a really cool matchup to see if SK will continue winning this weekend, and if Excel will go on the first 0-2 weekend also. And Mad versus Astralis. Astralis coming back from huge goal deficits, and also Mad are pretty good at building gold leads for themselves. So technically both teams in their comfort zone, and both teams won yesterday as well.
I'm expecting surprises in any matchup, honestly, looking at the schedule today. But focusing on the first game we have, after the monumental throw yesterday from Excel, they're looking to bounce back in their opening match against SK Gaming. And Quickshot is now joined by Patrick to tell us what happened in that game. Take it away.
Thank you so much, Law. I am joined by Patrick, and I want to talk a little bit about draft, talk about what happened yesterday. Let's start with the defeat. You know, how did it play out, and why did it go so wrong?
Yeah, I think yesterday we were a bit too slow in the game. We didn't realize that in the late game team fights they would beat us 5v5. They just had like Orianna Ashe against Kalista. It's a bit hard to play. So I think we also weren't really on the same page, and we just didn't manage to snowball properly and end the game.
Now, a lot of the commentary and things that we were talking about was how, as you mentioned, the draft was difficult to play out, short range, dealing with that Orianna was hard. Is that something that's difficult to adapt to between days and between opponents?
It's just, I feel like when you pick Kalista, you kind of have to be ready for this. She's very hard to deal with during laning phase and early fights, but you can outrange her and try to kite her out. So I think you just have to be ready for it and be prepared.
Okay, we'll see how it plays out today and what the draft is going to look like. What did you think of yesterday's results? I'm not sure if you managed to see the games yet, but looking at the fact that Astralis were able to pick up the win, SK being able to pick up the win, Misfits taking down Fnatic, what do you think is a reason for why we saw so many upsets?
I'm not sure. You know, it was really weird yesterday. Like, I feel like most of the teams that were supposed to win lost. It could be something with the break. I think the stronger teams maybe didn't practice as much compared to the weaker teams. Whereas I think SK, for example, they practiced the whole 2 weeks. So maybe they just have stronger momentum right now.
Let's talk a little bit specifically about that SK draft. Something the analyst desk are discussing and expanding on is how the team has changed and adapted throughout summer. But yesterday, looking at the Sylas, the Akali, the Draven, is that something that you think can work in the current meta?
I think what SK did yesterday was just pick their comfort, to be honest. I feel like they picked Poppy 1-2, you know, not exactly the best blind jungler, I would say. They also picked the Draven. So I think they just practiced certain compositions and then they just went with it on stage and it worked well.
It really did work well. Now, for you guys turning it back to XL, one of the surprise stories after making playoffs in spring and now starting so well in summer, what will go right for your team today in order to pick up the win?
Today we will stay on the same page, we will play together, and I think we will be more confident than yesterday.
More confident, more proactive, that's what I'm looking for. Thank you so much, Patrick. Best of luck. We're going to head back to the analyst desk to carry on the show.
Thank you, Quickshot. Nice to hear from Patrick. More confidence on the side of Excel. I think something else was missing yesterday, but we'll get to that later. Trouble first. Let's talk about SK, because they came in, Treat said it, with super high confidence, especially bouncing back from the scoreline they had. They were creative in drag, bringing in the Poppy and the Draven, and this played out so well for them.
Yeah, and I think I was one of the first ones to slam down the hammer of judgment when it came to their drafts. Very stale, very boring, very outdated, very predictable. And I feel like they went from 3 non-active lanes which you couldn't play from to 3 extremely active lanes that want to fight, that can provide you with CC and can provide you with opportunity to actually get in. Sylas after level 6 can still nar ult, he can provide you CC and lockdown. After level 6, we discussed it with Eddie as well, you have kill potential with Akali. Bot lane, extremely aggressive. Draven and Nautilus. Draven wants to be cashing in on this passive goal that he's stacking with all of these minions. And of course, when you have Gilius onto the Poppy, the dives that came in, everywhere Gilius was on the Poppy, there was a kill going down. And it was a whole different look that we saw where they were willing to take that proactive early game and run away with it.
Yeah, more agency on their side, which is not something we can say about Excel, Vedi. was difficult for them to navigate with this draft, even if they had a goal lead.
I mean, we heard it from Patrick, right? He very much said himself that it was difficult to play the later into the game went. I'm surprised that he said that we didn't realize that they would be better in the team fights later into the game than us, especially when you're playing into Ornn, Orianna, Ashe. But I suppose under the pressure, it does make sense. I think that for XL coming into today, this is something that they will be quick to rectify. You know, we didn't get confident answers from Patrick, but I also understand he wants to keep his cards close to his chest. And I'm expecting them to shift their approach. And I think that's what we are going to be looking at closely in the draft, because one of the things that we typically praise XL for is their early game aggression, their agency that they often give their players. And that's why we thought it was so interesting to bring up SK's approach, right? Because their whole game plan seemed to be yesterday, we're down on our luck, we're very low on the scoreboard, let's just do something different that goes against convention. And they drafted, as you rightly said, Trouble, just a lot of agency. So I'm hoping we see a lot more bloodshed in the early game. I'm expecting to see a lot more like aggressive drafting from both sides. And I'm curious if this first pick Kalista will actually be a thing from the side of XL, because teams clearly have an answer in the form of Ashe, but also Draven is something that teams are willing to bring out. And Jezu has said to the world, I am happy to challenge you if you want to go toe-to-toe in the bot.
It is a contested pick on both sides. He said it yesterday. If we have Kalista, we instantly win. It's time for us to go into picks and ban. We're quickly going to discover if Kalista is going to be one of these openers here in this draft. And Trouble, I still remember what Tris told us yesterday. They have something planned today in draft. They want to be creative again. And I just want to see where it's going to pan out.
I mean, I feel like the Sylas flex was really important for them. Being able to actually have more creative drafts is very important for them, especially when you're playing against XL. Dreed said, I don't necessarily find them very innovative, right? It's just that sometimes the drafts work, sometimes they don't. But I feel like it's the same thing for SK. Sometimes you draft 3 lanes that have no pressure at all. Sometimes you go ham with all 3 lanes. And I'd love to see the same situation here, because XL are one of the strongest early game teams that we have, and SK seem to want to challenge, especially with how they looked yesterday. So yeah, having Jezu and having Patrick playing that Kalista so well, I would expect the champion to be banned, this time from XL side though, because blue side is on SK Gaming.
Opening with the 2 Enchanter bans. The Cat is gone, Seraphine is gone again. Sorry, Trouble, we're not going to see the champion today. But what are we looking to see in the last banning phase, Betty?
I mean, Kalista has to be a high priority here. There's also GP. Yesterday, GP kind of fell to the wayside. Typically, it was still banned a lot, of course. Many European teams were respecting the power that the Pirate can provide. But yeah, right now I'm thinking Kalista, I'm thinking GP, and the only other one is Ornn to think about, because with the Gnar removed, Ornn's priority in teamfighting prowess also increases. And with the Zeri being removed, this heavily suggests to me that SK is looking for a Kalista trade, which then suggests to me that they will go Kalista. XL will then potentially even answer with a Draven of their own, if that's the direction that they feel confident with. But I would be shocked if SK don't prioritize, because remember, typically, SK always has Kalista banned against them. When we think back to previous splits, I always mention it. It's that Kalista Jarvan that they were so well known for in that bot lane in particular. So I would be shocked if they didn't.
Now that's a surprise for me.
So typically, Renata makes any 2v2 lane almost an insta-win scenario. She's one of the strongest enchanters down bots. She can also play very aggressive level 1, and depending on what carry you choose to pair her up with, you can very easily win the 2 versus 2. Whether it is the Draven next to her versus the Kalista, or the Kalista versus whatever else, we've seen the LCK use Renata as a tool for level 1 and level 2 aggression.
I've never seen someone so excited to lock in Ornn before. Did you see Finn there on the player cam? He was just like pumping his chest. He was like, I'm the Ornn god today, ready to get into the team fights. And it seems that XL already solving their engage issues from yesterday. Now they have a reliable way to start the fight. And we're gonna get a Janna coming out from Mickey.
Okay, so we saw this in the NOC. Kasing actually brought the Janna right next to Draven. The team was pretty much unkillable, and it was very playable into a Kalista lane as well. So if SK Gaming want to reply right here with a Kalista Renata, which is, if not the strongest, one of the strongest 2 versus 2s down the bot lane, Janna replies really well into that.
Wow, they're actually going to blind pick the Poppy as well. Typically, we see Poppy as an answer to things, like you were talking about it, Trouble, yesterday, about as a common response to things like Lee Sin. Still also very good matchup to things like the Wukong as well.
There you go.
The fact that they blinded, and we also heard it from Patrick, suggesting that
It's a Draven.
He's
This is a
comfortable on the
Draven.
pick. Yeah, I mean, like, things are kind of going as we expected, right? Because you want to take the Poppy away because you also want to guarantee yourself the Kalista, because if you don't lock it in here, there's the risk that XL get it for themselves. But in the event that the Kalista does come in, which it does, Patrick immediately responds with the Draven. So nothing too surprising. XL getting themselves a pretty strong 2v2 bot side of the map, and we're going to see a lot of action down towards bot lane.
Okay, I might disappoint you here and say we might not see a lot of action from the sort of Janna plus Draven. The way I have seen it being used over at the NLC, of course, over in the ERLs, is the fact that you want to keep Draven relatively safe through laning phase. You build a bunch of stacks onto him, and suddenly someone will int on a side lane, and the Draven will cash about 1.3 to 1.4k gold, which then instantly puts him in a better position to fight Rift Heralds and to fight next dragons to come.
Curious as to what the Sylas priority is going to be right now, because obviously we talked a lot about it earlier in the day, but when you look at an option for SK, they've already showcased that they can play the Sylas top. There is a real risk that this could be locked in as an answer to the Ornn. That way it gives SK more forms of engage, but also Sylas against a Janna gives you a lot of flexibility too, so you can have both the engage and disengage options of both the Janna and the Ornn. XL choosing to remove the Gragas suggests to me that they may even look to blind the Sylas themselves, depending on how highly they value it, but we have been seeing a lot of Lissandra come out from Nuke Duck. Given that they have been tailoring more towards teamfight, it wouldn't surprise me if they want their primary damage to come from jungle and AD, while keeping Nuke Duck primarily on that utility role.
And that will give also Sylas even more value, I feel like, Vedi, if you lock in something like a Lissandra and you also have an Ornn and you also have the execute tool from the Draven. The more you give to the Sylas, the more value he actually gets. So XL need to be very careful here, either pick it for themselves, which at this point you don't necessarily have way too many good ultimates to choose from unless it's a Renata ult. But if the Volibear gets locked in here, it's not the greatest matchup into the Poppy, but it is definitely MR cool champion.
Well, I really like it just because when you think about Kalista, one of the best ways of dealing with her is just like point-click CC, right? She's typically very mobile. Volibear, flash, stun, done, right? Like it's a very straightforward combo. It sets up the Ornn follow-up very nicely as well. They just now need to lock in that reliable. They need a bit more AP damage coming out from their mid lane. But I'm curious as to what direction SK will take it, because they still need to get their two solo laners. But we talked extensively about the Sylas, and there it is from SK. So again, like SK have done a lot of kind of what we expected them to do.
You didn't like this champion yesterday, but do you think it would make more sense today, Vedi?
No, I don't.
Yes, 100%. I think a Shyvana here will tank the entire front line. I think what was missing from the Shyvana yesterday, where Wonder picked it if I'm not wrong, is the fact that Demonic is so important for this champion as a second item, and especially into things like Volibear and Ornn. You deal percentage damage, you get that extra damage from Demonic as well when you turn into this dragon, so you provide so much room for your Kalista to play this team fight. Whoever walks into a Shyvana that has Demonic and Gauntlet just simply melts down.
Oh my god. I think XL's got this just so much better. I think that they have like a very traditional front to back. They have so many tools to protect their backline with Talia and Janna in particular. Their engage is really strong. And I think that SK kind of like, they need to find advantages in the early game in order to be able to control this game, because I think that they're going to get outscaled. So I'm really excited to see this Talia pick. I think into a highly mobile comp like Kalista, Sylas, Poppy, Shyvana, like her E just gains so much value. And we've seen it over in the LPL. Rookie is a big fan of the Talia that takes advantage of like the mobility of champions.
And it's a champion that makes sense for Nuke Duck, I think, in the mid lane trouble, given what we've been used to seeing from them. But SK Gaming, I think they hit all the goals they wanted in this draft also.
I think so too. I feel they have 3 very active lanes, especially after level 6 for Shyvana. You do get that Dragon Form. You do call your jungle towards the top side. You can actually punish there. Poppy as well, very heavy ganking champion. Definitely bot lane wants to play aggressive. I think this is the best level 1 bot lane there is in the league right now. Renata Kalista can go aggressive off the get-go, level 1, and get a kill into Janna Dragon.
I think a lot of the responsibility, as we said earlier, is going to fall on SK in this early game. While typically we expect that from XL, SK is going to emulate some of the style till yesterday. We'll see if they can play with confidence. Certus on the Sylas is going to be important. He had a great performance yesterday. Let's see if he can do it again today against Nuke Duck.
Yeah, we'll see if they can reciprocate what they did yesterday, as both teams are getting to head onto the grid. Let's get ready for game 1, SK Gaming versus XL.
Fuck, I'm so excited for Drake.
Yeah.
Anyone else excited for Draven Janna?
I'm so excited for Draven and Jana.
excited for Draven Jana. It's going to be a lot of fun. Hello, everyone. I'm Medic. This is Gorborg. He's got his little pet as well.
Bio merch.
It's the most sellout anyone's been this weekend, man. But yeah, here we are. First game of day 2 of week 2. SK versus XL. Of course, SK with a huge win yesterday as they managed to take down G2 in only their second win of the split.
Yeah, and in contrast to that, XL falling to Astralis as well, completely subverting the expectations that we would have about the two teams. And I'm quite happy about it. Going into today, and I saw that we had to do this, I was like, it might be a little one-sided. SK versus XL. XLs have been looking really good lately. But I think they showed some dents yesterday, and SK as well, with Surtur specifically in that mid lane taking control, really had a solid performance.
Yeah, I think SK stepping up yesterday would be more the narrative I would go for than XL struggling, because although XL did struggle, they were also 11,000 gold ahead.
Yeah.
And then they just couldn't really play their draft into the enemy draft, right?
If you're going to lose a game, it's not those kind of games you're too unhappy about, because you're like, well, we did a lot of right, and we know what went wrong in the next game.
Picked the wrong 5 champions in the game. Didn't really close out on our windows. Here, though, let's talk a little bit about these drafts, because you were very excited by this Taliyah pick to round things out.
I think it's just very clever as an R5 coming through from XL, kind of identifying the fact that pretty much all of the champions that matters on SK's got a dash. Yes, Shyvana will be invulnerable, but the fact that you can take control in a team fight and create space around a Poppy, around a Sylas, around a Kalista, which, moves with all the auto attacks, really puts a break on what SK wants to do. And specifically for SK, something they were really good at doing yesterday, it was the team fighting aspect. It was fighting those fights.
Definitely was. And as we have a look through this early game, I am drawn to the fact that Finn has gone first strike on the Ornn. Not something we too commonly see. Often see Unsealed Spellbook. Obviously thinking he can harass with the Q a little bit in this lane. He has more range than Jenax does.
Can you check if that's been done before, actually?
I'm having a look at LOL VVV, great website if you want to look at pro builds. Most of them are either Grasp or Unsealed Spellbook. This might be the first strike one we've had.
That might just be human error and might just be a mistake, but I'm not going to call it out just yet. I'd love to hear Finn sort after the game, though, about that rune specifically.
I will say as well to our producers, if we can at some point find out how much gold he has earned off the first strike, that would be amazing. It's very difficult to do in the moment. Needs one of our observers to look into it, but we'll see if we can keep you guys updated on that at home.
Now, split map situation right now. Currently, Marcoon on the top side, clearing the blue buffs. Gilly is down towards the bot side, not spotted an award, and here he comes.
Flashes forward, gets the knockback, but immediately Patrick flashes away the handshake, only brings Mickey back, and he still has a flash of his own to get away from this. Both summoners burnt on Patrick, but nothing else lost for XL.
Yeah, but I wonder actually right now if they had the vision on Marcoon. There is a ward in Viva, but Gilius, I think he's currently clearing out the Scuttlecrab, might be moving in towards the blue side himself now. Jenax kind of low on the turret, and he's only got Ghost, so the outplay potential on the tower really isn't a lot.
There's the Ghost. Jen's going to try and dodge away. Of course, no hard CC on the Shyvana. Stunned up, rooted up. Finn looking for a bit more damage. Burst blood over to XL.
Yeah, so the cross map there just works out for XL. They decide to split up the map. Marcoon 2 camps taken. Gets to just completely go off towards the top lane. Finn with a stacked up wave. And it's just that easy for XL.
And no summoners burn for Finn as well. And this wave pushing out towards him means that he doesn't have to burn the TP to come back here. Would lose a couple of minions. You can see him walking his way back across with the double Ruby Crystal. Good early start though for XL. SK yesterday, their early game was really what catapulted them into that win versus G2.
Gilius coming in here, heck flashed over the wall.
Nukeduck just holds the flash. Doesn't even have to use it yet. Did pop the Ghost on the Unsealed Spellbook. But Gilius, even yesterday, he would often use his Steadfast Presence, that circle around him, relatively early on. And I think sometimes he can be a little bit more reactive in using it, rather than using it when you initiate the gank, looking to get on top of your opponent and then use it when you've knocked them back.
Well, I think that's fair for yesterday. Doing against Draven, Jana, and Taliyah is not really going to matter in that circumstance. But at least the extra movement speed is, of course, nice. And I actually like the fact that he was spot on an award. So what he did, he hex flashed over the blue wall and kind of came in a position where Nukeduck had the information he was there, but didn't have the information that he was all of a sudden creating the space in between the hex flash.
Gilius constantly out on the map here, just trying to be a thorn in the XL side. Now needs to go and start his camps again. Has yet to reset. Marcoon, of course, already back and has that Balmy Cinder. So he's going to be ahead in terms of clear speed on this Volibear for the next while.
And the fact is as well that the camp respawns on the top side of the map when the level 2 Grom respawns will actually match up with the pathing that Marcoon has. So if XL wants to go aggressive in the future on the top side again, the cams actually line up for it. So I could expect like a topside invade 1 minute, 2 minutes into the game, or later into the game now as well.
So if XL decide to do that, their early game was not a problem yesterday. Had a massive lead versus Astralis and just kind of struggled to close it out. SK, on the other hand, had one of their best early games so far in the split, and a lot of their win came down to Jezu as well on this Draven having an absolute stellar performance. After he cashed out that first time in a 1-for-1 trade, he was just a dominant force on the map for SK.
I think a lot of that also came down to, you know, the duo they were playing, Draven, Nautilus. Treats was so willing to send it every time. Just throw his body in there. He's speaking to him after the game, and he was like, you know what, I don't care if I die, I just need to set up my team. We don't have the same thing on the likes of Renata Glass here. Instead, it's more about really, you know, making sure you stay alive so you can help your teammates survive. But Jezu, for sure, on the Draven was a force to be reckoned with. Here's that invade I talked about as well. Might see a top lane dive instead, but Gilius is around.
Really good call on the possible invade coming out from XL. Nukeduck on his way as well with that Weaver's Wall. They'll try and cut Gilius off as they look for the call of the Forge God. Gilius, of course, no flash, nowhere to go, no red smite for him yet either. Gilius falls to Nukeduck, and now Genax needs to clear out this wave because XL could still look to collapse. They've burnt quite a little bit to get Gilius down, so maybe they'll just take that single kill and get out.
It's the fact that Genax as well had the ultimate now. I don't think there's too much to actually lock him down, so he would probably get out afterwards. Just, you know, get back to mid lane, get Nukeduck to pick up the wave unless Certus, if anything, to Satyr it. Doesn't really look like it. But to go back to the point, I think XL, they just read the map correct there. They know exactly that, you know what, I cleared this camp. I know when it's going to be up. I know when we can look for a play specifically. So the positioning for Makoon here, it was telegraphed, it was perfect, and it was all that mattered. And I think Gilius gets into a position where he expects that Genax is going to get dove, but unfortunately, they just turn onto him immediately. Nukeduck is there ready for it as well, and now bot lane action.
Lots of spears in the back of Patrick here. Jezu flashing over the Howling Gale. Patrick low, Treats on the chase as well. Patrick nowhere to go, but dives into the bush. The shield not enough. Jezu gets the kill, and now they're chasing down Mickey, who's going to flash away. Pierce not enough to follow him up, but in a 2v2, SK's bot lane comes out on top.
And just as you highlighted him before, Jezu and Treats as well this time around. Beautiful flash over the Howling Gale to solidify that kill. So when the top lane was kind of falling apart, well, at least SK now got a reliable bot lane to count on, and specifically into the Draven lane, which is traditionally regarded a favorable matchup for the Draven.
You can see XL reacting to this, knowing that their bot lane's been forced back, will then TP Finn down towards the bottom lane, and their bot lane can go towards top to look for the Rift Herald. We'll have another look at this. It's a good handshake to start it off.
Yeah, beautiful handshake. And the thing is, they put the hostile, not the hostile takeover, but the bailout on Jesu immediately. So Patrick knows, well, if I start trading with it and he dies, well, he'll still kill me with the wind afterwards. So I have to kite it out. I have to wait for it to get removed. Unfortunately, when that finally happens, he's already taken too much damage. There's nothing he can do about the situation.
A lot of people forget that bailout gives you attack speed and movement speed when it's on you.
Towards the enemy,
Towards your enemy. Makes it a lot harder to trade into you. XL here using the fact that their bot lane had to back to try and get tempo over the Rift Herald, but all of SK on this top side of the map. Finn working his way up here as well. Did burn the TP to get towards the bottom side. 3,000 HP now on the Rift Herald. SK going to try and fight it. Hostile takeover not available for Treats. Gilius can't really walk through the worked earth. Rift Herald is smited by Marcoon. He'll pick up the eye. They're looking for Mickey. No flash on the Janna. The rest of XL should be able to get away from this one. Marcoon trying to back in the pit will be allowed to escape. Certus still has the Stormbringer here if needed. Not even required. SK get one kill, but the Herald does go over to XL.
So that can still be a worthwhile investment, and giving up a support for that play really doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things. You can use this tower, or this Herald rather, to take down a tower immediately. 4 plates has already been taken on the bot side. You want to try and push Draven back into the game against the Kalista. That's a point of attack you can have as well. Problem for you with that is that when you finally reach that 14-minute mark, teleports will be a thing again, and Genax, you know, has the teleport advantage against Finn right now.
Attempted clear of the wave here by Finn. Does manage to get quite a lot of them down, and means the dive would be a little bit harder. Hostile takeover coming in. Finn trying to flash away, just charges away from the edge of that hostile takeover. Isn't caught. Able to escape for now.
I'm not too sure about this play because Marcoon has Herald on the bot side. This can be a stacked up wave, and you can even see Patrick now. He's using his ultimate to clear the wave, to crash it immediately after the Drake gets taken. Now Nukeduck from the mid lane can make his way down towards the bot side. They can set it up with the Rift Herald, and all of a sudden SK, they're losing tempo because they don't have that important tool that is the Rift Herald. I think they're very over aggressive on the top side against an Ornn specifically, and it's costing them now.
It's going to cost an entire tower down here. Patch is going to get a lot of gold infusion, currently sitting 700 gold behind, but expect that to skyrocket back towards his favor pretty rapidly. Charge in by the Rift Herald. You can see Patrick goes ahead in terms of total gold. For the moment, though, SK still in an okay position in this game, still getting some gold onto Jezu off towards that top side, but XL showing us, once again, a relatively strong early game.
Jax looking for a bit of poke, and you see them. The reason why Shyvana gets played a decent bit there. No ability power nerfs to think that's just the base damage of the Shyvana E coming out. Does a ton of damage. 1 HP? Oh.
It was never. You built up that way too much.
Imagine if it happened. Imagine though.
I mean, I can imagine a lot of things, including Yuumi being removed from the game, but it's still not going to happen, you know, go for it.
Oh, well, you never know. Never say never.
True. Have there been champions removed from League of Legends? I don't think we've ever actually like removed.
Yeah, I think the first thing we removed was the Chemtech Drake, like outside of items.
But
RIP.
We can still hope. We can still dream. At the moment, though, SK dreaming of a way to gain control of this game once again. Very good segue.
Nice segue, yeah. I should learn of that. Mine yesterday wasn't as clean as that one.
That's tough, you know. I think you're definitely improving on your segues generally.
We'll try. But yeah, as well, once again, now Cam's former Coon is in a way where he's pathing up towards the top side. And just with that, they took the bot lane turrets. Plates are still up for 2 minutes and 30 seconds. So they can still look to utilize aggression. But SK, they're actually reading this quite well. They've put Certis and Gillies in the bush. Mickey
puts the ward down, has the flash. Gillies trying to chase it, knocks him into the wall, and there's nowhere to go for Mickey. Certis with his second kill of the game. Good pick there by SK.
Yeah, I think that's really good reads from SK. They understand the point right now is that they can't be on the aggression, so they need to play reactive, but they're doing it quite well. Handshake on Macoon.
He's got Stormbringer, he's got flash, he's fine. It's just more being a hassle for your
Reading
opposition.
them real quick with a handshake.
Okay. Do you wanna play a little game, Gorborg?
Oh, I love games.
Okay. Ornn, first strike. First time we think we've seen it competitively, okay?
Okay.
At the 10... Oh, we'll wait for a second. Whirling Death coming out here from Certis. It's fine. First time we've seen it competitively, we think. At 10 minutes, as Gideus looks for a bit more time. Please, guys. Gideus, you're not going to be able to do anything here. Marcoon's chasing forward. Gilead's just running. Realizes he can't do much. Anyway, Ornn. First strike. First time we think we've seen it competitively. They might look for a nuke duck in the mid lane now. Flash handshake. Nuke duck has to flash away. Ornn. First strike. First time we think we've seen it competitively. At the 10-minute mark. How much damage do you think he's got out of his first strike?
116.
Okay. And how much gold do you think he's generated?
Oh, no, sorry. That was the gold I thought.
Oh, 116 gold. How much damage do you think?
I don't actually know the counts.
Right?
Yeah, well, Gillies is going to hold it there for a second.
He's got 87 damage and 122 gold out of it.
Oh, I was so close with the gold.
You were so close. I don't think it's worth it, personally.
Well, we'll see. It's a late-game rune, actually. I think that's a little bit of a misconception. People, you never know.
The call of the Force God's just going to absolutely
it's going to proc it beforehand. Now, Gillies looking again. Mickey caught out. Still has flash.
Mickey nowhere to go. Call of the Force God coming down towards that bottom side as Finn tries to trade with Genax, but Genax should just be able to walk this one out. The flame breath, though, with Nuke Duck coming in from the side as well. Genax, no Weaver's Wall for 2 seconds. Nuke Duck won't go any further. Genax able to escape. Whirling Death, though. Cross map, cross map. Surely not. Doesn't hit.
That's a close one. Unfortunately, not enough. And now we are gearing up to a point where one team will have to make a decision in terms of what objective you will be prioritizing. 1 minute on the Rift Herald, 1 minute on the Mountain Drake. It's going to be difficult picking up both. XL already in a position where they are stacking up the Drakes. They picked up the first Herald, and they are still driving the tempo a little bit, although the gold right now completely even between the teams. And just from the posturing we have now from XL, looks like they're going to be prioritizing that Mountain Drake.
You can see SK as well got a lot of gold on their carries. Marcoon in a pretty strong position in terms of against Gilius. He is ahead in gold, but Certis and Jezu leading the charge in total gold this game. Certis already got up towards that Everfrost. Jezu on his way towards his first completed item. It's the power of Kalista when you can gain control of a lane is indomitable. She's incredibly strong. We haven't seen it that much in EU, and I have seen a lot of people being like, stop picking Kalista, she's not great, but she can do a lot of work. We saw it yesterday with Comp. We're seeing it today a little bit, at least, with Jezu.
And, I mean, he's going to have his work cut out for him as well because he's playing into a Taliyah. Once again, like, the ground between the Taliyah and the Kalista is going to be incredibly difficult to pilot just due to the zoning that will come out from those rocks here. So, cross-map will come through. This is what we talked about a minute ago. You can only pick between one of the objectives. So, while XL is on the bottom side of the map, Gilius and SK is going to be on the top side of the map, and it's going to be a trade-off objective. Both teams not necessarily unhappy about it. XL, of course, can continue their Drake stacking, and with the Cloud Drake now coming out, being the soul for them. Unfortunately, not what they'd prefer, but I'm not going to complain about the Drake stacking all around.
Every game's a Cloud Soul at the moment.
I swear, we had it 2 of our games yesterday, and we're getting it in this game as well. Also in my solo queue games, I keep getting that terrible Drake.
I mean, it can do stuff, and we talk about it every time. It's like you get slow resist out of just having the dragon and not out of the soul. The Cloud Soul gives you movement speed after you ult. It is better than nothing, but it's not the one we really like to see now in these sorts of games. Riftel charges in. Crowd goes mild as the mid lane.
But can we get a second one? No. I really like it when they do that.
Yeah, but you're really excited for the second charge. I mean, never gonna happen.
One day. Now, Certus once again being a little creative. Nuke Dog trying to check it with the Q. Still not found anything.
I don't know.
Full sense of security right here.
Yep, he thinks he's safe, and he's not. Dragon's stand available, Everfrost coming in. They look for it onto Nuke Duck. Stopwatch used. The rest of XL are on their way here. Weaver's Wall gets Nuke Duck away. Now Marku not in the best of shapes as Certus and Genex try to put the damage down. Mickey on his way down towards this bottom side, but he will just protect his mid laner and jungler and then retreat with them into their own jungle once again.
Clean getaway from XL here. There's no counter response. You just had Finn on the top side, pushing in the top side wave, and that's what we're looking at right here. It's just tit for tit, tat for tat. And you can see it. They tried to get aggressive on the bottom side, but SK actually coming in with good reads. SK not so proactive, but I think they're very good at reading what XL needs to do, and that's like in league aspect. You also need to understand, how do I win the game and how do my opponent win the game, because then you can reverse engineer the game plan. I think SK is doing that a little bit right here.
Doing a really good job so far. In case anyone's wondering, that Weaver's Wall, the start of it is a channel for a second, but you can be CC'd out of it. It's just SK had used all their CC for the initial engage, and so Nuke Duck knew he was safe to channel it and get the hell out of there. We'll see later on if perhaps a handshake or, Gilius with that steadfast presence can stop it. Genex now off towards the top side. Needs to build up that rage meter. You can only use your ultimate on Shyvana when that bar beneath the health bar is fully red. So you can build that up just by passively being in the game, but also by auto-attacking. That's what Genex has been trying to do on the wave. Marcoon and Nuke Duck forced away as Gilius and Treats make a little invasion into this jungle. Gilius, he's going to just walk all the way around using those little cloud donuts to get the movement speed. What do you call it? Cloud areas.
Yeah.
Windy places.
You're the one with the linguistic skill here, so I feel like you should be the one probably naming these zones, but...
Well, I mean, we used to call the Chemtech zones the fart zones, and I don't think we can... Can we co-opt that for the cloud zones?
I'm not too sure about that one. Still, normal posturing in between them. I think what's really going to blow open a fight is going to be that control for vision that we see right now. It's quite even between them. SK has the advantage that they taken the vision control in the river. And Gilius with a flash could try and look for Mickey.
Goes on to Mickey once again. The flash and the heal available for Mickey. Flashes across the wall. Call of the Forge got used. Genex goes in with the Dragon's Breath. Good hostile takeover, but the Monsoon from Mickey will heal him up a little bit. They pull back Finn as they look for a little bit more damage. Finn still has the flash. Gets away. That Ignite is taking it with the shield. It will not be enough. SK able to force XL back, but they don't get any kills out of it.
That's the big thing, though. That's 4 members of SK in the mid lane. Last one, Certus standing down in the bottom lane, getting waves, losing waves on XL size, and also pushing down that turret. So slowly but surely, SK are getting a few advantages. Genex looking for the red buff, but Marcoon does have that spike.
He's trying to give it over to Patrick. Patrick gets it, the axe. Slightly stronger than the Dragon's Breath. Nuke Duck down towards this bottom side. He's going to try and catch out Certus, and Gilius waiting in the wings in case anything went on, but the tower doesn't quite fall, so SK able to get some chip damage down here from that mid lane play, giving Certus a bit of free time. Hasn't been able to garner too much more for them.
Yeah, okay, LDR has just been finished up by Patrick here. I think it's brilliant timing to complete it with the Eclipse, of course. Cloud Drake, 40 seconds. You need every advantage you can get setting up for this objective. So far, SK has been doing an excellent job in securing their own perimeters in terms of the vision control, and it allows them to be the first on the attack. It's why it's so difficult for XL to actually pilot the team fights, because even when there are 5 members against 4, because SK initiated the fight and they found the pick, they can't really play the fights out on the side of XL.
Especially if Mickey is caught out first, it can be difficult for XL. They are making their way towards this top side of the map, looking for that top tier 1, still yet to crack through it. Still only got 1 tower in this game. Only that bot lane turret has fallen, but this should be 2. SK all grouped up in the mid lane. You can see it's kind of a split map situation as SK will take the Cloud Drake, but for it, they will lose their top tower.
Yeah, but at the same time, the cross map is still going to be answered on the bottom side. Certus is going to be taking the outer turret on the bot lane instead, so it's still a tower for tower. Objective goes over to SK. SK are just a team in control of the game right now.
Patrick sitting at 400 adoration stacks as well.
can be huge.
Can be huge. If he can cash out with the Whirling Death, that is massive. We're going to play our game again as everyone goes for the resets here, Goldborg. First strike horn. First time we think we've seen it in competitive.
I don't think he's done too much.
How much damage?
Damage is like 160 now and around 200 gold.
Damage is 242, and he has 50% more gold than you thought he did. 299 gold.
Wow, I can't believe it.
A whole rune for 299 gold.
But the thing is as well, and I wanted to go into the misconception that people quite often have about First Strike. It's like, oh, you need to be ranged, you need to use it in laning phase, you need to build up a gold. It's not really the thing. It's a rune that scales with percentages. And because of that, because it's not a flat amount of damage, that just means that the more damage you build in the game, you of course get more of that in the late game. Easier to build up the percentages, easier to have more damage. So those 10%, can matter with Call of the Forge Guard.
I totally agree with the premise of your point. I will say on Ornn, it still doesn't seem like the best for me.
I agree. I'm just full Copium at this point.
I can understand the Copium. Well, if XL win, maybe we'll get Finn's side of the matter. Maybe there's something we're missing. There often is.
Oh, yeah.
Often is.
Especially when you see it first time. It's difficult staying on top of everything here. Now, Ornaments has started to come in for Finn, specifically for himself. Should be able to get them soon. For Patrick or Nuke Dog, if they're looking for some of the upgraded items there. Who could argue with those ornament item names?
I just make them up.
Oh, okay. What do we call Eclipse?
Total Eclipse.
Wow.
Solar Eclipse.
Damn.
Don't stare at the sun.
Now that's a useful tip.
Yep.
You go blind. Don't do that. It'll damage your eyes. You'll need glasses. Trust me, I know about that.
Is that where yours came from?
I don't know.
A young Goldborg one day.
I was a dumb kid when I was young. Don't look at the sun. Okay, I'll look at the sun.
Yeah. An ocular Icarus just got too close to the sun. And XL right now, though, setting up around this mid lane. They really want to break this mid-tier one if they can. TP coming in behind Dragon's Ascent, a possibility. Call of the Forge got used, Stormbringer as well. Everfrost going out as they look for the stun. A great hostile takeover hits onto 4 members. Gen X now joins the fray, spitting fire and spitting facts as SK look for a little bit more, though. You can see, treats low, Certus has to flash away from Finn, and XL might look for a re-engage. Weavers just trying to separate the team here, not going to do too much. XL still pretty healthy, the Monsoon from Mickey topping them up in the previous fight, and SK are now the ones that walk away wounded.
Yeah, but that's the thing, now that they're walking away wounded, they should be leaving the mid lane open if XL, they wanted to try and do some extra damage to it. Unfortunately, it seems like the side waves not really in a position for XL to capitalize on it, so they have to go collect on the gold there, so it's not lost to the turret, and just lost for nothing. So play doesn't really lead to anything. We get an exciting fight, but it's still the same stakes of the game.
Patrick still wants to get these stacks, man. He needs the cash. Got 496 of them now. Remember the, I think we said this earlier, the Whirling Death execute damage scales with your stacks. It was buffed a few patches ago now. Very strong if you can find someone, and everyone was quite low in that previous fight from SK. It's a little bit tricky for them to navigate. I think we've seen the sign of things to come in terms of team fights.
And the thing is, this actually matters more and more towards the late game if he has to catch up. Of course, as a Draven, it means a lot if you can catch up, you can get ahead of the gold curve and get item advantages. But in a game where you're playing competitive and it quite often comes down to that last team fight, you have 40-second death timers, not having cashed out, continuing to build up the adoration stacks can really just skew the team fight in your favor and find the perfect fight when you really need it. Interesting point to at least have a look at later. Now, SK though, back in the driver's seat. They are invading on the breath buff. They're trying to take as many jungle camps as possible. It's exactly what you want to do when there's no neutral objectives to take. Of course, you take away the enemy jungle, you game on yourself. Gillia's looking.
Good flash in by Gillia as they catch out Mickey once again. He's been a punching bag for SK this game. Genax coming in with the Dragon's Descent. Call of the Forge God. That's a stolen one. Nuke Duck able to dodge to the side of it, but Genax still on the chase. Certus coming in across the wall as well, and they find 2. Certus has been on a tear this weekend and continues to show up in week 4.
I think a lot, once again, comes down to the fact, SK, we just had a break week. They were one of the few teams that actually decided, we're not going to take a break. We're going to continue scrimming whenever we can. And I think it's showing a little bit that they are one of the teams that really wanted to stay on it. Now Baron has been started up. It's a 4 versus 5 situation when Mickey joins the fray.
Patrick has an upgraded Eclipse as well. The Whirling Death will do 500 extra damage to anyone below that threshold. Patrick's not going to use it, or knocked away. No Call of the Forge got used. SK secure the Baron. 25 minutes in, they are 4,000 gold ahead, and they have 3 minutes on that buff.
Pink's coming out now from XL. They want to get a division around the Drake area, but with 20 seconds and Baron empowered recalls coming through, I don't think they're going to be able to maintain the proper vision. Maybe they can look for a pickup if any of SK is overstepping, face checking. Doesn't really look like it just yet, though. They have itemized in terms of pink wards. They are getting the vision control back in their favor. You can see defensive vision, checking every corner, making sure no one's getting flanked here, and they should have the intel on XL in just a bit. Cloud Soul now has spawned, and they're setting up for it. XL, what's your next move? Looks like they're just going to be going on a tactical retreat, and SK continue with the objective control.
SK in control of this game now. I have had a quick look at the name of the Eclipse upgrade, the ornament.
Was it Total Eclipse?
No, it's the Syzygy.
What?
And yeah, I had to Google the definition myself as well. It's an arrangement in which 2 or more planets, stars are in a straight line. So you know when they talk about like the
Star Guardians?
concordance of the stars or the confluence of the stars or whatever that is in astrology where they all line up, and then the big bad is released to the world and something with, you know, ancient Egyptian tombs and a sarcophagus and all of that jazz?
No.
That? Okay, well.
Now,
that's the Syzygy.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Thank you for explaining it, though. You're very patient with me. I appreciate it. Now, 3 members of XL are trying to stop the siege on the second turret. It's not going to be able to do it. And speaking of second, they are playing on 2 lanes. Jesu now pushing in the mid lane.
Should be able to get some damage down onto this tower. Maybe Call of the Forge got a possibility for Finn, decides against using it, but SK playing the map very well right now. 2 inner towers taken with this Baron buff. 3,000 gold gained from it so far. Wave not in the best state for them to move towards the top lane, but bounties now on the board for XL.
That's, of course, a worrying trend. If you are an XL fan, seeing that you're not really in this game currently. Gilius, Hexflash once again, finds
Looking
one.
for some. Genax coming in as well. Call of the Forge has been used. Nuke is low. Hostile takeover once again. Hits onto 3, but Patrick not in this fight yet. Whirling Death goes out, but everyone's just too damn tanky. Certus stole away the Monsoon, I believe, in the middle of that and was able to heal up his team just a little bit. Mickey down once again, and SK looking to down this tower in the mid lane. They'll follow it up with the inhibitor itself.
And this is looking good for SK. We were wondering if yesterday was just a fluke, but they continue with the same trends, with the same signs of life. Good reads in the early game, productivity for Gilius as well. Everything we lacked for SK at the start of the split, they've polished, and they continue with it. And speaking of productivity, once again, Gilius with the Hex Flash finds Nuke Dog. No flash available. Good.
Cleanses out Nuke Dog. He's able to get away. I think Certus here, yeah, steals away the Monsoon. Does heal up his team as that Whirling Death comes in to make sure no one's executed by Patrick. Don't think anyone was quite close enough, but you never know.
You don't want to take the chance when those adoration stacks keep building up, and when he's not dying, well, he's retaining them. And I don't know how many we're actually seeing at right now, but
we'll find out in a second. Have a look. SK in general having a great game so far. And I do feel a bit sorry for Mickey, because when you're on the Janna in this situation, if you don't have flash, you're kind of just dead. Because they just hex flash into you, you can't really do anything about it.
I'm just saying, there is a potential where you can just Howling Gale, the Janna out of the E, or the Gilius Poppy out of the E if you got fast fingers. You play Rakan, you know how this interaction works.
That is true, that is true. Just has been very difficult for him so far. It feels like SK and Gilius feeling a little bit of the miracle run that we saw from Schalke a long time ago. Gilius going for Patrick, cleanse flash away, Call of the Forge got coming out, Weaver's Wall used as well. XL trying to separate the Spider a little bit. Hostile takeover used to disengage, jump forward by Genex. Puts a bit more damage down with the Flame's Breath, and that tank Shyvana being a meat shield in front of SK right now.
No need to overreach for SK right now. You have super minions pushing in the middle lane. At some point, XL will have to respond to that pressure. So just don't overcommit, be patient about it.
One of the reasons we do see this Shyvana picked, and often, knocked back with the Keeper's Verdict.
That's a good ult.
They will be able to get the tier 2 here in the top lane. SK should back away after this, minute and a half on the next Cloud Dragon. Would only be the third of the game for either of these teams, but still, sizable objective to secure for yourself.
Gilius just saying, if you don't leave, well, I'll force you. And shoving 2 members back. Still looking quite great for them. Can recall now. Kind of regroup around the cloud would be soul point for them as well. Not that it's going to be the big breaking point for XL right now, the fact that SK gets another one. But the big one to wait for will, of course, be that Baron in 1 minute. They have the Kalista. They have the potential to start it up. Gilius as well, of course, can just knock Makoon away with that ultimate. There's a lot of things that could go right for SK right now. And for XL, unfortunately, it's the opposite case.
SK now going to step forward into this jungle, gain some control over this area. Not really prioritizing Baron vision. They do have a 20-second window between the Baron and the Cloud Drake spawning. And Super's pushing in the mid lane. It looks like they're using that window to gain control over this bottom side. Janax can shove in the wave. No TP for him. Means he'll probably rejoin his team at some point to make sure that they're in prime position to take this Cloud Drake. Of course, a possible engage from XL across the wall with the Call of the Forge God and the Weaver's Wall. They can close the gap very quickly, but you don't really want to do that on a full tank Shyvana.
It's difficult for them to find that space as well. And we were even talking about the Kalista, how it was going to be neutralized by Nuke Dog onto Taliyah as well. But the problem is, the fights has been so well engaged by Gilius and the follow-up coming afterwards that it's never really been a position where you just straight front-to-back team fight and you get to create that space. SK has been very good at maneuvering around it, and even now, just the side lane productivity, that Taliyah's Weaver's Wall, if anything, you can clear out the bot side, you can kind of try and nullify some of the pressure coming out for waves and then join in with your team. But I think that's it. That's what Nuke Dog can use it for right now. You're not going to be throwing yourself into the enemy team when you don't have a stopwatch.
And you can see now Certus has been assigned bot lane duty because he has the teleport. XL tried to get a couple of wards around this Baron pit, but they only got 2 controls that have already been swept away. Gilius can put a couple of wards a little bit deeper here alongside Treats. 1 control ward up towards that red buff. Certus hovering in darkness. Whirling Death comes out. Gilius dashing forward once again with a Hex Flash. Janex going in as well. Marcoon's going to have to Stormbringer away from this, and that's huge. Means he can't jump into the back of a pit if a fight begins around that. Hostile takeover flashed away from Call of the Forge God being used by Finn just to distract SK. Weaver's Wall hops in as well, but just keeps Janex and Certus on one side of it for a second. They'll happily accept the Razor Beaks as forfeit for that, and they turn back towards the Baron.
Yeah, crucially as well, I think Gilius' ultimate got cancelled, so he will have it up again in just 1 second. Marcoon no ultimate himself, nothing to deny it, and they're playing spoiler now. Certus on.
This can do a lot of work. Oh, so much damage onto Marcoon. Baron down to 6,000, the render possibility. Marcoon flashing forward, looking for Janex, doesn't have that Dragon's Descent, doesn't have that ultimate. Marcoon too deep here though, has already used the flash and now has to dash back to the base as he goes down. Certus still on the flank position. What have we got in terms of ults for XL? None. Not one, not a jot of hope, perhaps, for them to get into this pit. Yeah. They'll be waiting for that Call of the Forge God again. Certus just distracting them, but the Baron already down to 5,000. No smite as well for XL.
Looking like a dire situation, unless that Howling Gale is going to be the miracle. It's just not. And Baron gets picked up by SK. What do they have to use it right now? They have bot lane pushing in, top lane pushing in. XL's going to have to respond to that. Still naked inhibitor in the mid lane, which is going to be an easy point of attack for SK as well. There's so many opportunities, and you have so many tools in your repertoire now as well as SK to continue the sieging.
You really do. You're in such a strong position. Janex basically unkillable on this Shyvana. Continues to hassle XL. The rest of SK in such a strong position themselves, and even those ornaments that are coming out from Finn are delayed because he's not getting XP. He's only level 15. Look at Janex, 17. Certus, 17. Nuke Duck, the only person that's already got his tier 3 ultimate on the side of XL. So Finn has only been able to give out 2 ornaments so far. One, that Syzygy, and one, the Moonstone Renewer. Renewist? Renewist. Moonstone Renewist, that's what we're going to call it. Gilius once again. He's been doing this Hex Flash strat a lot. This game has only the normal flash now, so we'd have to not channel it, just use it normally. But he's not really looking for it at the moment. He's just trying to keep XL busy and interested as Certus now pushes in the mid lane.
And SK are actually playing on 3 lanes. We don't actually see this too often, but with a naked inhibitor, it's just so easy for them to still stay grouped because you're sieging along the base. Easy for Janex to make his way down if he needs to. Easy for Certus as well. He stole away the Reaver's Wall. I wonder if he's looking to just, zone them away for that bot lane turret once the next wave comes in, and then just move up and take the turret away. Still no inhibitors has fallen. Topside inhibitor turret has just been put to rest rather, and now coming in with the bot side wave. Let's see how that Weaver Walls gets used.
There's the Weaver's Wall. Patrick on the wrong side of it, has to flash. Good wall there by Certus to keep XL away from the tower. Minions can't get in either. Maybe for the moment we see the knockback onto Patrick. Mid lane inhibitor falls. Gilius going in once again. Jezu trying to put the damage down onto this inhibitor tower. TP coming in from Janex as well. Certus forced away. Call of the Forge God used by Finn. Whirling Death just wide. Hostile takeover once again. Not going to be able to do too much, and Finn is just too deep. XL though, Gilius now, the cash out. That was like 1.3k for Patrick. That's huge for him. Nuke Duck keeping Janex distracted down towards the bottom side, but he will fall. It's going to be a 4v4 in the base of XL to see if they can claim the win. Patrick needs to get back, spend that gold, but it's triple inhib for SK and XL. They have defender's advantage. They can heal up, but Certus is now once again back with his team. The handshake's going to pull Mickey back. No Monsoon for him. Marcoon trying to get in, but no flash, no Stormbringer. Makes it a bit difficult. There's the Stormbringer to follow up. Call of the Forge God coming out from Certus gets 1. Finn next on the menu. It's 2, it's 3 for SK. Mickey can only stand and watch as SK claim their first perfect week of summer.
And that's beautiful to see from a team that's been struggling, been having issues finding their footing. finally finding their place as a team as well. That extra training rather has definitely paid off for this team. They took it against G2. Was it just a fluke? No, they prove it again today against XL.
Huge wins.
And you know, XL strong start to the split. Same could be said for G2, but now SK taking over. And maybe it might just be a sight for future references to come as well, what this roster can really deliver.
I'm just saying, I'm already writing the D&D script where we do Gideus, God of Lee Sin, Ascend to God, and Akrami this win.
But I also think it's finally Jesu back in the position we have expected Treats and Jesu in for the longest time. When we saw them be reunited in spring, I think we had higher expectations as to what this bot lane could do. Those expectations weren't met. But for this week specifically, with the aggression they had in 2v2s, finding 2v2 yesterday and today as well, it's been looking great for the SK bot lane.
It really has. And of course for the SK mid laner, your clear player of the game votes at LEC on Twitter, Jenax, Certus and Treats. I think collectively over the weekend, I would give it to Certus. This game, obviously give it to whoever you want to, but I think Certus, in terms of total performance over the weekend, was the standout player of SK for me.
My read as well always was specifically for Certus in spring was when he was on a champion where he had agency on for himself, he was actually able to perform. But when you started putting him on control mages, he was very reliant on how you played together with the team instead. And I think having a mid laner with the mechanical capabilities of playing champions like the Akali, like the Sylas as well, taking control from a melee matchup and using that in so many different ways. You even saw it here just stealing away Mickey's ultimate on the Janna to keep the team alive. I think that's a really great sight to see, and it shows the flexibility you need from a good mid laner.
I definitely agree with you. SK going from strength to strength. It seems XL struggling a little bit this weekend. A few signs of discord within how they're playing their games. Their early game, obviously, yesterday was really strong, but today they struggled against SK. So things that need to change for them. Obviously, 2 best of 1s doesn't define a team. Like we said this yesterday about G2. Like we still expect XL, if they can continue the form they had at the start of the season, to be in playoffs at the end. Question is, will they be able to refine that form?
Now, and that's the thing as well, because even just moving forward towards playoffs, right? Just remember G2 in spring, they look really back and forth all the time, and it was only when they really ramped up towards playoffs. I think Perks has a very memorable quote as well, where it doesn't matter how a regular season goes. Everything that matters is how you show up in playoffs as well. Yep. And that's not to say that they're not learning anything here, because these are the experiences that's going to shape you on towards playoffs. So moving forward, great side, and I mean, it's good to struggle as well for teams like XL and G2.
And it's good to win as well. I'm sure our interviewee, Gileas, who's standing by with David Bowie, is going to talk a little bit about that.
Thank you very much, Menik. You're 100% correct. Gileas, what the hell is SK feeding you guys? 2-0 on the week. You come in after the break and look like a completely different team. What's happening?
Yeah, so the break was great for us because we, at the start of the split, we had some problems with health. Some players were really sick, and I think it affected the team a lot when only 3 people were in the office. And after the break, now we're healthy, and we had great scrims this week. So I think that's why we play good.
Do you have any insight or any knowledge on what some of the other teams from the LEC did during that break week? We've heard some people took some time off, some people trained. Do you think it's had an influence on the games this weekend?
Yeah, I think so. I think some player... Is my mic working?
I think that it is. I think that it is. I don't think it's in the building, but it should be going to stream.
Yeah, I think some players went to their home countries for a little break while we all stayed and scrimmed more than them, I guess. So I think these breaks can be negative or positive, but we, I think, use it really well.
I mean, it definitely shows. I think we have the standings to bring up. I want to ask you, what on earth is going to happen for the next few weeks? We're rounding out the first half of summer. Yeah. SK were at 1-6 on a 6-game losing streak, and now 1 game behind 5th, 4th place. So how do we possibly judge and read this?
Honestly, I still believe I can go to Worlds the split. Judging from scrims, every team is beatable. So we will just try to ride the momentum and keep winning. And usually I'm pretty good in win streaks, so I feel really good right now. So I hope we can just keep winning.
I mean, the miracle run, God Gileas is back, the team's looking good. Do you think there's going to be more competition for those Worlds seeds this year? Because it feels like so many teams can beat everybody in the league.
Yeah, I think this split is interesting than the others. We don't have these 2 teams that crush everyone. Everyone drops games here and there. So yeah, it's an open field, and I think everyone can do it.
Okay, let's talk a little bit about next week, and then I've got one more question before I let you go. BDS and Mad Lions, we're now going to start the second half of the round robin. BDS was the first win of the season. What's going to happen with those games? Because Mad Lions look pretty on form right now.
BDS should be, we will crush them, I think. And then...
That's what I like, Berlin.
And then Mad Lions, they are very good. I have a lot of respect for Elioya and Kaiser and Niski coming in. Obviously, they look a lot better than before. So, it's going to be a hard match, but if we can beat the teams we did this week, we can beat them as well.
Okay, last question. I asked Comp this yesterday. It's a difficult and an unfair one. Which 4 teams will not make playoffs this summer?
I think the gentleman behind me, Astralis, will not make playoffs.
BDS, Astralis and BDS, we can chuck those two in there.
Yeah, so BDS, Astralis...
XL, Misfits,
I think Mad Lions maybe.
Come on, I need 2 more.
It's hard to say, honestly. I think Misfits is just really lucky right now with their late game teamfights and objective bounties. I think once people figure out how to close out, they're also going to fall out.
So then give me Vitality or Mad Lions as the 4th one that doesn't make it.
It's tough. It's hard to say, yeah.
Gilius, thank you so much. Congratulations on the 2-0. We're going to head to ad break, and when we're back, the Admiral Test will take us into the next game.
Thank you.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Did anybody see Vegas Kit Kat?
For those who watch, for those who move, for those who play.
Look at the smite, he's done this before.
Now it's your turn to move to the big stage and play the match of your life.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Ahead of Mad Lions versus Astralis. Two teams coming in strong with a lot of momentum. And if you have to think about the game Mad Lions played yesterday, super one-sided, but if we had to sum it up in one play, one champion, let's say, I think Ornn.
It seems that they have adopted the Ornn philosophy of just teamfight win, but we have to give a lot more credit to Mad because we did highlight in a Illustrator how a lot of their losses so far this split have been like of their own volition because they've been generating early game leads pretty consistently throughout the split. Their early game has been impeccable to me.
Yeah, and I think I want to hit on that early game because we also saw Elyoya coming in with that Lee Sin, and he was making very early game plays. Now this is very far from my eyes to see, so I'm going to give it over to you, Vetti.
Well, I mean,
I can't see that far away.
The important thing to highlight here is mainly just like highlighting how many advantages and how big their leads are in the early game. Averaging a 1,000 or just short of 1,000 goal difference at 14 is pretty incredible when you look at their scoreline of only being 5-3. And the fact that they consistently get so many kills in the early game is just so incredible to watch. Like, this team used to have big issues in their early game, often relying on their mid to late game to kind of salvage the things that fall apart in the early, but ever since the introduction of Niski, this early game seems to be on form.
Yeah, we've been talking about the Mad Lions in the sense that they came together really early, and they get a lot of kills, they get super early leads, but they don't concede so many kills either, Trouble.
Yeah, and I feel like this also goes over to the fact that they have introduced Niski into the team because this guy seems to be having a plan from the very beginning. He sets down the plan for his team, he sets down the team for his team, he sets down the targets for his team, and we've mentioned it over again. Rookies like Unforgiven that were trying to find their place into the team now coming into his second season in Mad Lions has been really helped from Niski's leadership.
We'll see how they can evolve, and maybe we can talk about the second place team for now. We'll see about the game today, of course, because on the other side, we have Astralis, and they impressively overcame an 11,000 gold deficit yesterday in their comeback versus Excel. And Vetti wanted to talk us through how they did it.
Yes,
Take it away.
I exactly want to do that. But before I get into that, I have to talk about the impact that their win has had on the standings. Because have a look at this. Astralis find themselves only one win behind the Mad Lions right now. More wins than they had even last split, showcasing that this roster change that they made was dramatic. But without further ado, let's get straight into the replay and highlight how this single play from Astralis won them the game. Because truth be told, they were pretty much losing from start to finish up until this point. And the important thing to notice, as I'm going to bring up the minimap very briefly, you'll notice that here in the mid lane, here on the top side, here on the bot side, they have full control from XL. They're trying to split Astralis up as much as possible so that they can try and divide and conquer, because in a front-to-back team fight, they're not going to be able to win. But Astralis find a window, and you need to keep your eyes on Xerxes. The moment that Nuktuk separates from this bot lane, that is why Xerxes sees this window to engage, and they're able to immediately get this pick onto the bot side of the map. But the play doesn't end here, because after getting this kill, you would think that, okay, XL, they just need to disengage, they need to retreat, they need to reset by some time. But Astralis don't give them the opportunity. Look, they go all in onto Finn towards the bot side of the map. They say, hey, if we get this pick, the death timer is going to be big enough that we can actually convert this into a Baron. And I want you to keep your eyes on this part of the map right here, because watch the moment that he dies, what this death timer is going to be. 64 seconds. He is out of the fight. Well, not just yet, because he's still sitting in his GA, but the second that he dies now, 64 seconds is on the clock, and Astralis use that window to immediately rush towards the Baron. This team recognizes the position they're in, they recognize what they have to do, and look at this play. From Fog of War, Patrick doesn't see the engage coming out from Jonghoon. Astralis, rather than choosing to reset, they go all in on the commitment, and they're able to find a successful pick, which they immediately convert into the win. It was great to see from Astralis. They recognized their position, they knew what to do with their comp, and it was great to see. Astralis need to keep this momentum going if they want to stand a chance of qualifying to playoffs. So before we get into picks and bans, let's listen into Astralis' voice comms and celebrations as they close out their massive comeback win.
Yeah, we try inhib.
Okay, we ending try. What do you think?
Can we try actually?
Yes, try. Yeah, try. Yes, try.
Okay.
Yes.
I'm on it.
Yeah.
Just hit.
Five. Okay.
Just hit. Okay. Just hit.
I am able to. Yeah.
Okay. No, you're this under.
No, pick up her.
Yeah.
Well.
Oh,
you did it. Yes,
yeah. I think it's not bad.
Fight. Look. Kalista. Sandra. We did Sandra.
Here.
Good job.
Obviously great to hear Astralis celebrating their win yesterday, and what a hard-fought win it was for them. Very tricky. Today they play up against the Mad Lions, who had a slightly easier win yesterday.
I think it was a slow win from Matt until it wasn't. 1 kill up until 17 minutes. Then it just kind of took off.
Yep.
Where on the opposite end of the spectrum, it was also a slow game for Astralis to the point where they fell quite far behind, but still managed to come back. And one of the reasons I think they managed to come back quite often is the fact that I actually think Astralis is really good drafting that set their players up in a way where they don't always have to be performing at a level some players would have to in more difficult drafts, and allowed themselves to have a little more mistakes, to play the game a little more on easy mode at times. Like we saw the Ashe Seraphine with the Yone, unfortunately it didn't work out, but I thought it was very intelligent the way it was carried out. Also, yesterday, with the Ashe into the Kalista, it was something I was like, well, why haven't teams done this yet? They do it yesterday. I think they're very innovative and creative with different stylistics, except for Chachi on the top lane, who's usually put on an on.
Yeah, just on. But and also, Astralis on time into their seats. Mad Lions taking their time, getting ready. They're doing their little chants backstage. Currently only have 3 of 5 players. We'll get there, guys. I promise you.
Yeah, no need to rush.
Yeah,
don't worry.
It's not like everyone's waiting for you. Chat's just spamming casters start game when really it's Mad Lions
They should start asking the players. I think it's Kaiser or something. He could press the start button.
Game, please. Matt giving us a wave as well. Obviously, we want the players to be as set up and ready as they can. We're just joking around a little bit as we get ready for draft today. So let's talk about this from Astralis' perspective. Because even though they did pick up a win yesterday, they're still sitting, middle of the pack. I think a lot of people look at them as having overperformed compared to expectations at 4-4. What would you do? Because you used to coach a team, right? What would you do
back in the day
in Astralis' situation? We'll find out in the draft, because we are going to get ready for it now. Mad Lions taking their seats.
Short answer.
Astralis are taking theirs. What would you do?
Win.
Good one. Just win the draft.
Easy. Pick a few champions.
Pick the good ones.
Pick the good champions, yes.
So what are the good champions? Well, so far we've seen Yuumi highly prioritized in the ban phase. Things like the Sylas, the Ornn, immediately removed by Mad Lions. They know where Vizicachi's bread is buttered. There's the Yuumi taken away. So I'm actually really looking forward to the support matchup. I think Jonghoon and Kaiser, 2 of our best supports in the league. Not the best supports in the league, but definitely up near the top. And it's great to see the proactivity of Kaiser versus the madness at times of Jonghoon.
That's the thing, because there's not really one word that kind of encapsulates what Astralis is currently. I think they're flexible. The word would be flexible then.
Yeah.
As they are able to just, come out with a Pyke at times, come out with the Ashe Seraphine lane, or Seraphine gets banned by Astralis himself, here just taking away a lot of the chances from Kaiser. Kaiser, though, on the other end of the spectrum, does not mind on being a lot on the heavy engagers, but this also means that there's still a lot of those champions you talk about open up and available. The fact that there's still a Wukong that we know Cersei prioritizes, the fact that no AD carries has been banned, which we usually see with the likes of Kalista as well, that Unforgiven has played in the past too, and created quite a bit of space. And I think Mad Lions on blue side, instead of banning what's meta, they're more taking, well, it is of course meta, but it's also at the same time a lot of comfort from Astralis. The fact that Vizicachi can't just slam the on right now, and the fact that you ban Sylas here could mean that you're looking for control mage for Niski in the mid lane as well, in the likes of a or maybe even the Corki.
I'll have to have a look to see exactly where Mad Lions go with their first pick. There's the Gangplank bank to round things out. Gnar prio as well is something we did see yesterday a lot. And it looks like that's where Armut and Mad Lions are going. Gnar first pick, immediately Vizicachi going for the Camille. Now, Camille into Gnar is a well-known counter matchup, one we have seen a lot in the past, but I don't think Chachi is the player I would look to and say, oh yeah, he's immediately going to pick
He
the Camille.
has the lowest power percentage of any of our top laners in the league, which means that he's quite often standing under his own turrets. Now, reason for that as well is because he's playing the likes of Ornn. He's playing a role where he's not getting resources. That also means that we're going to be seeing a new kind of Astralis playstyle. At least we can presume that with the availability now of conveying a side lane win condition in the Camille. And what's really important when you're playing for a top side with Camille is that you have mid lane priority. You don't just want to have your jungler coming up there, gang. You want your mid laner with them as well to create the man advantage, so one jungler of the enemy is not enough to equalize the man advantage.
So you definitely want to be looking for something that can push out the waves in the mid lane relatively quickly. Lissandra does that. Orianna does it too, but kind of needs a little bit more mana, more AP behind her before she can. It's going to be Orianna into Liss in the mid lane. Both bot lanes yet to be picked. Wonder if Astralis will look to close in that support pool just a little bit more, because support counter pick is what you expect here. Usually you know, pick AD on 4 and then save Jonghyun something where he can be impactful on the map.
And as of right now, even just like if you want to be creative or you want to kind of theorize as well, I mean, even last pick Poppy support into the likes of an Arn, into the likes of Lee Sin in the right circumstances could work. But for Astralis, when they're banning away AD carries here, they're also banning away their own champions. And the same goes for Mad Lions, where they're banning away either AD carry or support, they're diminishing their own champion pool too. So it's about being clever as well, about knowing that I know you want to play this, but I also need to leave enough open for myself to pick some of the strong champions.
So what do we expect from these AD carries? Well, Zeri's still on the cards for Mad Lions, Xayah as well for Kobbe. Wouldn't be surprised if we see Unforgiven go towards that Zeri. Astralis will look for something where Kobbe can be safe if Jonghyun wants to roam around on the map, or where they can really threaten Unforgiven and Kai'Sa down towards that bottom side.
They could look to continue with early aggression, banning away the likes of Kalista here as well. Kalista doesn't fare too well into Orianna on the trundle with the pillar, but it's still something we know. Unforgiven to play. Even Ezreal, if you want to play up towards the top side from Mad Lions, could be a ban. Now realizing that there is a Camille into the now matchup. Draven, once again, speaking of aggressive laning phase, could also mean that Astralis themselves is looking for Kalista here.
Man, that felt like a real big Zeri bait to me. I feel like it's like, okay, we'll ban the Lucian, we'll ban the Draven. You've only played Zeri 5 times this split, Unforgiven. Maybe you'll go for it once again. Obviously, it looks like we've had perhaps an issue with the champion select, maybe with one of the bans, as it's not on our screens right now. I do still see Kobbe discussing things with his coaching team, so we'll see where they decide to lock it in. Obviously, apologies that we don't have the champ select on screen right now, but it looks like it is still underway, and we'll find out as soon as we can what that final ban was and what Kobbe is currently looking at.
It's time to guess. What are we thinking? I'm throwing out either Kalista or Ezreal for Kobbe down towards the bottom lane to play up towards that top side. So I don't know what you're looking at here as well, if you can remember any of it. Oh, it's going to be the Jinx actually, so I wasn't right.
So Zeri was banned out by Mad Lions. The Xayah was already banned by Mad as well. They banned Xayah, Zeri, and now Draven, Lucian banned for Astralis, means that Kobbe goes for the Jinx. Unforgiven is going to have to look way down his champion pool. Kalista, a possibility. I don't believe that was banned in phase 1. We'll see where Unforgiven does go. Samira Rell. Samira Rell.
Well, that's a Noxus bot lane combo. If I've ever seen one, might be the only Noxus bot lane combo you can get out here. Unless you want to throw in a Swain, of course, but from the AD carry support spectrum, not all too terrible. I think there's not so much CC stopping a Rel from moving forward. Of course, you will have that pillar, but that's going to be very crucial for Cersei to time that. And if you lock into Tahm Kench, yes, you have the extra survivability for your AD carry when they dive in, especially when you have Niski on Lissandra to get rid of any CC, but there's nothing stopping him in the laning phase, and that could actually be a very scary lane for the Astralis bot lane to play against.
It really can. The threat with Rel and Samira, if Rel gets a knock up, Samira obviously can keep them locked up for a couple of extra seconds with her passive, then dashing in, doing a lot of damage. You get your style points on, you spin, spin, spin. It can be very difficult for Astralis to navigate this. Feels like Mad Lions have gone for the more aggressive early game lane, where Astralis are looking to scale up towards later game fights.
Yeah, I mean, Astralis team composition looking like spring really here, coming through with the Jinx and Aphelios meta we have, with everything that's built around it too. And where I really like Mad Lions, usually not the biggest fan of the Lee Sin, because there's so much that stops mobility, that stops Lee Sin from being the champion he is. There's not too much here, and you're in a position where you can just kick Tahm Kench when he's eating an ally, or just Tahm Kench himself, one-shot him immediately with the CC followed up by Niski, or the Naswell into the Naba. I think LDOA gets a lot of flexibility in this draft, and that's exactly where he wants to be. It's his comfort zone on the champion.
And Lions bringing some things out of the bottom of the bag here with the Samira and the Rel. I think a lot of people look at Rel as underpowered overpowered at the moment. Obviously used in pro play, the Magnet Storm, that ultimate is very strong when used correctly. And that's why she's not that good in solo queue, because she can't coordinate as well. But we'll see if Mad Lions can bring her to the fore this game as they take on Astralis. Let's get down and dirty with it. Mad Lions, probably one of the best early game teams we've actually had in the LEC so far in summer. Topping the charts in a lot of the different numbers, and we'll see if they can continue their early game dominance here. We talked a little bit about how using mid lane priority to get towards the top side, but I feel with the bot lanes that we've had picked, my expectation is more that Mad will want to play towards that bottom side of the map.
And also it's quite equal between, I'm actually not 100% sure how it goes with Lissandra and Orianna. I think Lissandra should be able to get a little push in the early game, but we'll actually see. And a way that I think I do want to talk about, though, is actually the Rel. You see, I was a little bit of a Rel connoisseur when that champion was released.
I think we all were. She was so fun.
Actually, I thought she was incredibly clunky when she came out and incredibly annoying to play. But I think a lot of, like, when you realize how you actually become aggressive with it in lane, it's super fun to play. The fact that you don't want to be using the actual knockdown from your W. You want to use the mount up instead, so you get that extra mobility. And specifically when you're playing against an immobile carry, like a Jinx, and Tahm Kench doesn't really supply the same kind of defensiveness he did in the past, but enough about that. Astralis on the invade, looking to pro active in the early game.
Late invade from Astralis. Jonghyun does get the tongue lash onto Elioya. Q is an execute here. QQ smite. Elioya gets it, flashes away from Astralis. Kaiser look for the knockup as well, but Elioya with the first objective of the game. You can see Nisqy working his way down here as well, but Xerxes will just be able to walk back towards his blue buff.
Very scary situation for Astralis as well. Now they have no flash on Cersei, on Jonghyun, where, you know, his only smite being punished by Elioya. That's not going to matter at all whatsoever. And now he's just looking to equalize this. He knows Cersei's on the bot side. He knows he's going to be slow with the clear, and Cersei even started up with the Grump, I do believe. It's that or dual camping, but either way, he's going to be a little bit late. No, there you have it, Grump. So a lot of his jungle is going to be taken away, and I don't know if he's going to be in a position to cross-map due to the fact that Jonghyun is vulnerable, and that could give priority over to Unforgiven and Kaiser.
Yeah, no sweep on Xerxes here means he will be spotted on this ward. Elioya going the long way around, only took away the Razor Beaks. Chachi's going to spot him, has hit level 2. Elioya does still have the flash as well, goes in with the Sonic Wave, and Visit Chachi sacrifices a little bit of his life bar to try and secure these Krugs for Xerxes.
And speaking of sacrifices as well, Cersei has to hover topside, because Vizichachi is in danger of getting doped on a stack wave being pushed in by Armut. That means he still haven't taken his blue buff, still haven't taken his own wolves, and Elioya now with the mid lane priority of Nisqy is going to be stealing away the red buff. We've seen Mad Lions do this maneuver so many times, and they're successful with it once again.
Yeah, huge for Mad Lions. Elioya gets both the red buffs, steals away a camp as well, and Xerxes just has to make the long walk back towards the bottom side of the map to make sure he can get his blue. Mad Lions have a sizable lead already, about 300 gold ahead, and Elioya still has basically all of his camps left to take.
So right now, even then, Jonghyun is actually leashing the Scuttle Crab as well, making sure that Cersei can get a position where he can actually pick that up, and yeah, there, it does get taken down. So a lot of intricate movement around the map that kind of makes you a little more creative in the way you're actually pathing here. Cersei is going to be back to kind of normal pathing, but the crucial thing for both junglers really is that their cam respawn timers are going to be quite scuffed. Even Elioya on the top side of the map has not taken Gromp, has not taken blue buff, and Wolves are still going to remain level 1 as well.
We'll see how they do on their second clear. Xerxes about to complete his first. As he takes those Wolves, will probably just look for a reset. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Dayor and Nisqy have been trading pretty consistently across the last few minutes. Nisqy using the Glacial Path there just to gain prio in the lane, push out those waves a bit quicker. He can now use this to reset, or even, you know, he could have gone and placed a ward at the Razor Beaks or something if he wanted.
One of the things to highlight with that is also the fact that Nisqy's gone for the minion DMAT instead, whereas Dayor does not have that in runes, and that actually gives you quite a bit in terms of mid lane priority, especially in the early lanes. You sap the cannon, well, all of a sudden, big cannon advantage. Going to take a while for Dayor to shut them down. Lots of ability, mana is going to be wasted on it, and Nisqy's automatically going to get the priority. So it puts you in a position, if you want to answer, you have to take the same rune. Dayor has not, and because of that, you lose priority a little bit. That allows Nisqy to now move around the map. I think he's going to get a ward on the Scuttles as well, continuing the intel on Cersei.
Yeah, places that ward, makes sure that he knows that Xerxes is up towards his top side of the jungle. bot lane has been actually a little bit more quiet, but because of that early jungle pathing, everyone's a little scuffed in terms of where they're moving on the map, as you say. Mad Lions will be happy enough with this start, though, and of course, the course of Summer, they've had some pretty good starts. You know, second in the lead for gold difference at 14, high kills to death ratio at 14 minutes as well. Very good at controlling Drakes, but now with Vizicachi TPing up towards the top side, you can see Nisqy using his prio once again to get up here. He is spotted on a ward. Xerxes is on his Krugs as well, able to smite down that first one. It's going to be a bit of a difficult dive, but there's 7 minions here, or 8 minions that could just die to the turret. Nisqy tries to catch the wave. Once again, uses that DMAT to clear out the cannon minion. I think that's all that's going to happen here. Chachi was forced away from a little bit of his wave. Good pillar going out. Elioya able to dash away, though, and Chachi should be able to farm most of these underneath the tower. Armor has just hit 6, though, as has Nisqy, making it a little bit difficult for Astralis to take this. Flash forward.
Oh, there he goes!
So, what we've learned is with the Gnar coming in, Xerxes very low, stunned up, locked against the wall. Nothing that he can do in that situation. I think Astralis kind of expected what we did, that Mad Lions would just back away after that Frozen Tune didn't connect.
Vizicachi's been starved of so many resources now. He wants to go back. This might be a little bit of a mistake, buddy.
He's like 3 minions from 6. You can see that purple bar next to his champion icon off towards the side. He's trying to get there, but he just can't. Nisqy's tanking up the tower. No minions are dying, and only Chachi will fall. Elioya flashes away. 2 plates to the good. Mad Lions with dominant play on the top lane.
And Vizicachi just too stubborn, did not want to lose the wave. He even used a hook shot to get back into it. Just solidifying his own death, really. Unfortunate circumstances, but Matt, once again, mid lane priority, the punish on it. There's a big wave pushing in, but I think Nisqy is going to be able to collect on it. And once again, the proactivity to just immediately flash on it is not going to work out. But it comes into this position where it feels like Astralis is in a position they can just go back, pick up the waves. That's not the case. Armored still with the Mega Gnar. Having the level advantage matters, and you see it in these skirmishes.
Xerxes' flash was about 5 seconds away from coming off cooldown when that play happened. Obviously used it in the level 1, and then Chachi comes back. A couple of minions, probably 3 of this wave away from hitting level 6. It was greedy. We all saw it, and Elioya was able to get away, but Chachi had no TP, wouldn't have been able to get back to his tower very quickly. Because of his greed, he is now 1,000 gold in the hole to Armored Gnar.
It's one of those things where it feels back losing it initially, but then you die and you lose even more, and now it's even worse than you initially thought. So definitely not a good situation, specifically not when you pick this Camille into Gnar lane, where you often want to be the one up there punishing. But I think, once again, having mid lane priority for this is essential. You see it again, Nisqy moving up, no vision around, still a point of attack on Vizicachi, no flash. Even if he gets out alive now, he's going to be losing another wave, and Mad Lion's going to be happy about that. So I say,
I'll spot Elioya here. Elioya just keeps him away from the Razor Beaks for the moment, but the synergy between Elioya and Nisqy is like push wave, go, push wave, go. And we wondered a little bit about the Orianna into Lissandra matchup, where we can say definitely in the early stages, Lissandra is getting the push here, Nisqy is getting the push. It makes it so hard for Xerxes to do anything, because on cooldown, his camps are being taken. Now the red buff is forfeit, now the Krugs are forfeit, and Xerxes pinging the dragon like, well, I guess I can get this at least, but we're going to lose so much pressure on the top side of the map. Chachi has to back away. This will be the 3rd plate in the top lane by the 8-minute mark. It is just a shellacking by Mad Lions.
If he was playing, you know, Sejuani or Dion right now, I'd be like, yeah, this is a decent cross map for Vici. He's got low econ build, but no, you're playing Camille. You want the Divine Sundra. You're relying on getting to the 2-item power spike, where you kind of start outscaling your opponent. You're going to be quite far away from that.
Miles away from it. Elioya did leave the red buff, but he will take the Rift Herald for it. Xerxes, he should get this with a chomp. Yeah, he's fine. Didn't have the smite, does now finally get to level 6, but
level 8 to level 6, and he continuously loses. There's still a Rift Herald as well. No mid-pro for Deo yet. He's going to be pushing in. Then he can start off a top side. But my god, that is not a nice situation for Vizicachi, but Armor just really displaying. He's back on one of his comfort champions now. Junghood looking.
There's something down towards the bottom side. Unforgiven flashes away.
Here's Deo.
It's okay to survive. Unforgiven and Kaiser do just have to back away from this tower down towards the bottom side. It's still going to get a bit of extra chip damage towards this top lane. So how many plates are going to lose down here? Jinx pretty good at taking tower plates, but with only a Noon Quiver, only going to be able to pick up 3. Elioya looking for something in the mid lane. Does have that Rift Herald, of course. Deo's going to come across from the side. Has that flash.
no cleanse. And Niski does a flash himself, so he can just go on to Immortum immediately.
Flash Frozen Tomb, flash away across the wall, Ring of Frost for the chase. Elyoya looking for the Q. Dale with some fancy feet, touches to the side. Niski, you got no mana, my man. I can hear T1's voice in my headset. No mana for Niski. Dale takes the kill.
Dale outplays it, but it's also a little blunder at the same time. Elyoya does not connect with the Sonic Wave, and no mana on Niski means they are able to pick it up. And that's exactly what you need for Astralis right now. You need something to stabilize. You're 2k behind. Your top lane is slowly but surely being starved up. You need to get into the mid to late game where you have a Jinx to play for. Right now, that's quite far away. So at least picking something up there is still looking good. But for Mad Lions, they still have that Rift Elf. They still have signs of being proactive.
See, Dale realizes this can happen, flashes at the Frozen Tomb. Niski, I think, is a little greedy with the flash chase, although he is tanking the tower, so probably just wanted to get out of range there. And then, because Elyoya misses the Q, Dale knows he is golden to take that kill.
And I think initially it's nice getting the flash, but after that, not going to accumulate too much. Now, Armored probably just finally getting what was inevitable at this point.
Finally, 11 minutes in, and he's taken top tier 1.
The way it's been played out in my head, that top lane turret was already gone, but you're right. 10 minutes into the game, getting the first turret without using the Rift Herald. Incredible stuff, and I also think it's the teamwork from the 3 people you see with the total goal right now. Niski, Elyoya, and Armored.
Yeah,
Great, like, tree man, whatever you want to call it, teamwork coming out.
Oh, incredible. The top mid jungle synergy is absolutely on point for them. You can see Vizicachi sitting down there, 7th place. 8th place, in fact. There are 10 players on Summoner's Rift. Yeah, and not doing too well. He's only 400 gold ahead of the supports right now.
That is quite tragic. Not a situation you're looking for. Now with the Rift Herald, mid lane is kind of low. Not sure if they can pick it up here. It's usually 2 plates getting taken down here, so it is going to survive the turret for now, but it's extra plating, and when the turret plating finally falls down, it will just be easy pickings coming back and taking care of it, and enabling the rest of the map, of course.
There's a ton of just standing gold that Mad Lions have been able to secure in this early game, and for Astralis, it's looking very dire, very early in this matchup. Mad Lions continue to go from strength to strength. They have had a few hiccups along the way, but now Kobbe, not in the best of shapes. Kaiser has the Magna Storm, flashes forward, lands it. The cleanse doesn't get you away from the knockup, but Kobbe, nowhere for him to go. Mad Lions bot lane finally in the action.
And Jongyu not in a position where he could be there in time to go for the Devourer. Tried to get over the wall with the Abyssal Dive, just Kobbe too overextended. Mad Lions capitalize on it, and great little prediction there for Kaiser as well. Kind of just layering his Magna Storm in a position where even if Kobbe flashed, you're still going to get picked up by it. Now mid lane turret, incredibly low. I don't think there's too much they can do about this situation. It's going to be a nice gold injection going over to the Mad Lions mid laner.
Importantly as well, with Samira's passive, if she auto-attacks someone that's already airborne, she knocks them up. So as much as you can try and get away, you can flash. If the Magnet Storm catches you, it pulls you in. Believe that counts as a mini airborne, then you are knocked up, and then the follow-up knockup comes out, and you saw Kobbe cleansing there like, I can get out of this, but you can't cleanse a knockup. You can cleanse flash out of a knockup, you just can't cleanse a knockup.
And that is, of course, fortunate situation. He would have very much liked that. But I also think, once again, great play coming through from Mad Lions. They realize the windows they have, and they equalize on it. We're 13 minutes into the game, and while we've only had 4 kills, it's still a 5k gold lead coming through from Mad Lions. It was something even against the game they had yesterday. They are so incredibly good at solidifying that gold lead. With Cersei is in the bot lane. He is spotted on a ward, so there's a Drake coming up in 30 seconds. Astralis could look to continue that Drake stacking. Could be a potential win condition in a game where top side of the map has been looking incredible. Dire, Niski ghosted forward. They are no flash.
They are hit with the Frozen Tomb. Elyoya is going to kick him back. The Razorbeak smited, and even with the Shockwave, there's just nowhere for him to go. Niski with his first kill of the game. Unforgiven left alone, down towards this bottom side. Should just back away, doesn't have the flash, but maybe wants to stay around. Kobbe tanks the tower with the zap, and probably going to look for the dive here. Tongue Lash used as well. Xerxes, long way around, not going to be able to join this action, and you can see Kaiser on his way down, Niski as well. Elyoya here to follow Abyssal Voyage. Unforgiven just sidesteps it, so close to getting knocked up by that, and now Kaiser and Elyoya on the chase. No flash on the Kaiser, but Elyoya lands at the Sonic Wave, knocked back. Super Mega Death Rocket, not quite enough. Infernal Trigger as Unforgiven looks for one, takes one. TP's coming in. Double from Astralis. He looks to try and turn around this play. Vizicachi diving forward onto Niski, lands it. Hexagon made a great Abyssal Voyage in from Jonghoon. The Unforgiven looks to turn it around once again. Kaiser and Armut stepping forward. No Mega Gnar yet for that mini form And it means that it will end up being just a 2-for-2.
But a 2-for-2 in Astralis situation is definitely not bad when they're as far behind as they are, but it's still tempo advantage from Alliance. They have to help us to stay around, and now they're looking at the bot lane turret.
No shockwave for Deo, no real wave clip. They can't get close enough either. Kaiser always a threat. You can dive in, do quite a lot of work. It will be all 3 tier 1 towers down by the 15-minute mark here for Mad Lions. They may make a lie out of me. Nope, did it with 1 second to spare. It has been an early game domination for Mad. 7,000 gold ahead. You get to 15 minutes and you see objective bounties are available soon. That's not a good look for Astralis.
Oh, definitely not. And now with the map state that Mad Lions had on the bot side of the map, they got off this team fight. They are taking Drake themselves while Astralis will be taking top side. But have a look at it once again. No kick for Yoya. He tries to get into a situation where they can just blow up Junghyun immediately. Unforgiven very slow with the W, so the ultimate from Kabe doesn't actually get stopped or sucked up into it. And then very late teleport from Armut as well, which kind of allows them to capitalize on the man advantage they have and trade even from the side of Astralis. But once again, the HP difference that they have is just enough for them that they can stick around and then solidifies the objective they get afterwards.
Bit of an HP difference, bit of a wallet difference as well there, I think, between Astralis and Mad. And Goldberger have been fed a fancy stat. The largest gold lead at 14 minutes in a single game this season was 2.2k between Broken Blade and Vizichachi. That record has been broken in this game. Armut had 2.8k against Vizichachi this game.
When it's against Vizichachi that they're building these records high, the active bounties are live. Niski doing the best to stop them. Getting quite low, but does still have that frozen tomb if it was going to become needed. Even on the top side of the map, Astralis was actually able to cross my bonnet when Mad Lions did that earlier, Cloud Drake, and they have now just positioned themselves on the top side with Yoya, picking up the Rift Herald for themselves that they can pretty much just use in a side lane now. You don't have to use it in the mid lane. It's already almost full cleared in. Of course, 600 gold for the side lane too. It's quite nice to pick up.
Yeah, it's a little chunk, you know, a chunk of change for you to pick up. I will say, one issue that could arise for this Mad Lions comp is they're not the longest range of comps. They don't have someone that can really siege a tower too easily. They do have great dive, and they do have good picks. So my expectation is they will dive and they will find picks and they'll be able to close out the game. But if Astralis are able to stall, it will be hard for Mad to crack at least the inhibitor line.
Oh yeah, you're completely right about that. But the problem is for Astralis that if they were even at the gold or maybe just 2k behind, that, of course, would be way easier, and probably the scenario you're building up as well. But as you said yourself, Mad Lions have a lot of dive potential, and I think when you are this far ahead, you can't just ignore the turrets. And I think that's the big worry for Astralis. They haven't found any way to stabilize. Not even the bot lane turret has fallen yet, despite them pushing in the Mad Lions bot lane, despite Carpet trying to take some action down there.
If that was going to be put down towards that bottom side, Armut pushing in as well, does have the demolishing. You see, it doesn't really matter for Mad. They're very happy just to charge forward and take 2 tier 2s simultaneously.
But will I finally get my second charge?
Oh,
that is the very big question.
We don't see it, so no.
Oh, well.
Oh,
no. No. No.
Deo?
No.
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 Oh.
No. Even I knew. I wanted it, but I knew it was not going to be a thing. And I think as well, completely lost it there. Yeah, the fact that
I just said for like 3 seconds.
I think one of the big things as well was the fact that even when they were playing up towards the top side, you know, they're not able to match it, and then they tried to do it towards the bottom side, not able to break that turret open, not able to get Copy in a comfortable lead. He's probably even going to be behind the gold curve as well. Unforgiven going to be picking up the 2 items support. Copy will himself, you can even see it just on the HUD as well. 3k lead for Na, right? 1.4 for Niski. And of course, just 1 for Unforgiven. All this will matter, specifically moving forward into a Mountain Soul as well. Mountain Souls are actually quite good in the early game. I think they've been underrated a little bit because before the enemy has had time to really build the penetration, having just those extra few percentages actually matters quite a lot, and it's super annoying to play against. So Astralis definitely not in a good position, and Mad Lions in a position where they're just slowly but surely taking control of the map like they had Baron at the moment. Like, it just feels like it. They're playing on 2 lanes, they're shoving in towards the inhibitor turrets, and they're just taking everything away from Astralis.
And Chachi is just constantly catching waves up towards that top side, trying to get himself back in a position where he can be an influence in this game, sitting about 5,500 gold, only 1,000 ahead of Kaiser in the support role. Mad Lions continue just to push Astralis back, and a problem for Astralis is at this point your jungle is no longer yours. It's owned by Mad Lions, which is another revenue stream that you lose out of. You know, that's your side hustle for your jungler, and they're like, oh, can't sell NFTs anymore. I guess I'm just going to have to sit in the base.
Not only that, it's also just the fact that, you know, AD carries quite like stealing away those
Very true.
those camps as well, just to get an extra lead there as well for your solo lane as all your other AD carries, of course. And now, once again, playing on 2 lanes. No need to go down towards the bottom lane. The wave has already been pushed in by Mad Lions. That allows themselves to move the mid lane in, then move Nisqy up towards the top side of the map. 3 members of Astralis, but it's going to be 3 versus 5.
Mad Lions looking very much like a submarine right now because they're going to dive. Oh, you ruined, Mad Lions, you ruined it because of the TP, double TP from Astralis. That was such a good line as well.
It definitely was. I would have loved when you just got hyped about it, just dove into the dives, but they're going to continue taking away that revenue stream you're talking about, and they can move it down towards the bottom side. Afterwards, the Drake is up. You can take that as an exit objective if you want to. Everything that spawns on the map is for Mad Lions to take. And Astralis, I mean, beggars can't be choosers. They're just waiting for the minion waves to come in. That's the small things they're getting on this map. They're getting what Mad Lions allow them to get.
They get 18 minions, well, a little bit more than that. Say 21 minions every 30 seconds, plus maybe the Krug camp. Mad Lions get everything else.
We've seen Astralis in a similar position before.
Yeah. So we often...
And we've seen Mad Lions in a similar position before.
We often do this, Goldberg. Often when you're in this situation as a caster, you're like, okay, game's over, guys. We all know it. You at home, you're like, yeah, the game's over. Mad Lions should win from this position. And often we go, okay, in our heads at least. This is what I do. I'm like, okay, how do Astralis come back? How can I inject some hope into this game? Now, I'm going to say, let's not inject any hope. Wow. Astralis, maybe they come back. But until they show any semblance of a team fight that works for them, I'm just going to assume Mad Lions are going to win this game.
Okay, fair enough, and that's fair.
You can do the Astralis side if you want.
No, that was really... So I was just really saying, we've seen Mad Lions with gold leads before.
I mean, that's true.
And we've seen Astralis with gold ever since before.
Yeah,
and you take away, and I stopped the point there.
Okay.
You take away what you want with that.
Sure. It's a good point.
Thank you. What do you take away from it?
I take away that Mad Lions are setting up vision around this Baron right now. That they control the jungle. Xerxes will get his Razor Beams. Huge for the jungle.
Very huge. And I think it's also just the fact that Mad Lions, once again, they've won the game already. So they just have everything they can have right now. They're just going to shove in the lanes because they've won already. Move Astralis all the way back into their base because that's all they can do. They can only turtle. They're just waiting for the opponent to make a mistake. So Mad Lions, of course, on the victory road. Once again, is going to be pushing in the mid lane. We saw it just before. They're going to be looking for a dive. Jonghyun coming in with a 2-man knockup, though.
Abyssal Voyage coming in. Nisqy's going to pop Frozen Tomb onto Deo, but Deo's still alive, and Yoyo not there. And the sign of life has come alive for Astralis. Mad Lions. We've seen them in a gold lead before, but perhaps Astralis are just too strong. The Infernal Trigger, though, from Unforgiven on the backline. He's going to fall as well. No way! No way do you do this, Astralis! The Abyssal Voyage from Jonghyun was enough to stop the advancing Mad Lions horde. And Astralis find an ace in the top lane.
Medic, you are an unbeliever! And I show you what the boys in red can do. It's 2 to stars. They hit the moon, and now they pick up the Baron. They still have the objective bounties. They find the fight, and there is hope. Rebellion is a build of hope. Teleport coming in from Nisqy. How much can he actually do about the situation?
He can steal away a smite, but the bounty secured, the Baron secured. Nisqy now on the wrong side of dodge. Astralis shouldn't really fight this. Astralis now back to within 6,000 gold. They have the Baron buff. And I say, Goldberg, I doubted, but the Pulsar too strong today, it seems.
I had hot dog for lunch today, and maybe Astralis as well. You can see it with Jonghyun. Starting up with a 2-man knockup, it's great, and they use so much to try and get into the backline on Dale, but it's counted out to perfection, and it's also Mad Lions in a position where they're so split. Unforgiven, Armored, and Kaiser only join when it's way too late. Elyoya and Nisqy has excellent synergy. Maybe in this fight, too good of a synergy where they feel like they didn't need the rest of their team. When that happened, Astralis, they pick up the kills, and we know how the rest of the story goes. They pick up Kaiser, they get Baron, and Medic. We've got a game.
We've got a game on our hands, Goldberg. What a game it could turn out to be. Astralis looking for their second big comeback of the weekend. Now 2.5 items complete on Kobe. Deo in a strong position as well.
They're still 5k behind.
They are still 5k behind, but
They're no longer winning.
There's two minds here, right?
Okay.
There's the, as Mad Lions, do you try and make the same play again because you know it can work?
Yeah.
And as Astralis, do you stay proactive and try and get a bit more gold for your pocket? Or do you just turtle again and say, Mad Lions, they'll overstep, they'll make a mistake?
I think this bite them extra time. I think they just turtle again. I think the one talking point we had before with your brilliant point about the dive potential there is as well. I think Mad Lions had that. They failed on it by only diving with 2 people while the rest of the members were not in a position. And now Astralis is feeling a bit more, at least safe, that it won't happen again, that they are able to fight back with a lot of the gold they finally got back. You can even see it. Beforehand, everyone was ahead. Now Dale has actually gotten a gold lead against Niski, and Cobbase, who was initially 1k behind, only 200 now.
Yeah. And the gold lead for Armor is, it's still sizable, but it's not as impactful. If Chachi can get to 2 items, at least he can do something on this Camille. He can get to that backline. He can try and isolate someone in a fight. And Astralis bounties have fallen off, but they will take their 2nd tower of the game. The Baron netting them about 3,000 gold in total. Elyoya perhaps looking for something here. Niski, no TP, and he's down towards the bottom side. Chachi has a TP of his own. Astralis might continue to push in. Is it an overstep? Is it an overstay? It's not. The tier 2 tower will fall. Niski backs to join his team. That's a bit more gold infused into the Astralis faithful.
And that's even better what we talked about. No need to turtle. You got a stack wave on the top side. You just push in as 4.
They're going Dragon. They're going to push in with the Baron. They've still got 20 seconds on this. Mad Lions invest so many people into going over to this Dragon. This
and they're
could
going
just
to have to reroll now. You can already see it now. It's so stressful as well. They realize it's a mistake, but it's already too late. There you have it. Good spot, Medic. They lose the inhibitor turret. And soon to fall just inhibitor like that. Astralis, they back out, go in immediately, and they cheat Mad Lions on the map.
That's huge for Astralis. That inhibitor down for the next 5 minutes. Baron will be up for a portion of that at least. The 3rd Dragon of the game taken from Mad. Great. You are close to Mountain Soul. You have 12% extra armor and magic resist from those 2 Mountain Drakes you picked up, but now you are dealing with an inhibitor that will be down for a minute and a half while the Baron has been spawned. You're dealing with super minions in that top lane. And Astralis, once again, we said that Mad Lions needed to make a mistake for them to get back into the game. They made that mistake. Astralis jumped on it. Now Mad Lions make another mistake going for the Dragon. And you could just say that was actually just proactivity from Astralis, because the Dragon is probably the right call for Mad. They see Astralis take 2 towers. They're like, okay, they're going to back off. There's only 20 seconds left on the Baron. And Astralis just wait in the darkness and then sneak back in.
Gotta say it in Danish, bad luck never comes alone. So it's building up for Mad Lions here as well, one after the other. Now, not having to play on that top side, as you mentioned, they can play 2 lanes. They can even put Vizichachi down towards the bottom side, but looks like they're going to accelerate the pressure. They're going to put him on top side. Don't think that's what you're really looking for. I think you want to play towards the bot side and just let the super minions do it by themselves. And I think Vizichachi realizing as well, all right, making my way down towards the right side of the map now.
I feel like this game is it starts with success.
Really, yeah, I honestly, I see that.
I feel
and I appreciate the fact that it happened. Now, Junghoon?
Abyssal Voyage in by Junghoon, just trying to keep control of this control ward. It did fall, Niski was able to take it, but he had to use the Glacial Path to get out. Xerxes now stepping forward, no sweeper on him. Knight's Vow, double actually. One from Xerxes and one from Junghoon. I assume, yep, you can see Daeor's being protected by Xerxes, and Junghoon is protecting Kobbe in these fights. They know where their bread is buttered. They know who their carries are. If they can keep them alive, stop some of that dive potential coming out from Mad Lions, Jinx and Orianna do a lot of work when it comes to later game team fights.
And I think this is so pivotal, the fact that they no longer have Baron empowered minions, but it's still Astralis pushing forward. It's still them taking control of the map, playing on 2 lanes. Now, they're going to be a little bit split here. This is where the map becomes a little difficult for Astralis, because they're not just playing team fight. They got opportunities where someone can catch them off guard. And they have Niski with Delisandro, who could isolate one immediately. Kai'Sa as well, posturing a little bit for it.
So Armit just went to the mini, dealing with super minions off towards the top side. Unforgiven's going to have to flash away. The fact that Armit is the one that has to match that wave when he was the one with the huge gold lead is big for Astralis, because there's no TP on Niski, so Armit has to be there catching those super minions, and that gives Astralis just that little bit more safety. They know that actually net, they're even on gold with Mad Lions if Armit isn't in that fight.
Kobbe just Gale Force, so that's going to be down for a potential team fight. Not what you'd like to see, but Vizichachi still speaking of that pressure, pushing in the mid lane. Niski just zoning out with the claw here, forcing Astralis a bit back. 15 seconds for that Baron to buff. Wouldn't surprise me if Astralis is just going to push in the bot lane, relocate their resources up towards the top side of the map, and keep that as a pressure point instead. There's still 2 minutes for the Mountain Drake to spawn. That, of course, Mad Lions would love to have, but it still seems so far away, everything considered.
It's the switch and sweep here from Astralis. Push out the bottom lane, switch towards the top side, sweep out any vision that Mad Lions could have gained. But because also you kept Mad Lions on the bottom side of the map for so long, you know that they likely have no wards off towards this top side. Kaiser will step in now and try and get some, but he's not getting any deep wards in your jungle.
And also just for the dive we were talking about, look at the itemization coming through from Junghyun and Cersei. They both opted in for a Knight's Vow.
Yeah.
One probably going on Copper, the other on Dale. They're just literally there to tank up for their carries instead, to make sure they can take as much damage and then come in with the return. Shockwave, level 16, soon for Dale. That's a pivotal point for Astralis.
A mistake we do see from teams nearer the bottom of the standings or teams that don't often get to this sort of situation is Baron setup. They don't get the deep vision in, they get flanked, they don't make sure they know exactly where their opposition is coming from. And you can see Astralis, they have one ward in this bush, but they don't have any deep vision. They haven't walked up as a team. They are going to start up the Baron. Vizicachi is in the mid lane, but Mad Lions have free path in here because there's no vision coming out from Astralis. They'll back away from the Baron now. Mad Lions distract them for it for the moment. Super Minions not even pushing in the top lane as of yet. You can see they're on their way there, but with only one Super Minion and the inhibitor respawning soon, that wave isn't going to push in too fast.
And crucially as well, I think Elyoya could be a big difference maker here. Yeah. Might look onto Daya. He's in great position to find him.
Kaiser goes in, the Magnus Storm, Dale kick back, the frozen tomb is perfect for Mad Lions. Astralis bitten by the vision bug once again. Hex Golden Maiden for Vizicachi. He's going to have to jump away. Elyoya, flash, lands the Sonic Wave. The chase is on. Tempest crippled for the slow. Niski flashes forward with the Ring of Frost. Chachi, where are you going to go? How are you going to get out? No escape for you today. Unforgiven takes the kill. Mad Lions looking for mid. Astralis may go for the base race here. They've got one Super Minion pushing in. Armor on his way back. Recalls started by Astralis.
But at least they fought back Niski. They got back Armored, so there's no way they're realistically just going to move forward. Now at least they can defend the mid lane inhibitor. Ultimate, looking for Elyoya, close, but not close enough. And that should just be the Soul with a perfect setup. But the rest of Astralis, they're coming out here. They can get one pickup in time.
TP is available for Deo as well in 9 seconds. I don't know if they get here quickly enough. Unforgiven will melt through this on the Samira alongside Elyoya. They're pushing out the mid lane instead. Mountain Soul will be forfeit. Astralis. The vision game came back to bite them.
It did.
Elyoya, really good pathing from Elyoya as well as he was able to sweep behind them. Now Armut looking for the Gnar in. Bounties available once again for Astralis. Mountain Soul, of course, or Dragon Souls have a huge impact on those bounties. So although the gold hasn't shifted too much, still only around 6k, that Dragon Soul will have a large influence on that. Jeonhung looking for the Tongue Lash, lands it onto Niski. Mad Lions have reset Elyoya. I don't know if he's actually backed, but he's healed up from his jungle camp, so he'll be fine if a Baron is begun by Astralis.
Objective bounties back for Astralis as well. Not that it's going to matter too much. One team fight, that's all it's going to take for this game to just completely blow over. And they're still farming. You can see I think they're waiting for one specific item for Corby here, looking for the Infinity Edge. Exactly. They're giving him all the camps. Don't know if he's got enough gold right now to finish it up. But that would be pivotal. He's going to sell the Doran's Blade, and that's going to be enough there. 4 items for Corby. That's the big difference maker Astralis needs to have. If they can keep him safe, if they can kite back, that's a win condition. But at the same time for Mad Lions, Elyoya once again just finished up GA. Can just throw his body in there, look for the insect kick without any worries at all. And once again, it's such a potent combi because there's not enough CC stopping him. And you can just kick him straight into the fray of Niski, CCing them up.
Deo does have the stopwatch to try and stop some of that from happening. And obviously the Devour is a possibility as well. Cobby no stopwatch, but if you look on the other side, Armut has one. There's a Zonya's on Niski. Unforgiven has a stopwatch. Kaiser has a stopwatch. Those can be the deciding factor in these late game fights. And Elyoya, oh, they saw the Sonic Wave there. They know he's behind them. And he was clearing out a ward as well, I believe, so they did already have knowledge of his positioning. But Mad Lions advanced their vision line. Vizicachi looking for a flank position here. Armut's building up towards that Mega Knight. Elyoya's gone all the way around.
He's on a ward.
Will be knocked up with the Abyssal Voyage. There's a blast cone there for him. He's devoured. He's brought back. He's looking for the kick. Lands it onto one. GA popped. That's big, but it's not going to be enough. Elyoya able to get away. Super Mega Death Rocket takes him down to about half. Hexagodimation onto Armut. Still no Mega Knight yet for him. Stopwatch once again. Delaying time. There's the Mega. Shockwave brings him back, but it's not enough. Those stopwatches, that GA coming in clutch for Mad Lions.
And you can see Deo needs to go back for the mana. Shockwave, fortunately, very low cooldown at this stage in the game. Astralis need to remain with some members of the map. On Mad Lions, they will just start off the Baron immediately, and they will burst that down. Everyone's so incredibly fat. Everyone's got the items to turn it down. Niski, not on Vision, looking for pick.
Frozen Tomb onto Xerxes. They're looking to take out the jungler, and they will do exactly that. Kaiser low though, and the stopwatch once again saves his life. Smart pickup, smart purchase there. Boris not fooling anyone today. Kaiser keeps himself alive with the stopwatch. Mad Lions turn back towards the Baron, but you just see the difference in vision control between Mad Lions and Astralis on these Baron setups. Mad Lions gained control of the jungle, waited for Astralis to overstep. Astralis started the Baron and allowed Mad Lions into the fight.
It's great pickings for Mad Lions. They're playing around the pick potential so well. Astralis now doing the only thing they can, pick up a few objective bounties while Mad Lions are busy with the Baron.
Super,
no,
mega
there's no way. No, there's no way.
300 HP, that was close up there.
That
it
was
could have been
a closer bang. If Carpet finished that one up, that might have been the play of the split. But for now, Mad Lions back in control with the Baron buff. They get a second chance in this game.
Open inhibitor in the mid lane. Inhibitor towers remain in top and bot for Astralis. They do have the waves pushed in. 2.5 minutes on the Elder. I do remember Mad Lions losing a game earlier this split to an Elder steal. Comp did that with a true shot barrage. But once again, that you have no vision. You
Just
know
pillar
Elioya is
it.
in the pit. You can just pillar it.
And that's the thing, pillar gives you vision. Just pillar the initial play there. Good stopwatch from Kaiser. Unforgiven, also ready with the W if they needed it. But I think it's sloppy in the late game and that cost you. And that's all it comes down to now. One mistake might be what cost you the entire game.
Let's see how close it ends up being. Mad Lions made a couple of mistakes. Astralis have played a bit of NFL themselves and thrown it back to Mad in this game. Still closer than I think we expected it to be, considering
100%.
the early mid-game. Now, it feels like Mad Lions are just going to try and gain control of as many lanes as possible, gain control of this jungle, advance their ward line, keep Astralis on their toes as the Elder Drake spawns in 1:40.
They are close, probably close. Finishing up his Void Staff as well. They're going to be a big buy. Kaiser.
Where's Kobe going here? Abyssal Voyage out. Vizichachi looking for armor. Kobe able to walk out. No Summoner's Burn. In terms of flashes, we have all the flashes.
Mid lane, they can just run down mid lane here. Astralis, they're going to be way too late to it here. Elioya, he can pincer them away. They got a Baron up minion wave. Can't just enter the base now.
Should be the inhibitor force it. See Chachi actually maybe looking for the long way around here. Meganar on its way for armor. Inhibitor falls in the mid lane. Chachi could go in, but decides against it. Just clears out the vision instead.
And 1 minute for that Elder Drake.
I think Chachi's going to go down towards the top lane here and push out this wave a little bit. Trying to get armor to answer, get someone to answer, and then they can both TP into the fight if needed. As you say, 1 minute on the Elder.
And he spotted, yeah, that's going to give them the intel. And, you know, Chachi, he's not going to be expecting it. Why would they have a bluff? Ward at the blue buff, and Elioya.
Stepping in. Mad Lions have a bit of a flank maneuver here. Abyssal Voyage out from Jonghoon. Kobe, you've got to be careful of the Flash Magnet Storm here from Kaiser. It's a possibility, but they don't want to go any further. Vizichachi, though, on the inhibitor. Mad Lions saw it, but they didn't go for it. Baron empowered recoil out of armor. He'll get back. He can build up the Meganar on these minions. Elder up in 20 seconds. Armor will try and keep that Meganar. Oh, he takes it immediately, actually.
Now mid lane. In a position where Astralis can push it in. They can get access afterwards. It's super minions, so you want to be dealing with this one real quick. Move in on the next wave. But you need someone to face check. And even Cersei, when he face check, has been blown up immediately. Chachi, he has that teleport. Same for Narmut. But he just timed out, and now Elder Drake has been spawned off.
10,000 on the Elder. Elioya there. Sonic Wave in. Armor TPing in now. Kick away onto Xerxes. They're looking to take the Elder quickly if they can. 5,000 on it now. Armor going back. The Magnet Storm will stop them in their tracks. Xerxes can't get close enough. He's about. Xerxes goes in, but Elioya smites it away. Elioya secures the Elder, and Vizichachi is nowhere to be seen. Kobe trying to put the damage down, but the Infernal Trigger will mean he dies. Unforgiven with another. Vizichachi looking for the window. No Baron, remember. What can you do, Deo? Can you stop any ports? Can you stop any backs? Can you stop them from getting in? Because the TP is coming in and Deo's looking for it. No way you're going to be able to do this. Recalls have happened, but they stopped one of them.
No way.
Only Niski's coming back with Kaiser. Niski here first. Kaiser here as well. Vizichachi flashing away. Deo needs to get away from that Elder. It's ticking on him. The Evercross will be enough. He'll go down. Hex Ultimatum going out as well. There's nothing Chachi can do. The GA will bring him back. But Mad Lions are on the Nexus towers. Locked up in place. Chachi dies. Astralis try. But Mad Lions will not be stopped. The win was in their eyes from 15 minutes in. It took them another 20, but in the end, Mad Lions reign victorious.
I think we can call that entertaining. And I think it had no business being this entertaining, being this close. It should have been Mad Lions when they played out the early game. But they falter in the mid game, and that allows Astralis to come back. Still though, Mad Lions to remain resilient, and they find a way back, although it came so close, all the way down to a base race. after an Elder fight where Kobe almost find the resets.
So close. The Devour into Spit, into Xerxes getting into the pit as well.
That's just a 50-50.
Yeah.
The game was decided by a coin toss.
Yeah, it really was. For Astralis, obviously, right now it will hurt. Like, that is a painful game to lose, but the comeback yesterday, the comeback today, even if they lost the game, this is so strong from Astralis. They continue to look less like a bottom of the pack team and more like someone that can challenge for playoffs come the end of the split.
Yes, 100%. And I think as well the development we're seeing, as I said earlier in the day, quite often they have been allowed on their better drafts to win some of the games. I think in this position where they barely had any power lanes and they always went up to Chachi in the top side and completely stopped him from playing the game, the fact that they're still able to come back a little bit and play that out, that's great. But you need to fix that early game. It's not enough for Astralis. This game shouldn't have been this close, and for Mad Lions that mid game as well. But good signs of life in the middle of the split from both teams, showing strengths and a few weaknesses.
Yep, as teams tend to do. Your key player of the game votes at LEC on Twitter. Armored, Elioya, and Unforgiven are all your options. That is the widest Niski I've ever seen in my life. A man's cosplaying Whippo out here on the LEC stage. It's impressive.
Yeah, and I think it's difficult even finding out who you want to give it to here. I think Elioya had amazing pickups as well. There's also times where, you know, Ahmed on Denar was so consistent. He was, of course, facilitated in that top side.
I think personally, I'm trying not to do this as much, but I'd give this one to Elioya because I think the reaction to the level 1 invade, into then the jungle pathing, into stealing all those camps. Yes, it's teaming up with Niski, but then it was Elioya and Niski going to top lane that got Armored ahead. Niski's not on the vote. I think Elioya was more impactful, and his flank to kick Dayor into the Frozen Tomb. Elioya, he smurfed, man. He had a great game.
I think that brought it back for Mad Lions. I think that's the breaking point where, you know, Astralis is looking to take everything on the map. One good pickup where it comes down to vision control, something as basic as vision control. And you highlighted as well, it's something where some of the lower-end teams, they struggle to solidify a little bit. For Astralis, it's a good lesson moving forward. And for Mad Lions, brilliant, just, you know, clutch factor coming out from our former champions.
I will say as well, something I didn't know to talk about in the moment is it's very hard for Astralis to step up that much because there's so much pick on the enemy team, right? If you step up and you immediately get Frozen Tombed and you're just locked down, it's like you die. So
even Cersei moving forward, right? Who's going to face that?
Exactly, right? We saw him do it once and he died, right? So it can be a little bit tricky for Astralis in that sort of situation. But we're about to hand it over to Trevor Quickshot Henry, who's standing by with our Nar God himself, Armored.
Thank you very much, Medic. Armored, when you walked up and grabbed the microphone, you took a deep breath. How stressful was the end of that game?
That game was even harder than when we won LEC in the summer, man. It was so hard, actually. Like everything was perfect until we dived on T2. Then our comps were like so chaotic. We didn't know what to do. We didn't play macro. They got Nash. It was fine until some minute. Then end of the Nash, they got like top inhib from top T1 to top inhib. We played so bad, man. Early game was quite good, sorry.
I mean, okay, the first 22 minutes was clean. You guys built up a very big lead. It was like all Mad Lions. Whose fault is it that top lane dive happened?
I don't know. I didn't watch the team fight. Because I was calling Trundle and Niski was calling Orianna. Maybe I should just let him do it because he's the Lissandra. But I saw that Orianna could run away from our engage. So I guess I have better vision than Niski. I mean, it's fine. We just bad dive, I guess.
Bad dive, of course. Yeah. I know the analyst desk will actually break it down, so I want to come back to it in a moment. Before I do, that Elder Dragon fight was very scary. Yeah. Backstage, we were talking about the fact that if Astralis were able to pick it up, maybe they could still win the game. What was it like from your perspective? Because, of course, they were pushing into you in the pits.
It was hell. Because it was so chaotic because some members of our team were saying base, some of them were saying end. And when I see Lissandra versus Vitrell versus Orianna coming in our base and our next is 500 HP or something like that, it was really scary to be honest.
How the hell do you practice for those scenarios?
We don't.
I mean, so then what is the communication like in deciding? Do you go to defend or do you go to push? Do you have much time to talk about that? Or is it just whoever's the loudest?
Probably whoever is the loudest, I guess, in the scenario. I think it was Niski.
Wow, let's zoom out. 2-0 on the weekend, despite some craziness this game.
Yeah.
Mad Lions looking pretty good. How did you use the break week, and how are you feeling now you finished the first round robin?
So first 3 days, we just chilled, because that was 2 weeks until the next game. So we just take some break off. Then after that, we just scrimming permanently every game. And we are looking good. I think our scrims are not going so great. We are getting stumped every game, but it's okay. because it was also like this in the 2021 as well. So it's like comfort zone.
Comfort zone.
Yeah.
Okay, get smashed in scrims, do well on stage.
And the thing is, we gave every team in LEC, like we practice only good teams, like top teams in LEC this week. They all had fake info from us. That's why they keep losing right now.
So there we go, playing psychological warfare as well.
We just did our thing. You know?
I like that, I like that. Okay, we're about to head over to Vedius and Aljoya at the Telestrade. They're going to take a look at that top tier 2 dive that went so wrong. I need you to tell me which of the rest of your team you would blame for having that go so wrong.
You mean right now or after watching?
Yes. Whose fault was it the most? You can say Aljoya because he's there with Vedius.
I think after that fight, I heard Unforgiven saying my bad. So I assume it might be him. I mean, but I have no idea, to be honest. I didn't watch.
Okay, I like that. We're going to break it down. I'm hearing there's a small technical delay. So one quick question now, just before we head over. Armut, Summer's looking really good for you. A lot of fans, a lot of people talking about how Armut is back in terms of dominating and playing well. How would you respond to the fans that think that?
I do think I'm, of course, much better than the last season, but I don't feel myself good enough yet. I will get much better.
Get much better. Okay, one final thing. Would you like to say anything to the crowd here in Berlin after they watch your 2-0 weekend?
Thank you for being here with us. And yes, keep coming next week as well.
Please do. That's amazing. All right, so Vedius Aljoya, you heard it from Armut. He thinks it's Unforgiven's fault, so break it down.
See you.
Quickshot continues to be an instigator. Thank you very much. I have Aljoya with me, and we're going to break down a play that didn't actually go your way. He literally came and said, I don't remember a top tier 2 dive. Well, fortunately, I can remind you. So earlier this week, I talked about how Mad Lions, when they get leads, sometimes they overcommit to plays. So what's the logic here? You see the tier 2 in the top lane. What's the game plan? What are you thinking?
Yeah, so I mean, right now, I think Camille was on bot, right?
Yeah, I can bring up the...
So Camille was on bot, clearly, like she's definitely in bot.
Right.
Also, we knew Jinx was catching the mid wave, so we thought we were 5v3 for a short period of time.
Right.
And we thought we were able to one-shot Orianna. And in a perfect world, we would leave everyone alive without any kind of problem.
Right.
But I think it didn't go that way, kinda, not sure.
So which part exactly is what goes wrong?
So it's everything already wrong.
Yeah,
everything is already wrong.
Okay, so why? Explain to me why.
So we are not fast enough to go on Orianna because like she can just back off and Tankage can peel for her.
Right.
So even if we go on Orianna, Tankage will ult her and it's never working.
Right.
So it's a really disaster play from the beginning.
Right, okay. So the decision in of itself is what you're criticizing, and then of course, as we roll out the rest of the play, you end up getting aced. So what is the team thinking of in a situation like this? Because you do still get a tier 2 tower, that's the good news, but you end up losing a Baron.
Worth.
Okay, all right, so walk back with me to the Alice test, because that was a very quick summary, but Aljoya, overall, you did still win the game, and we're going to be talking a little bit more about things like the draft and a couple more instances that happened, but like, what are your initial impressions and thoughts of your performance in the game? Because Armut was, he was pretty critical of the game overall.
Yeah, I mean, I think the beginning of the game was pretty good. I think the first minutes we played pretty well. We were snowballing really hard, but some D2 dive happened. Some tier 2 dive happened. I don't remember which tower.
Right,
which tower,
neither do I, yeah.
It just happens. And from that point, the game got really hard and we were not decisive enough. We felt like we started having a lot of doubt since we were getting outscaled and we started not being as decisive as we were in the early game. And even in the Elder, for example, I think at the Elder, like the call was clear, but when there was like 10 seconds, or like even no, when the Elder was actually up, like everyone started panicking a lot. And we had a bit of PTSD of something that happened.
Yeah.
Not sure if you remember.
I do remember, yes.
I think it happened twice, actually, during the split. So, yeah, might as well avoid
It's
it happening
happening
a third
quite
time.
sometimes, yeah.
Well, okay, we'll go back to... actually,
good, let's remind you.
Yeah, let's remind you what went wrong here. But yeah, tell me about communication and making sure things go well
So
in this type of setting.
I'm gonna take the blame because at this point, since everyone was really panicking, I just felt like, let's go for Elder. If I fail the smite, it's on me. If we get the smite, then I'm the superstar of the team.
Right.
Yeah, and
Turns out I'm the superstar.
Star of the team, right?
And we had Armut's insight on the this and the messiness and how it relates. Yeah, tell me.
Yeah, so
explain.
I was screaming base, everyone. But Niski, I guess he has the great mind to say, unforgiven, keep going. I can defend with Kaiser, and he did. So props to him, because if not, I'm not sure if we would have been able to end. So I'm not sure how we saw it in game. I was scared, and if it didn't go well, I was ready to flame Niski the hardest I can imagine. But it did go well. And props to him, like he made the right call actually.
Yeah.
And even after the game, I go to him and I'm like, how do you make that call, man? Like, how are you confident enough to make that call? And he's like, yeah, but wasn't it obvious?
Yeah.
You're either the hero or you're strong enough to take the L in the end. It was a win this time for the Mad Lions, but I want to talk about the early game especially because, Vedi, we were talking about how lately Mad Lions has been super good, especially at taking leads in the early game. And when you saw what happens here, for the past 3 games, actually, it all comes from Niski being able to push his wave, go top lane or either bot lane, but usually top lane, and make things happen on the map for the team.
So yeah, Elio, it's really great that we have you here because I was talking with Cadril about this backstage, and he actually compares you to what a lot of the LPL teams are doing right now, which is very much a basically push mid into attack sides early on, and that's how they just net early game advantages. And obviously with the durability changes, a lot of people believe that tower dives became much harder, but for you guys, this seems to be your bread and butter strategy of get mid prio, you then path towards top, you stack a wave into dive. Is this something that you've like clearly practiced and is your general approach to the early game?
It's what we are practicing for sure, and it's how we both believe that the game it's best played. We both watch a lot of LPL and we get inspired by their playstyle a lot. So I think it's how the game should be played. At least that's how we both think. Currently it's working for us. So yeah, I mean, we are just on the same page, and I think that's pretty good when it comes to this kind of tower dives.
And talk to me a little bit about Niski's shot calling here, because Cadril, being a former pro, he was like, I'm telling you right now that Niski saw that he was level 5 and he could get level 6 off the next wave, and I bet you he's calling that, let's set the dive up when I get level 6. So I had to confirm, is that what the call was? Was Niski saying, I'm going to get level 6 and let's dive?
Niski even said the minute that he would get the level 6, and we had to do it one wave faster because the top wave was better for us, so we did one way faster, and then we just grabbed. He was screaming, "Let's take this wave, let's take this wave." Then I get level 6, and we turn on the other 2 because there was Camille under turret, I think.
Yeah.
And the other 2 were like separated from the turret, so we wanted to turn on them, and we ended up flashing on Camille, which I think it was not the best turn.
Yeah.
But I mean, the comms were really good, and the play itself, like the way we thought about it, it was good.
Yeah, I really agree.
You had a really good comp, and again, a lot of prio and aggressiveness coming from the early game, and lots of prio on lanes. But when you think about what's going wrong for the Mad Lions, I obviously think about these tiny slip-ups that sometimes happen. We saw it again, on the top lane with the dive that went wrong. How do you make sure in the future that this stuff doesn't stops happening, rather?
So I think we already did many mistakes in this T2 top. I remember some other dives that did not go our way.
Yep.
So I guess we're just not gonna tower dive T2 top anymore now. I mean, we're just. I mean, I think these games are really useful for us to watch because snowballing is the hardest in League, or what I believe is the hardest. And having these mistakes and still winning, it feels really good because we can get to learn a lot, and we just need to be a bit more calm and patient because we have T2 mid down, T2 bot down. We can push down bot really deep, then go into mid, and then we can even threaten Ash because we have all of the top side vision. Like they are really far away. Like there is many more ways to play the game that don't require to take T2 so early. So I think we just need to be a bit more calm.
So I feel like that whenever I personally look at Mad Lions, I feel like that you are the reason for your own losses, right? Often when I'm watching your games, outside of that one Excel game, I think, where you kind of got smashed, it kind of actually felt like that any losses that you've experienced have kind of been your own fault, which as a team, I feel like must feel pretty good because it feels like that all of these games are in your control. So with that in mind, how close to the top do you think your current Mad Lions iteration is?
I think right now we are in a pretty good spot when it comes to the top of the league, but I do believe that teams are gonna keep growing, and I also believe we have a really good meta read right now. So I think teams are gonna catch up, and we will have to improve even more right now. Our actual game.
Very humble.
It's the advantage you have right now. Last point for you, Yoya, you got the key player of the game, and I know that last time I talked to Niski, he told me that you actually have a huge role in communication, as a jungler should have. But how do you reflect on your role and especially its evolution since Niski joined in?
It's been much easier for me to shot call. Niski is helping me a lot, even in early game and mid game. He's making sure that everyone is on the same page. We're going everyone for the same play, and he is a big voice for the team in that regard. So it's a big advantage to have a player as vocal as him for me. And also the relationship we have, it's something that I'm really happy to have him in the team, and it feels good to play with a teammate that you really like, so it's all good.
You can feel the vibes around the Mad Lions for sure, and everything is going well, but more methodical plays next time and in the coming weeks, I hope. Yeah, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you so much.
We're going to take a quick break and we'll be back in just a few minutes and see if the day of upsets continues as Rogue will face off against BDS. Stay tuned.
Oh yes, the king of the jungle. Time for a quick Red Bull?
Red Bull? But you still won't be quicker than the lion.
I don't have to be quicker than the lion, just quicker than you.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back to the LEC Star Guardian week. There he is, Fiddlesticks.
Isn't he the nemesis?
He's the bad guy. Yeah, I don't know why we're putting the bad guy on stage.
Oh, wow.
Ooh.
That's echoing.
Did everyone hear that echo?
Are we
Or
gone?
just us? Maybe just us.
No, maybe just
Welcome. We're Star Guardians now, too. You can tell from my very over-the-top eye makeup and his necklace and stars. There they are. Wow.
Star Guardians.
Yes,
Look at
embodying
us.
the Star
Who'da
Guardian
thought, eh?
values, friendship,
Yep.
thigh-high leggings, everything Star Guardians stand for, just generally on the desk. Time for Team BDS versus Rogue. This game, I'll be honest, we were a bit skeptical of how BDS would come into the week. There was a bit of optimism as we've seen a lot of teams were practicing. Today is the day they need to show us more because yesterday was the most one-sided game we have seen all season, and they are up against a titanic opponent.
Into draft we go. Do they have funky music for every different kind of draft? Holy moly.
Yeah, again, if you haven't checked this out, Sessions, Star Guardian, Talia. If you like any of this music, you'll probably like this entire thing.
Also, I've learned that we're wizards. Every game we cast, we turn the players into teddy bears. Have you noticed that? Yesterday we did it. Today we did it again.
That's so sick.
That's our Star Guardian
If
powers.
we go separately to the LPL and LCK, we have found a way to get the LEC to win Worlds.
Yeah, we just turn every player into teddy bears.
all the opposition into teddy bears. One step at a time. Master plan. Master plan for BDS, taking away Callista. Similarly, the GP going to be off the board. Corki. Huh. Okay. Not the flashiest champion in the current meta, but obviously fits into a lot of compositions.
Yeah, last thing I'm thinking of here is something like the Wukong, perhaps, which Vitality was banning out yesterday. Up against Rogue. Otherwise, they might look to 1-2 that. So actually taking away Ezreal of all picks. Zeri is up. Incredibly powerful first pick if either team's going to go for it. Seraphine, Renata, the flavors. There's a Seraphine first pick. Probably going bot lane for Maddie. I mean, we did see Faker today in the LCK play Seraphine mid. So it does have that flexibility. We'll keep around to see if they do that. Of course, they're on blue side, so they'll have to reveal it eventually.
Yep, champion obviously incredibly powerful. What the response is going to be is a big question. If it is a flex pick, it gives a lot more drafting edge here to BDS as they get to hide some of that information. But for now,
Gnar.
Blind pick Gnar. Again, week 3, we would have been skeptical. It's all right, it's okay, it's a fine pick, but it's been proven to be pretty powerful across the world. While we were taking a break, it's risen, I think, a lot.
Odo's been sitting in my co-streams every Eastern game. Gnar first pick, Gnar first rotation. Odo says, yeah, I can do that. Pick me Gnar. So we'll see if, he can do that. We'll see what counter pick BDS have, because with the GP ban already, that's one of the answers you have. Nami Blind tells you that that's probably going to be a Lucian on 3. Do you play Lucian Seraphine bot to deny that? I wonder. I would say X for down on that one. I'm expecting some kind of maybe Pike from Eradote would be ideal if you're playing the Seraphine AD carry. Of course, you don't have to reveal where it's going just yet. Matching top, also a no-brainer. Gnar, huge prio for Aggressivo. It's his most played, so good denial there by Odo. We've seen Aggressivo's Irelia and things like this, so we'll see if he opts into it. Sejuani wouldn't surprise me either.
For now, the Nautilus, luckily for us, not generally considered flex pick, so pretty confident that one's going to the hand of Eradote. Now,
tell that to Doinby.
God, man, stop. Why do you... This is the problem. We can have... If we include Doinby in the conversation, 90% of the champions that aren't supposed to go mid, go mid. So how about... do I need to say every time, oh, it's not a flex pick unless... He's not even playing in our league. Silas going to get locked in. Premier pick. Now we know for sure the Seraphine is going bot lane. Again, unless Doinby's in the game. Kadril, thank you.
And then Silas goes top. We did see Silas top in the LEC against Gnar. That's what I'm saying. But no, it's really good into Gnar. You take away Gnar ult, you just slam dunk one-shot the enemy team. I've even done it on stage before, so it's not very hard to do. You just have to take it away in the team fight.
Don't disparage yourself like that. That was a great game and a great Gnar ult.
Oh, thanks, man.
Obviously, the strength is Silas gets the Gnar ult whenever he wants. Gnar has to wait for a stupid rage bar, has to find the good setup, but also AP ratios on the Gnar ultimate turns out very strong.
Very strong indeed, and it's AD as well, so it goes through X-Trigger anyways when it applies. So Irelia banned away, that'll deny the Gnar kind of quote-unquote counter pick. I think Sejuani is a no-brainer ban as well. If they play something like Sejuani, Wukong, or Xin Zhao on 4-5 here, it does make BDS's comp have a little bit of sense to it in terms of lane phase itself. We'll see what mid laner Larson wants to opt into. That Lucian, again, I've said a lot of flexes, but Larson loves Lucian mid. I would be very, very surprised to see if Lucian goes mid into Sylas because it's so good bot with Nami, but it is quite a good matchup for the Lucian. Otherwise, I mean, Azir is going to get banned away against Larson. Control mages in general are going to get banned away against Larson. He does like his Akali. and his Ahri, so we'll see what he opts into, because I'm expecting... The question here is, it's awkward for both teams. Rogue, do you counter-pick jungle, or do you just take your strongest jungler on 4, right? This is the kind of question they have to ask themselves, because the 4-5 doesn't have much value anymore.
It's true, and additionally, it's just the jungle pool has not looked very deep from what we've seen so far, so I would be assuming that they would just prioritize the strongest jungler as soon as possible, but it is also possible, especially for Malrang, a player whose champion pool is always a little bit outside the norm, that he has something special up his sleeve.
Definitely does, and we'll see what that champion could be. I mean, Volibear is up. Very stock standard early game jungler to get your team to the game. You have Lucian Nami, incredible dive. Wouldn't surprise me if they go for something like that. Lee Sin, good playmaker. Poppy, flavor of the month right now. I think Poppy for either side here would do incredible amounts of work, but it looks like they're gonna pick Lissandra into Sylas. That would be very surprising, because normally you pick Sylas into Lissandra, so a little bit of self-count pick there, but that's Larson playing for team comp there. He's playing for 5v5.
Yeah, obviously Lissandra does a lot in the 5v5 or passive, the ultimate. You've seen her in countless games now, but it is a little bit difficult up against Sylas, who has so much natural sustain built into the kit with the W, can take away the ult himself. Generally, very powerful champion overall. Expect to see Lissandra get a little bit of early wave prio as Ice Shark's just such a good pushing tool. But Kadril, you called it. Wukong on 4 coming in for BDS. Rogue willing to give that one up. Remember, the Lissandra really not contested whatsoever, so maybe Rogue do have a counter pick up their sleeves.
Do you go Sejuani here and just put it into Nara? You could also put Sylas into Nara. Like I said, we've seen it before. I think Sejuani just fits the comp well. Ornn as well. It's just Ornn is Ornn, you know, blows a horn, presses R, gets a pentakill, so you may as well pick that as well. So it's just gonna be some kind of, oh god, have we got a Graves top here? Is Flandre in the studio? We're gonna get a...
I need to ban you from LPL.
No, Baus in the studio. It's gonna be Sion there, so that is one form of engage. Not actually opting for the Ornn, which is kind of flavor of the month right now, but I think what they're worried about is if you're playing Seraphine AD, Sylas mid, Ornn top, you're just a lot of magic damage, very magic damage heavy, and they want to avoid that.
Yeah, does make a lot of sense. Adaptation now coming in. Trundle, of course, going to feel very good against the Sion. Easy way to interrupt the ultimate, easy way to stop the Nautilus from getting onto your backline with that pillar and the ability to steal away so many stats. Instead, the Malrang Lee Sin. I've gotten so used to seeing this guy just play random early aggressive junglers that I kind of forgot that this was in his pool.
I mean, I prefer Trundle for team comp, but I think they're taking a page out of Mad Lions' book and saying, wow, Lissandra Lee Sin, you can dive top level 5, level 6, almost every single wave. Oh wait, we can do that too. Let's do that as well. So we'll see if Rogue can pull it off, play for that heavy early game, because I mean, they've got incredibly strong meta champs. Lucian Nami bot, one of the strongest bot lanes in the game right now. Gnar, the strongest top player in the game, and then Lissandra Lee Sin. So lots of playmaking, incredible early game. Whereas BDS have more of an, we're gonna get pushed in and play for team fights. So the case here, and what we want to have to look at here is, can Rogue get a 2-3k gold lead, stack early Drakes, get early dives off, and then snowball their leads? Or can BDS weather the storm, get to the mid to late game 2 or 3 items, and then look to take some 5v5s?
Something that we have to keep track of as we go into this game. The first few weeks, BDS's early games were not bad. It has been going downhill, but maybe they can find that form again to weather the storm, to make it to the late game, to find the edge in the team fights as you've talked about. Rogue on the opposite side. Rogue early game. We talk about it just about every split. They've been good, and it has been a lot of them consecutively. Kings of the best of one is so often the case. And have to find out what they can do, what they can bring to the table. Let's get ready for this game.
Yeah, and yesterday they were up against the Lissandra Lee Sin of Mad Lions. Game is ready. Let's get into it.
Breaking news.
Tell me.
Rogue may try to fight on this little piece of vision.
Ooh, okay. Hide on bush in case Syncroft wants to walk up and ward. A bubble out of nowhere lands on his head.
I love it.
Syncroft goes to the graveyard. That's the plan here for Rogue. Obviously, Trimby won't take Q until he sees the Wukong. If he doesn't see him, then he'll take the best spell for lane,
I love how deep you're going on this. You're building me a story. You're great at narrative. I know you're Mr. Analyst, but that's great.
You like that narrative?
They're like here, in case someone shows up, you're like, no. Waiting in the shadows is Trimby. Lurking with a bubble.
Okay.
Single moment.
No,
you know what I
keep
mean?
going. You can do it as well.
You're doing it too.
No,
I'm just saying it. Yeah, no.
No,
we're killing it.
We're both doing pretty good at that, actually.
Narrative aside, nothing's going to happen here. We'll keep an eye on jungle pathing and the early top lane matchup. Sion, of course, incredibly obnoxious. You won't see the Babos style of play, mostly because they basically took it out of the game by nerfing Sion's tower damage.
On his passive, yeah.
Yeah.
Can't have any more good deaths, unfortunately.
Nope. You can have okay deaths, but they're never going to be good again, Sag. Down on the bottom side, though, I'm really curious to see Seraphine. This is the first time I've gotten to cast Seraphine bot in a very long time. I want to see what she's going to do, especially as we move later into the game. Guardian, obviously, a bit more of a supportive rune choice.
See, normally the idea of counter-picking the Lucian Nami is things like, I mean, in the LCK, for example, Kog'Maw Lulu is what is often picked into Lucian Nami. We also see Nautilus lanes with AD carries like Aphelios with good setup, because then if you hit a hook onto the Nami, you have incredible kill pressure. The problem BDS have is the Seraphine doesn't have incredible kill pressure, so the hooks landing won't actually net you winning trades, so I expect them to get pushed in and be more of a team fight. Bot lane, playing for team, or getting Erdote out of lane towards mid. So we'll keep our eye on mid, as Larssen is getting incredible shove already. We'll see if he does things like the LPL mids and Niski's been doing in the LEC. We've talked about it many, many times, where you just push in and go to sides. Sion, of course, a lot harder to dive, and I think BDS, of course, went up against the Mad Lions yesterday. Aggressiva went up against the Lissandra Lee Sin, and the dives came through. What happens when you dive a Sion, Dracos?
You die, because his passive is insane. He has a Q that if you can't immediately interrupt will knock you up, and generally just considered suicide. Part of the reason why he was so good back when people were trying to force split push meta is because, yeah, impossible tank to dive.
So when you normally think of teams that split the map level 1 and they send their bot lane top with Tristana and you want to get as much plates as possible, you pick a Sion. Because when he dies under the tower, you still get gold and resources and XP anyway from killing the creeps in your zombie form. So the dives will only net kill gold, not so much XP and gold denial from creeps. So smart pick up there by Aggressivo. I think that's the reason he opted into it over the Ornn. And that's why Malrang is on the bot side of the map right now. Interesting pathing. Completely skipped his red and Krugs, just went Raptors into full clear bot. Wants to look for some early bot plays or to find Syncroft, who, again, yesterday wasn't able to find absolutely anything on Jarvan. This time around on the Wukong. Doesn't have to find things, just has to make sure he stays even with Malrang, or at least find a way to trade objectives.
And Syncroft is definitely a player that I want to keep my eyes on, because there's so much setup across every single lane. Top lane really the only one that's not super reliable until Sion has 6, but this bot lane, good setup. If they catch him under tower, they get some damage down. Comp, a cleanse. But a very positive trade. They're now trying to keep this one going. Comp flashing out to safety. This is the danger of misstepping in this lane. There is so much CC. Even if the damage is lacking, the tower more than makes up for it.
Yeah, big blunder there by Comp, almost getting hooked into tower. If the tower shot came through, he was dead. So disrespecting Erdote there a bit. Maybe thought the wave was going to block it, but it didn't. And he loses both of his summoners. Malrang will spot Syncroft. The sweeper should help him out to get a little bit more information that lasts longer to see Syncroft. And I think Malrang wants to go back to his top camps here. He just needs to make sure that his bot lane is safe. And for now, it looks like they are. Syncroft could see Malrang without the red and say, huh, he hasn't done red buff yet. That means he has to go top, and maybe they can force a bot dive. We'll see if he does do that, but looks like for now he's going to go back to his camps.
Limited tracks to move further into the game, as well as the Ignite coming in on Larssen. Another engage on the bottom side. Trimby without mana. Just has to walk away on this one again. A little bit more damage. Empowered spell will be the next one. Good damage coming through. Trimby just barely walking out. And again, all of this compounding from the earlier mistake, meaning basically a free back for BDS.
Very surprising what's happening in this bot matchup. Comp and Trimby losing 3 summoners now. BDS dominating the bot side of the map. I expect them to just kind of sit on the tower and get pushed in and just sacrifice themselves a bit for the team, but it looks like they're just taking over that lane. Hooks connecting left and right.
It's impressive when you think this is entirely base damages without any relevant combat keystones outside of the damage reduction that comes in from Erdote, because that was a tier start on the Seraphine.
Yeah.
And a Relic Shield up against a Lucian with Press the Attack and Electrocute. Like, you should not win trades against that lane, yet despite everything, Matt and Erdote making the most of those base damages.
Still ahead in CS though. Comp, you can see up 200 gold, has the Nuclear on base. As Nuclear in just keeps wanting to trade. This is why Sylas is good into Lissandra. You can kind of dash into her as she's trying to push in the wave, tank her Q and just out-damage and out-sustain her. So eventually Larssen will have to back off here. Looks like he wants to stay for one more wave. Trimby looks like he ran towards mid there and gave him a little bit of a heal. Doesn't have TP. Nuclear in doesn't either. And looks like Nuclear in did base, so Larssen should be alright. Odoamne winning top, bot lane winning, mid lane winning, Rogue with these 3 pushing lanes, all accruing CS advantages.
And you can see in the scoreboard at the bottom, all the gold in favor of Rogue right now. It's mounting to almost 800 here in the early game alone. Despite all those positive trades, despite what looks like some okay matchups, Sylas into the Lissandra or X-Maddie and Erdote finding those hooks, gold still continuing to go in favor of Rogue, and it's only going to get bigger as we move on. But again, remember for BDS, weathering the storm, surviving the early game, getting to level 6, getting to big fights and skirmishes, leveraging the CC and the front line that they have.
Yeah, but I do think they have an opening, and it's bot lane. No flashes on both of them. They have a pink in that tri-bush. Syncroft is around. They have incredibly good setup because the Nautilus has flash. All Erdote has to do is flash hook or just flash auto attack the Nami and she's dead. So even the ward in river won't save them. Syncroft should just look for a gank here and they should be able to get first blood pretty happily. Malrang needs to match and cover this. You can see how far back Rogue are playing this. They're respecting it so much. Now they have the question, is Erdote faking the junglers here or is he just giving it away too much. So they're going to take the 50-50 and walk up. I think Gyarados is going to flash auto attack any second now. They really want this.
So long to make this play happen. Going in, flash forward, hook onto Comp, manages to land it. Comp now getting taken out. First blood coming through. Syncroft with the OG logo flash. You love to see it. Nuclear now trying to get this fight going. Malrang now stepping up. Nuclear already backing off. He's under the safety of his tower. They're going to try to keep this fight going. A little bit of healing coming in from the Silas. How long on the cooldown? Waiting, ticking, burning. He's going to walk away alive, and that's perfect from the side of BDS.
BDS winning out on the map. Larssen just lives as well. Both mid laners under 5% HP. Both escape. Gold is evened up since that bot kill. And BDS dominating these early stages where we expected Rogue to take advantage of it. And that's just all coming down from execution. The 2v2, BDS played it better. The gank is just obvious and it's kind of unavoidable for Rogue unless Malrang was around bot lane there in lane and was able to counter gank it. In this case he wasn't. I thought Nami would be the free kill here, but Eradote confident enough to land the flash hook now that Comp hasn't... he has already used the dash, sorry. If Malrang was around, maybe they could turn onto Syncroft, trade a 1-for-1. And then here's the mid fight. Nuclear doesn't have Ignite, so he can't get the full kill. And the second he realizes Larsen's walking up and casts the ult, he knows he has to flash. Malrang goes in, doesn't have the 6, and he's tanking tower. Ignite dropped. I think Larsen re-tanks the tower here because of the Ignite proc. And then he almost dies as well. So very, very lucky there for him to get out. Backfiring a bit onto Rogue there, losing their summoners on their mid jungle.
And again, credits to Nuclear for the early flash there to get himself under tower, recognizing that he was the point of liability with that play going down on the bottom side of the map. The only real counterplay from the side of Rogue was to attack him in the mid lane. Rogue still pulling ahead a lot in terms of CS. You can see the Gnar pulling ahead in the top lane, 70 to 56, but BDS firing back a bit, and I think the bottom lane remains the strong point. Lucian falling behind in the early game, it's not a death sentence, but definitely not why you're picking the champion. You're picking it to dominate that lane. It has not been the case for Rogue so far.
Definitely has not. You can see Eradote around mid trying to get some vision. Malrang's going to start up the Herald. He has the push in top. Larsen has ultimate, of course, because Sylas took away the Lysandra ult. It will be a longer cooldown. It will be double. So Larsen can just run back towards his top side with his ult up, and they can't really contest. BDS probably going to look to trade. I wouldn't be surprised if Syncroft tries to force his way in here and get the dragon. Trimby disrespecting a lot here. No flash in the face of a Wukong level 6. Could have turned out badly, but he's alright, and there's the objective trade.
BDS starting the dragon. And it seems like they're okay just trading that for the Herald. Obviously weren't positioned to do so. You highlighted it, the differences in ultis, the fact that Larsen was ready to collapse there. So not the best trade for BDS in terms of gold, but again, when we talk about going later in the game, when we talk about scaling up, it's certainly not the worst thing to have.
Definitely not. So, Storm has been weathered so far. The only one who's really winning in isolation as expected is Odoamne. I mean, you're playing Gnar into Sion, you've been left on an island, has got a 20 CS lead. See if you can get some plates. I mean, they have Herald here, Rogue, and the fact that they have 3 pushing lanes, quote-unquote, they have 3 lanes where they can place this Herald. I think getting the gold on the Lucian is probably the most important. Odoamne will get the plates by himself and doesn't really want this tower to die, so he can continue laning against the Sion. Larsen is a setup bot anyway, so Comp is the real damage dealer in this composition.
Definitely is. Not sure exactly what he'll want to work towards here. Normally it'd feel like an easy call to go for a dash, but obviously Kraken Slayer against what is a very beefy front line certainly wouldn't hurt either.
I think the power is Gale Force. You know, you E forwards, get the Nami E, and then Gale Force, auto Q ult. That's your basic burst combo. And then the Electrocute will proc off the Nami as well. It's incredible amounts of burst. I think it was Ruler was playing Lucian Nami, and he was 7-0 by like minute 20, just one-shotting absolutely everyone.
And it's going to be big, especially to stay ahead of the curve, because again, the Sion will be a problem, while Odoamne is going to continue to pull ahead. Sion just gets so much innate tanky stats coming in from the health stacking on his W, and yeah, Odoamne is going to bully in these long extended trades, but in the team fight, Sion always going to be a difficult frontliner to deal with.
They're going to look for a kick here, I think. They have a lot of chain CC. No Merc Treads on Nuclear.
And Alting moving away, kicking him back in time. Now he's locked under the tower, stun onto Larsen. Ignite going down. They're taking aggro so far. Larsen potentially in trouble, but has flash. Makes it out to safety.
Great chain CC there by Trimby. If he wasn't there, that would have backfired extremely quickly. Nuclear gets ulted, knocked up, and then a bubble lands. So he isn't actually able to turn there, Nuclear. Nice try, but there's the 3 versus 1 happening. Lots of ultimates used there by Rogue, but they'll get out alive.
And credit to Rogue, 1.5k in the lead, only about 11 minutes in. Haven't even used the Herald yet either, so this could very quickly get much, much larger. Not sure exactly where they'd want to use it. Again, you highlighted on the top side, Odoamne happy to just keep farming, happy to stay in the lane phase, continue to build the lead that he has. Maybe they use it to try to break mid lane. We'll see. For now, though, Malrang playing on the top side, clearing out his camps. We'll see where he wants to go.
Yeah, big lead for Larsen now. huge CS numbers for him, Malrang. And it's very simple to play the Lee Sin Lissandra. You either have insanely good kill pressure in mid, or you have insanely good kill pressure on sides. Pick your poison. Looks like Rogue want to play around mid for now. The Sion too hard to dive, and bot lane is struggling to get the push ever since they've lost that lane. So just go through mid, and now all they'll have to do is wait for the ultimates again, and then just rinse and repeat. Ardode is just trying to hover around. Larson, no flash, no ult. Maybe if he can...
What? Hex flash? Nope, that was real flash. Ardode in the mid lane, leveling up, and...
Okay. I mean, I guess...
He saw something we didn't see. Or maybe it was a normal Hex flash. I'm not sure. Why? Double check.
I think he tried to flash over the wall and hook because Larson has nothing, but...
Ooh, flash over Syncroft. Speedy. Speedy's got one more stack. Oh, the flash out!
Doesn't get the knockup. Doesn't get the knockup. Yeah, Herald's going to be popped mid. Rogue's going to instantly respond the second they see the Juggler bot. Syncroft, no ult, no flash means he's really weak in the skirmishes. Kral's loving it.
Here, call. Stolen away ultimate. It is going to get picked up. Sadly, no tower break.
Look at the CS numbers in mid. It's a 35-ish, 36 CS lead for Larson's.
I mean, yeah, again, as good as some of these early plays looked, as good as some of the early lanes in terms of trading looked, Rogue just dominating in the CS department. Really only bot lane, again, the focus area for BDS if they want to pull ahead. Aggressivo doing okay to get back some of this farm, to get back as much as possible, but Odoamne just keeping this wave under his tower 24/7.
I think this Sion is going to become incredibly tanky if he builds an Anathema's Chains and just puts it on Larson and then builds full armor. Because there's really no magic damage mage threat on Rogue. It's just a lot of single target damage bursts from Alessandra, who will be targeting carries anyway. And then the DPS is coming from Comp and, well, Odo, depending on which form he's in, right? So Aggressivo will be very happy if he can get to 3 or 4 items here.
And to be honest with you, the amount of health that he already has from his passive, last we checked, is around 400. He can go Anathema's 3rd, maybe 4th. He can just focus on armor at this point. It won't hurt him too much. Keeping our eyes on the potential play here, though, as Ardode is locked up. Malrang stepping forward, looking for a kick angle. Doesn't need to use it. There's going to be a quick pickup there onto the support.
Ardode, no flash from earlier on. I think they must have seen that Rogue, timed it, made sure that they could make that pick happen, and Ardode has no way to escape. Nucleant was around, but they can't commit to that 3v3. And Dragon up in 30 seconds. I think that's where Rogue will look to secure the objective. There's nothing else on the map to do. Odo's happy in top, still in isolation. It's all about mid push right now, and whether Rogue can get this mid tower or use bot side vision.
Oh, trading ultimates back and forth. Syncroft into the mid lane. Nuclear going to step away. So, hey, just a lot of these close trades in the mid lane.
Yeah, it's all about getting mid push, and BDS are really struggling. They can't even get into bot side river right now. They have to force their way through a lane if they want to do so, and it has to be mid. Matty's come up to help them out, and Larson has no ult, so there's a little bit less threat, and they have to get some kind of vision here to force this dragon. Good news for them is Larson has no ultimate for the dragon, so maybe they think that's their window to just start it up. Nuclear could take away maybe the Nami ult instead, and then try to look for the 5v5. No TPs on top. It will be a 4v4.
This is such a difficult situation for BDS. No push on the bot lane means that they have to respond to that one. They're giving up control of the pit. It means Rogue get to come in, lay down a whole new set of vision. And you're just waiting to see X-Matty in a choke point, use that ultimate, unleash all of his damage, even though he's already got the completed item there on the Leandries, but it's just not happening. Rogue are just playing the map better right now.
That's the dream, isn't it? 5-man Seraphine ult, 5-man Sion Q, Wukong around the flank, 5-man knockup, Nautilus ult. Everybody dies. That's exactly what BDS would love, but Larson has to be careful here. Syncroft's going again.
Going in, maybe just trying to clear the wave, stop from taking the tower. Stepping forward, posturing like he wants to do something else because there's a Scion inbound. Oh, just short. Just a wee bit off on that one.
Yeah, BDS trying to put out fires on the map right now, and I mean, they lost the tower anyway. Now Odo will just take top tower. Comp's fighting Matty.
Matty very good when the first initial CC setup comes from the Nautilus. Obviously much harder to land anything on a Gale Force Lucian when that you're not first getting that hook or that Nautilus ulti knockup.
Comp might kill him here.
Matty sidestepping,
Gale
coming in.
Flash Gale Force. Doesn't have flash, won't commit, would be 1-for-1 anyway. So they're gonna hit bot tower as well. So Odoamne didn't get that top tower just yet. Trimmy wants to slow down Matty's base as much as possible. Both his summoners are gone. And now BDS are gonna get themselves a Herald. We'll see what they can do with it. No towers are low just now. And it's 1-for-1 on Drake, so not much scaling in their favor, of course. Just the champions, they just need more items. And gold deficit's pretty heavy for now.
And it's just a 4k gold lead. Cadril. I mean, Rogue, again, when you look at the kill score, when you look at how a lot of these objectives are traded, it's so easy to be like, oh, this is a pretty close game. But then when you check the gold, you realize how massively far ahead Rogue are. And yeah, to a certain degree, you would expect this from their composition in the early game, but definitely not a lead to this scale.
Yeah, and the fact that BDS have objective bounties at minute 16 when you're even in Dragons just about tells you how these laning phases have gone. Rogue haven't even set up much in terms of ganks, right? They only have 2 kills for now. It's just about contesting the mid push to make sure they can keep the mid push. Yeah. And BDS wanted to stop the mid push so they could actually play the game. For now, they haven't actually been able to do so. Syncroft, every single ult is whiffed. He went bot, only got the comms flash, went mid. Larson just eat away. Hasn't found any plays in the 3v3 yet. Hasn't found any numbers advantage. Hasn't found any kind of team fights, which is what BDS have drafted for.
Yeah, and again, credit to Rogue, because this entire week has been crazy in terms of results and expectations. Might see a play here on the bottom side, but you can see Rogue, the last team, it feels like, who are really finding their consistency alongside the Mad Lions. So important, because coming into this week, it felt like we had a clear top 6 after day 1 yesterday. The sheer amount of upsets make it very clear. We don't have a clear top anything. The only thing we might have is a very clearly dead Larson. A nice kick flash to find 2. Now Malrang stepping forward. Trippy with a wave from all the way downtown, just to zone him away and back away.
Look at Odoamne, he's just hitting top tower. This is the power of the Na, the amount of pressure it puts on the map. You're just giving up so much. There's going to be a tier 2 falling. We'll see if BDS can kill him, because Manny's on the way, Aggressivo's on the way. They have exhaust, so they have a lot of CC to work with, but do they have the damage? The answer is no, and although Aggressivo wasn't there, he was posturing to make sure he was around, because Odoamne has TP, Aggressivo doesn't. Therefore, if a fight kicks off, he needs to be in range to Sion ult. So he was hovering around the bot side, and then instantly your top tier 2 is gone, right? So there's so many pressure points on the map right now for Rogue. BDS have to try and find a pick so they can get vision somewhere. The only ward they have that's aggressive is in the top side jungle of Rogue, which doesn't really give you too much information at this point in the game. So they need to find their way in.
It's so hard because that bot play, the first gank on the bottom side, the killed comp, was solid. It was a start. It was something to work off of, despite, you know, CS leads slowly growing in favor of Rogue. But every play after that has just completely whiffed. You talked about it earlier. Syncroft, the ults, maybe finding a flash, not finding any kills. That bot side play, the fact that Larson gets to walk away from that is crushing when you're already so far behind.
But you know what I've learned in the LEC in the last few weeks?
Oh no, it's not a good lesson.
10k gold lead is an illusion. Gold leads are illusions. How many times have we seen teams just like win one fight, get a Baron, objective bounty galore?
Remember this in your solo queue games, friends. When your friends are like, oh, you've been sprinting it the entire game. You're like, have I? Or am I just a very big LEC fan? Have I been building up for an epic comeback?
I saw this in a pro game and they won. I lost my lane on purpose. But yeah, objective bounties are just so powerful right now. The second you get one winning team fight and you can collect 2 or 3 towers, the gold stables up so quickly.
And we talk a lot about standing gold, especially when it comes to Barons. And for BDS, and again, this is the silver lining on a very dark cloud, but if they do win a fight with this many objective bounties, with this many towers standing, if they do get a Baron, you're looking at 4, maybe 5 towers worth of gold plus any objective bounties you get. It can swing so quickly. That's Syncroft into the backside. Fight now kicking off. Seraphine ult across the team. And that, baby, was a clean setup. Rogue running for the hills. Odoamne on the top side, but there's no tower for him to push quite yet. Herald still standing in the mid lane for BDS to play around.
There's the power of the 5v5s. Yes, Odoamne isn't there, but the amount of chain CC that BDS have is incredible. The cheers come in for the crash, but no gold for BDS, so only 2 kills, no objective. Odo will just keep pushing sides, and this pressure point just means that BDS have to eventually back away, send Aggressivo back to top. Good picks, didn't end anything though. But punishing mistakes, good positioning by Syncroft here. Sneaking around on this pink wall, just says, guys, go now. He knows that Sion can ult in the blink of an eye, flash forward to Madote to make sure they get the engage. Chain CC comes in, Larson lives with the stopwatch and flash afterwards, I believe.
Credit to Larson for surviving in this exchange. But you can see how ready BDS are as a team to just pull the trigger there. Instant flash forward, instant
That's what they want,
burning
right?
every major CC cooldown. Yeah, looking and finding those picks is obviously going to be big. And again, tragically, there's no objective. So now, despite winning a fight around the Dragon Pit, it's Rogue who are free to start this. And again, objective bounties on the table for BDS. They would love to have any objective at all at this particular time.
Definitely would. I think you can see in the top side, BDS want to take top tier 1. You know, they're doing Dragon, they're all bot side, they have no vision top side. It's free. No, it's not. Odoamne can clear the wave pretty happily. You can't 3-man dive this Gnar because, I mean, first of all, the wave will be too small, and second of all, you're probably going to go 1 for 1, 1 for 2, and lose towers across the other side of the map because Rogue can just start pushing in. So now they're going to go match Rogue and try and make a pick again onto Larson. We'll see if they find it. Malrang and Larson trying to catch out Nuclear Int here. They get some bot side vision for themselves. Baron is up, but Rogue's Baron isn't the fastest. They want to look for fights, look for picks with the Lissandra.
Definitely. It's a similar story, obviously, for BDS as well. Neither of these teams really well equipped to take the Baron. Rogue arguably a little bit better as they have a traditional hyper carry, but lack the front line of a Sion or something else to tank. So something we'll have to keep an eye on as we get later and later into the game. More likely than not, we're having to expect a big team fight win for either side to force.
All right, just using a portal in their face. See you later, boys. He's out. So the game will slow down a bit unless a pick is found. And that's what Syncroft is looking for. The game will slow down until the next dragon, I presume. for unless Rogue decide to brute force down mid, which looks like Comp is very happy to do. Very far up on this mid wave. And they could try to start a Baron and turn. Their turn is pretty incredible if they have a Mega Gnar. You walk into a choke against Nami ult Lissandra. You're asking for it. So BDS have that sneaky ward in the Baron pit, I think. I think there's one ward in the Baron pit, if we could look at it, observers, that's giving them all the information they need.
Yep.
And Rogue need to pink that out. But they don't have any. Only Malrang does. So we'll see if he pops it in there. There it is.
Over the wall, there's the pink.
And now it's a guessing game for BDS.
And this is so big. Wave going across the wall. Syncroft is going to get knocked up, but there's no follow-up there. And I just want to go back. Earlier in the game, we saw the play on the bottom side. The price was that tier 2 top side tower. And it didn't hurt that much for BDS when that play initially went down. It's a couple hundred gold, it's not a big deal. But now is when it hurts because you see how hard they have to fight just to get control back of the top side. Because every time Odo pushes that wave all the way in, it's so much free vision control for Rogue. Definitely difficult for BDS to play around. And now Odo's on the opposite side of the map. He always gets to be the one to start these pushes first. Comp stepping forward. X-Matty, a lot of damage now being traded back. Comp, Colin going a little bit wide there. Aggressivo in the middle of the team. Odo Wamne now charging up that Gnar bar. Keep your eye on Odo. Where's the ulti going to go? Nuclear In can try to fire back with an ulti of his own. Zombie Scion not going to do anything here. Wamne rooted up. Okay. Pacific Rim Part 3. Nope.
Odo still mega. He could jump over this wall here. I think Rogue just want to hit this mid tier too. Yeah, they don't have enough for Baron just yet. Even though they have that pick, 20 seconds on a respawn with a TP could go horribly wrong for them. Nuclear has that Mega Gnar. He might want to look for something. Hook connects onto Larson.
Forward. Larson not able to do anything in this case. Almost flawless chain CC, just barely able to ult himself in time. Nuclear In, no Gnar ult left for him. Odo Wamne still off to the backside, still doing big damage as he tries to chase down these kills. Syncroft is getting torn to pieces. Rogue absolutely monstering BDS.
Yeah, and that's going to be a Baron for sure. Jungle dead for 30 seconds. A lot of ultimates missing on the side of Rogue, but I think they'll have the damage and the time to be able to commit to this. Nuclear In, however, is going to TP in. I think the best ult for him here is probably the Nami or the Lucian. Try to chunk them out and get them as low as possible so that they aren't confident enough to go. Actually, it's Aggressivo TPing in, swapping to Smite. So, is the Scion going to run in and smite the Baron in their face? That's the question. Will Rogue let him?
Malrang, 8 seconds on Smite.
Oh, they don't actually have Smite yet. Nicely spotted there. 5 seconds on the Smite. Aggressivo has it. Oh boy, this could go horribly wrong for Rogue.
He's gonna have it. Odo Wamne going in, gnawing into the wall. X-Matty, he can't get anything down. They're just gonna absolutely one-shot. Aggressivo still in the middle of it. Baron at 4k health. No one's been able to take it down. Zombie Sign can go in. Now they're trying to finish it off. Nuclear In off to the side. This has gotten very weird very fast. Nuclear In with another ultimate in the back pocket, ready to go in for the fight, ready to step forward, misses on the chains, finds the snare. Who's gonna get the Baron in the end? Who's gonna take it? It's Malrang, and Rogue still find it. It's not quite a 50-50.
A new challenger approaches.
Makes it work, and Syncroft. Time to be one very tricky monkey. Gonna have to flash out to safety. Here come the big hops. Oh, the Gale Force forward. Let the man live. No one left standing.
Wow.
Rogue absolutely merciless.
So BDS lose 3 or 4 members. They lose the fight, and then one by one, they just walk into a Baron pit and die trying to contest. First, it's Aggressivo with Nuclear In next to him and Maddie, and then Nuclear In was also, I believe he was on bot wave, and he was trying to push out bot, and then I think Aggressivo TP'd in, and then all of a sudden he starts running top side, so a little bit of miscommunication there by BDS. I think they weren't sure if they were contesting it or not. In the end, that indecisiveness was punished by Rogue. Incredibly good turn. It looked a little bit dicey. And it all started with Erdode hitting a hook here onto Larson, but he has so much survivability. It's the Everfrost into the hook, but then he just pops the self-ult. And then watch Syncroft here. He thinks he can clean up this fight and go onto Larson. Flash on him, jump on him. Nope, stopwatch. Now he gets kicked away, so the target they were looking for does not fall. And then the reforce on the Baron, all of BDS by that time of respawn. So let's keep our eyes on Nuclear In here, because Aggressivo TP's in, he goes to bot wave, and then runs back through mid to top. If he was here a bit earlier, and they actually had a 4 versus 5, they could have done a bit more. Good turn by Rogue, though. They knew if they don't turn now, this could go horribly wrong. Hits onto Maddie, and perfect execution.
Absolutely. There's no follow-up damage. There's no follow-up for that Scion ultimate hitting so many people, so it ultimately just does not matter. And while things could be bad here, Nuclear In whiffing on the chains is going to be big, because there's no opportunity to throw out that big Gnar ultimate. Perfect bubble from Trimby, perfect follow-up. Gets nothing because, again, Larson's ulti is off cooldown. Massive props to Larson in this game. This man absolutely refuses to die. Every time it looks like he's about to, self-ult, stopwatch, someone coming in from downtown to kick the opposition away. He just will not go down.
Today is the day you almost caught Mr. Larson on Lissandra.
I don't know what's Larson's real name again? Captain something.
Emil. Oh, Ginger God.
Captain. You almost caught the Ginger.
Today is the day you almost caught the Ginger God. I think it's 3 or 4 times he escaped the Zult and the stopwatch combo by so much time in vulnerability. Now a 4-1 here from Rogue, pushing on. Okay, we've got an engage.
Synchro on the backside, knock up, Sion ulti, not quite going to connect. Larson now in the middle of the entire team. Nuclear has stolen away his own ulti, but again, Zanya's buying a bit more space. Knock up the follow-up as Larson manages to make it out. Looks like a Mikhail coming in on the backside too. All of Rogue still standing. Taking down the tank, taking down the front line, and oh, by the way, Ottawamne, he's behind your team right now.
He's gonna go in here. He has no flash, but he has the Mega. He could look for Syncroft. No flash. He could get the bullet to the wall. Oh no, run away from the Gnar!
Knocked back, Nuclear in. No snare there quite yet. They're dashing out to safety. Ottawamne saw it in his eyes, saw the moment, the big ultimate. The Rogue just gonna focus down these towers now, break the inhibitor line. Trimby in the mid lane pushing as well with the empowered Baron minions. Should be an easy close here. BDS need a miracle fight. They don't really have any major ultimates. Nuclear can take one away in the fight to come.
It's a whitewash, isn't it? They're going to get all the inhibs. Agressivo's up in 10. I think BDS have to take the fight on this last inhib. Oh, they're going to go for it. Hook next.
Hook, stolen, Gnar ultimate. Again, stopwatch coming in. Larson finding the kills. Those are the resets. Those are the thralls. Everybody's dead. And now Nuclear has to watch his friends run him down as frozen little zombies. Ottawamne going to throw the Sion back into his team. This is, got any children watching, avert their eyes. They don't need to see this. This is the slaughter.
This is slaughter. Nuclear's left standing has a Gnar ult. Going to throw it out. We'll get one. It looks like. Stopwatch.
Cannot finish a kill. My God.
It's the cannot finish a kill any % right now because Rogue's always living on 1 HP and Larson always has ultimate. How the hell does he always have it?
Rogue determined to hold on to their place at the top of the standings, moving up to 7-2, absolutely obliterating BDS in one of the most one-sided games we have seen this season.
Oh, what a rough weekend for BDS. Mads first.
I mean, certainly one of the,
and then Rogue.
I think, worst weekends we have seen from a team in a long time. For their sake, I hope they can shake it off and recover, because both Mad Lions and Rogue were able to just obliterate them.
New kids on the block. Well, not so much new kids anymore, but
sure.
Yeah, absolute demolishment from there from Rogue. Great draft, great execution, a little bit of early game that they had there that they had to win, but they checked all the boxes. Clean and simple, play through mid. BDS had no response, and again, weren't actually able to find anything in the early game.
Dang. Absolute slaughter. Well, for Rogue, good day. Good week, good first half of the season, 7-2, not a bad score. That's going to feel like a very comfortable second round robin. Again, teams usually qualifying for playoffs, 8-9 wins. We'll have to wait for a few more weeks before we can certify anything, but Rogue feeling like the one team in our league, alongside Mad Lions, really, that are clearly ready for the playoffs. That said, Kia player of the game at LEC on Twitter. Comp is one of them. We're going to wait for the graphic because I can't say it. They're Larson and Trimby.
Yeah, Larson had a fantastic game, I think. Bought a lot of time with the self-ult and stopwatch. But I think you're right. Rogue is probably the most consistent team we have right now. Week 1, not so much, but they picked it up.
If you have any faith in me as budget David Bowie and him as budget little Peep, you should probably vote for Larson. He did really well. He just didn't die. Like, he just didn't die. And obviously a lot of people helped him not die, but the sheer amount of cooldowns that man just ate without going down. I know Lissandra's supposed to survive. That's like her thing, but we just don't usually see games like that.
Yeah.
And just really incredible credit to the man.
I think he has a hack on. Ult cooldown hack, 25%.
For sure, for sure.
I don't know how he pulled it off.
Yeah, that's good. Let's just,
He was hacking. There we go. That's the conclusion on the desk.
Definitely you're not supposed to say that. It's fine. You didn't, All right, anyway. Super one-sided. We're gearing up for an interview here shortly. I'm excited to hear from the man on the top side of the map. Ottawamne. Not too many spoilers. Quick Shot's going to get to talk.
Odo was a bit quiet this game on his island.
He got to farm a lot. It was a weird game because on the one hand, it looked like a lot of things were happening, and it also felt like nothing was happening.
Yeah, for Ottawamne especially. He didn't see his team in ages. He was just pounding on a Sion, pounding on a tower. Then eventually everyone showed up.
Yeah. Let's see how Ottawamne felt about that a little bit later. For now, we're going to toss to break. When we return, Ottawamne interview with Quick Shot. Never mind, we're not going to the break. We're going straight to the interview. I've been baited. Go, interview. Woo!
Thank you very much. That's right. I have Ottawamne with me. And I am going to ask, Otto, how did the game feel from your perspective? Because from our view, Rogue were significantly ahead throughout the entirety of the game, but there were a few chaotic moments and crazy fights. So were you nervous at all?
Not really. I mean, I felt like from the draft that we had all the tools to win, and going into the game, I think early game went pretty clean outside of a little bot lane incident. But I don't know. I think at some point I said that I can carry this game and I will 1v9 this game because I was starting to get really ahead and we had good control and vision over the enemy jungler, and I felt like I had a lot of, you know, power and leverage in this game. And I don't know, Larsen played really, really well as well. So I don't know. I think after we got Herald, I felt like this game was in the bag because I think we killed mid at one point, and then I pressed tab and I see that my Lissandra's 50 CS ahead, and I knew the game was kind of in the bag. So I wasn't really nervous at all after the Herald. After we got the Herald.
I mean, when we were looking at the gold lead ballooning as well as the objectives, the dragons, it was very obviously Rogue favored. You guys are now sitting 7-2 in the standings, and I want to talk a little bit about what is it that makes Rogue so consistent, so stable. We see a lot of other teams dropping games in surprise fashion, but Odo, you and the boys consistently being at the top of the table.
I mean, I think it's the same thing that people criticize us for, that, you know, we're solid, we're kind of boring at the same time, that, I don't know, we're not really doing anything special and stuff like that. And I feel like that's kind of, you know, a decent step, or like not a decent, a good stepping stone for us, or a good, like, you know, foundation block to, you know, consistently perform. The fact that we're not really winning in playoffs is a completely different story, but I don't know. I feel like the way we do things is just something that we can build, you know. And now it's time to adapt in playoffs. You know, it's try number 3 to adapt in playoffs if we make it, because
well, listen, the odds are in your favor. Come on, 7-2 after the first round robin. Let's remove Rogue from the talking point. What specific factors will help teams be consistent? Because it's something that we're seeing a lot of European squads struggling with.
I feel like there's not a lot of teams who are kind of, you know, building habits. I feel like a lot of teams are just relying on creativity, you know. When you have, for example, G2 has, you know, insanely talented players, and they rely on creativity a lot, especially in, you know, in Cavs. They kind of have this X factor in mid lane that kind of like helps them a lot, you know. So there are teams like that rely on that, and there's also teams that try to be creative, but they don't really have the star power to do it, you know. I don't know. I feel like teams don't really want to be boring, and they don't want to, you know, play smart and boring League of Legends and, you know, just play clean. I mean, I don't know. I don't know how other teams operate and how they do, you know, reviews of scrims and stuff like that. But from my experience in the past, there were, like, you know, instances, even in Rogue ourselves, we had instances where we were like, yeah, guys, we wanna be creative. We don't want to be this, you know, team that always plays the same. We kind of.
Oh no, I love that, because basically each team needs to be a little bit self-aware, a little bit self-reflective, and then play to your strengths and cover your weaknesses. Listen, I don't have a huge amount of time, but I do have one last question for you. I've asked several players throughout the course of the day. We're wrapping up the first round robin, and I want to know now a prediction from you: which 4 teams will not make playoffs?
Oh man. Actually, I don't really know the standings, how it looks like at the bottom of the table.
I don't know. I don't know. At production, could we put the standings back up? We'll see if we can. We'll see if they can pull that one back up for you. What I can say, Team BDS is an instant easy one. So there's one of your 4. What are the other 3?
Oh man, it's hard. I mean, BDS, I think they're not gonna make it. SK is a bit on resurgence right now, but I mean, it's hard. I don't see them being, you know.
Listen to me, man. I said I don't have a lot of time. Give me 3 team names. Three team names, and then we can go.
SK, Astralis, and Misfits.
Well, there we go. That's the bottom 4. We'll see if your prediction comes true. Odo, congratulations on a fantastic weekend. We're going to head to an ad break, and when we come back, Misfits will be taking on G2.
This lane. Incredibly impressive stuff. Really inspirational.
And here we go. He's looking for something. What a move! This man is on fire!
That's the kind of play which makes me want to be on stage. Hold on.
Oh.
thank you so much for joining me. Tell me, how do you feel after making that play?
Welcome back to the LEC, where we finally haven't cursed a team into losing, because Misfits, with the power of the Star Guardians anime and friendship, is now on a 4-game win streak. And let's talk about next game, because G2, Misfits, always delivers. And if we can set the stakes here for quite a bit, they are tied in the standings, but with very different trajectories, Verius.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Misfits started off the split 0-4. Everyone thought, well, okay, we know who's not making playoffs this time round. Like, Misfits has been figured out, you know, like, a lot of people believe the last split, they got a lot of lucky wins, right? Even against G2, right? We think back to last split and how crazy some of their games were. It was a little bit ridiculous, but they found themselves a winning formula, whereas G2 find themselves on a three-game losing streak right now.
They did start with 4 wins, though.
That's true. They also start with 4 wins. It's almost like their powers were stolen in some way.
Star Guardian powers.
Oh, the plot thickens.
Interesting. The script is too strong, guys. But when you think about the winning formula for Misfits, this is basically the same thing they were doing in Spring, Trouble.
Yeah, I think they were drafting a bunch of scaling for the late game, and at some point, when they've got a bunch of these shutdowns, their champions came online, their items came online, and their team fight seems to be pretty good towards a lot of stages of the game. I also feel like when you do give him these little points and stars, like Vito's Akali, when he's able to find the flank and find the kills, and in this particular clip that we're seeing right now, this is where he picked 2 very early kills, which he could then snowball into the late game.
And I think that, like, Trouble sums it up into comfort and team fight seems to be the name of the game for Misfits. I feel like that when we talk about a winning formula, this is a large part of why they were winning games last split. And yeah, their early games weren't the best. Their early games have never been the best, but they know how to team fight and they have the mechanical talent to pull off a lot of crazy plays. And Mercer on his Amumu demonstrated just a sample of that. But keep your eyes on Vito on his Akali here. There's a reason why he is so well known for the champion.
It's a winning formula for the team, but maybe lacking a bit of the fundamentals in the early game. We'll see how the games goes from them. Yeah, here. So
just a little bit.
Yeah, winning formula or just getting away with it. We'll see about G2, but when you think about this game, it's the battle of the opposites, really. G2 on a 3-game lose streak now, and it feels like they're in quest of identity, in a way.
I very much agree. Treats brought an interesting thought to me yesterday, which is that the way in which they're approaching the meta seems almost a little bit outdated. In particular, like, you look at a lot of their drafts, things like Azir, Corki, Zoe, like, these champions that you see on your screen right now still very strong, but we seem to be shifting more into this skirmish-heavy style, which shouldn't really be strange to G2, but actually is not really how they've been winning a lot of their games. We think back to their, like, late-scaling team fighting. We think back to their 5v5s, their kind of controlled early game into a powerful mid game. That is really how G2 found success, and right now that style just isn't working for them.
This also pretty much shows to me that mid lane is a very big point of contention for G2, because if I look at Zoe, Corki, and Azir, it's like push lane, push lane, push lane, get that mid prior on the map.
Yeah, and you have to think of what happens when Caps is struggling, because when you think about the game yesterday especially, he died a lot. So the answer to shutting down G2, is it to shut down Caps?
Okay, Caps' average deaths are an entire death above the second. He is by far the first in average deaths in the league, and it has become a problem and a weakness for G2. The fact that Caps will die 2 to 3 times in the early game. Hell, yesterday we saw him die versus Certus on a 1v1 at the very crucial point in the map where they were trying to contest that Drake, and dying that early into the game, it shuts down a lot of the opportunities for early game ganks and tower dives.
I think when we think back to the playoffs, it was all eyes on Caps. Superstar, even at MSI, this man's performance was just amazing to see, and everyone quickly regarded him as the best mid laner in Europe once again. But it feels like that when you shut him down, what else is G2? And I think that these questions are starting to prop up more. Now, I'm not going to jump to any conclusions because it seems that teams are getting better at shutting this man in the mid lane down, but we really need to see more from this G2 roster, because if all it takes is to beat G2 is to stop Caps, then like that seems like an effective method that many other teams can learn to adopt.
And what's really mind-blowing to me is that this guy has 15 deaths right there, yet his damage per minute is 700, yet his damage percentage is 35%, even though due to his deaths, he falls down in gold at 14. So for me, it's mind-blowing that if this guy almost takes over games by being down in gold, down in experience, down in items, we know what happens when Caps is unleashed and doesn't die in the early game.
And like that's just the crazy thing, right? Caps still, in a way, is playing very well.
Yeah.
It's just that in the early game, he is getting shut down, and when G2 fall behind early, they seem much weaker than the traditional G2 we've seen winning Spring Split.
It's going to be an interesting matchup, and we know how crazy the games versus Misfits versus G2 usually go. Misfits is riding the momentum while G2 is trying to find themselves again, and it's time to toss it to the casters for the game. Take it away, guys.
Woo! Thank you so much, Lore. Wow. In-house audience still hype. No players, just bears on the stage previously. This time we got the players.
Yeah, we took away our curse of teddy bears. We
Teddy
brought
bear
them back
curse.
to life.
You're pushing the teddy bear curse narrative. I respect it. We'll see.
It's our power. It's cool power.
It is a cool power. You know who else has a cool power? It's Caps, because no matter where he goes, people talk about him. And we're probably going to do that too. Smiley
Who'd
boy
have thought,
on stage.
Being good at like one of the best players ever in the
but
West.
is it enough to beat a man who has the anime buff on his side? Well, maybe, because Caps also has the anime
as well.
buff. Unstoppable duo.
Unstoppable duo.
Clear. And if you're wondering what to expect for this game, we cannot tell you because this week has been so bizarre. Other than an amazing audience, it's truly hard to say because I did not expect to be in a position where last season's champions were 4-4 at this point in the season. Now, if you told me they had got there, memeing around, playing dumb champions, that'd be G2. That'd be a very G2 thing, but they haven't. It's been honest losses. It's been them getting outclassed in a lot of these games. A lot of players individually falling down. And so it's something that we have to track as we move forward, because for G2, you highlighted, Kedro, it's a 3-loss streak. For Misfits, 4-win streak. Can they keep it going?
That's the big question.
And as the funky jams begin, I've got my eyes on an Akali.
I've got my eyes on you.
Aw, thanks.
I like the star in here.
Thanks.
Listens.
I like your stars. You have 3 of them.
Thank you. Well, G2 have a lot of stars. One of them is Caps. What mid laner will he get his hands on? We were talking about this a little bit before the game, and I feel like the desk touched on it. They're playing mid laners which aren't so much really meta right now. More skirmish heavy. Lissandra, Taliyah. These are the kind of champions we want to see out of Caps. I would love to see a Caps Taliyah this game. We'll see if G2 has been scrimming it, see if they've been practicing it. Mac even confirmed on Twitter just after the game that they have been watching a lot of LPL. They're taking a lot of inspiration from there. So that's the reason they're playing the game in that way, which looks like is the driving force and the best way to play the game right now on this current patch. So bans coming in, Poppy taken away, Lee Sin taken away, Renata, Senna, and Ornn. Raises the prior of things like the Gnar.
Yuumi coming in as well.
Irrelevant wants to first pick it. A little bit of cheers there for the Yuumi ban.
And obviously, Broken Blade is a player with an incredibly deep champion pool, so potentially trying to bait that first pick, giving Irrelevant the Gnar in exchange for something else. Instead, for now, the hover over is the Zeri, really debating what they want here. Mid is a big question naturally, because VTO has obviously been a top performer for this Misfits squad. In spring, it felt like the VTO show, and while now it's more of a team effort, still a player we keep our eyes on. That said, top also going to be very crucial.
We haven't seen Kalista yet from G2. They could go for Lucian Nami here, so those are the 2 bot lane options. Could play it safe as well. We've seen a little bit of Kog'Maw Lulus too. With the Yuumi being taken away, it does kind of take away a lot of the strength of the Zeri. Zeri Yuumi is the ideal setup, but Zeri can function pretty well with things like the Nautilus anyway, so we'll see what they opt into. Wukong looks like will be Jankos' prior pick, who has been struggling in the last couple of weeks, in the last couple of games. Early games, not really finding as many leads as he might want, getting caught out here and there, but going back to a little bit of comfort. And we'll see if they pair that up with something that roams around. You could pick power picks here, go for the Nami that we saw Rogue do last game, and then pick Lucian on 3. Could go for Gnar, could go for an early mid pick for Caps.
Yeah, and if they don't pick Gnar here, I feel like it's because they have something up their sleeve in terms of counters. Maybe they are willing to play something like the Camille. Obviously, Broken Blade again, deeper champion pool, but any other team, it would feel like an instant, no question asked Gnar pick.
Oh, wow.
Instead, the Twitch now coming out. Big range, big damage, even without the Yuumi. Comfortable to pick it up here from the side of G2 Esports.
So what happens here if Mersa takes the Lulu? Because I feel like that's exactly what That's exactly what G2 want. I think they're going to have to go for something like Twitch Rakan, Twitch Zillion, something along those lines if they're wanting to match some kind of engaged/ranged enchanter. Karma doesn't work very well, I believe. But there's the Viego for Zlatan. Lee Sin banned against him, of course. I think Lee Sin's always banned against Zlatan. It's his most comfortable. He's played a lot of Viego this split as well. It's kind of like jungle pool is quite small in this current meta, so a lot of junglers have comfort on the meta picks. And it looks like VTO is going to go back to his Corki. No support picks just yet. Comfort for him. We've seen incredible CS numbers out of him and incredible damage numbers too.
Absolutely. Anytime you get a champion that can poke as much as Corki can, obviously 1-1 on the champion overall, massive KDAs. He had some of those pop-off performances. Sylas could be the answer, and there it is.
A bit more skirmish heavy. No Azir, no Corki. Get caps on the side as we saw it at MSI. He can do damage on those side lanes. And that's exactly what G2 look like they're playing towards. I mean, Twitch could go towards side. You have great team fight as well. They haven't really revealed their comp just yet. Misfits, of course, a lot of poke with the Corki Rockets. The Zeri W, even not AP, does incredible amounts of damage. 3 to 4 items in.
Something to track most certainly, but now as we head into the second phase, I'm still keeping my eyes on the Sylas as a potential flex as we move later. We've highlighted it earlier. It has been leveraged, and of course, Broken Blade again. Champion pool is something that we will track, but Caps expect maybe to keep that one for now. Karma is going to be banned away, so definitely not the ideal bot lane pairing, but do not want to give it up either on the side of G2 Esports. Maybe could look to grab the Lulu themselves.
Yeah, I think Lulu is probably what G2 want. Rakan is another champ that comes to mind. Nautilus could work, but doesn't really pair very well with Twitch. With Zeri, it does. If they ban something like Karma Nautilus here, then they probably are looking at the Lulu. There's the Gnar ban.
Interesting.
I think the reason Misfits ban Gnar is because they've accepted that they don't want to play it because they're against the Sylas Wukong, right? Sylas takes a Gnar ult. That's not something you want to play into. Just ban it away. Also makes it so they have the last pick top and they have the blind pick support because it just narrows down the blind pick top pool. Ornn would be the other one that G2 could pick up. I think Misfits should ban that one away as well. Actually, no, they banned it on the 1-3 there at G2. Good spot. So it's G2 who actually banned the Lulu.
Interesting. Yeah, and of course, I think I like the Ornn ban coming out, just giving respect to Misfits and how they've won a lot of these games, these mid to late game team fights. We talk about teams coming back from massive early deficits. Misfits has definitely been one of those teams, finding those big fights, and the Rakan getting banned out. Now, alongside the Zillion, you highlighted this as one of the picks that they could go for support on the bottom side, and GP, still premier top lane blind pick, usually banned out. I honestly forgot it was in the pool, but there it is, coming in for Broken Blade.
GP picked up indeed. What has Irrelevant got in his back pocket as a counter? We have seen Flandre play, I think it was Annie into GP long time ago, earlier on in the year, I believe it was. I doubt they're going to go for that. I think they just want to leverage counter pick support here. I think the best blind for Misfits is probably a Nautilus. I guess the only thing you could be scared of on 5 is a 5-pick Braum, but it doesn't sound very threatening to Twitch Braum. We'll see what they opt into anyway, but there's the Gwen for Irrelevant.
There it is.
Oh, they pre-picked the Braum. Very smart here. What Misfits have done is they banned Rakan, which is the counter to Braum. They know Lulu Karma's down, which are enchanters that do well into Braum, and they just blinded themselves. Now, I think Janna or something along those lines is the best pick for G2 here. Picking an engaged support's pretty tough, and the range support pool is very, very limited. This 4-5 has been very interesting the way it played out.
Yeah, definitely. Taric
as well could work.
Okay option. You can certainly strap a stun to the back of a Wukong and find yourself very quickly in a fight. The ability to go invulnerable against this team is going to be big. Taric locked in for Targamas.
I like the Taric. It works really well at Twitch as well because you can go in stealth, pop out as the stun is kind of buffered, and then get the stun while you're getting some damage off. A bit tricky, of course. Twitch has to get a bit close to do that, but that is an interaction that works. Do like a little bit of engage though from the support role against the Corki, which might be a bit of a problem later on in the fights, but it's on Jankos. I think Jankos and a GP ult should be enough. Hurricane on Flackit, and then Caps just dishing out damage in the backline with things like the Braum ult. So G2 heavy team fight, good side lane, globals as well.
Yeah.
And invisibility of the Twitch will always be a threat. Misfits, lots of poke. Good meta OP champs. We'll see how they manage their sides.
Love the Braum paired with 4 champions who are going to auto-attack a lot. It can be easy to get those concussive blow stacks, especially if Caps and Jankos try to find their way into the back line. Really going to be about execution here. Not used to seeing kind of this lack of hard engagement from either side. Yeah, you have a Wukong with the Taric combined together, but we don't really have the Ornns. We don't really have the Gnars, these big ultimates, or even Lissandras to come into this game. So it'd be a lot about how you maneuver around the map, a lot about how your macro setup is.
Will be about mid. I think Caps wants to push in the Corki and try to look to make plays over side. Mid push will be contested pretty heavily.
And we're tracking. Natural to focus in on the mid lane matchup when it's VTO versus Caps. We'll see where the junglers want to put their attention. Final game of the first round robin for both these teams, both at 4-4. Someone will walk away with a positive start to the season. Find out who it is. G2 Esports versus Misfits Gaming.
A lot of G2 fans in the audience today. I can see 3 flags already from here.
Dang. Uh-oh.
There's the Misfits fan.
Oh no, Misfits. Misfits fan who started that cheer. You're a hero. You're the MVP. In the face of insurmountable odds, you stood strong, and I respect that. And it's not really insurmountable odds because they're 4-4. Misfits have been on a tear, and to be honest, G2 have been in free fall, something we need to keep our eye on. But before we talk about that, we need to talk about the sheer amount of first strike that's shown up. We got a first strike Ornn today, first strike Corki, that makes sense. First strike Silas. Kadril, make it make sense for me.
Well, I mean, the Corki's running first strike as well, so whoever can proc it first will be nice. I think VTO will proc it pretty easily, but the first strike rune, as I say that, passive doesn't proc. Caps forces out the key there. In skirmishes can give you a lot of gold. I mean, it scales exponentially, the rune, right? Early game, it nets you gold here and there. It feels good. You know, it's like old Kleptoment, where you just proc it, you get the feel good bonus gold, but it naturally just comes through when you hit 3 items. You hit 1 combo on Silas, you're going to get a hell of a lot of gold. So we'll track how much Caps can get from it. I think VTO will be the one to proc it in the lane. I think you can just drop an easy auto attack. Caps doesn't even have Q, and then he can proc it himself. The E as well is so easy to proc. But I think Caps wants to get mid push towards level 3. And then look to impact these sides. Top lane, melee matchup. A lot of skirmish heavy towards the top side as both junglers path there.
Yep, and Ignite for Relevant is going to be big as we move later in the game. Flash for Broken Blade, we'll see what it does for him. But here in the early laning phase, GP obviously has the power of the parlay as well as the passive and the grasp. Very big damage that comes out from the GP.
So Broken Blade's trying to manage Irrelevant's Conqueror stacks while also being very careful for the Ignite. So he's taking short trades so they're not so long extended that Irrelevant can keep his Conqueror stacks up, so now he'll proc it, get his EQ, and now Irrelevant ideally wants to auto-attack him again to keep the Conqueror, but he wants to make sure that he can kite him in between the fights. Q, auto, run away. Rinse, repeat while Conqueror falls off, and that's the idea here for Broken Blade. Irrelevant trading back, of course. Like I said, Ignite is a bit scary for Broken Blade. That's why he's not playing this too aggressively.
Burning through Corrupting Potion stacks very, very quickly, though.
And that's the power of, I think, Second Wind, which I imagine Irrelevant had. And Doran's Shield, just so much health regen.
Yep. Using his dash very aggressively there. And now the engage on the bottom side. Flacket taking a bit of a poke here. Targamas Stun is caught out there. Stun, a bit of a response. Aftershock is proc. A bit of damage going to be layered back onto Neon. Targamas now stunned up, but Mersa taking so much damage. Expunge, not sure if it's already come out. There it is.
Nice try there by Misfits. I like the aggression, you know, just instantly Q flash, drop the Ignite. Twitch has no cleanse. If we can proc a stun, he's dead. Luckily for Flacket, he flashed away and then got the stealth, so they didn't actually know exactly where he was after the stun. Targamas trading up here. Shield has to be used. Misfits ideally want to crash this wave and then look to back. Try to take some kind of cheater here because there's not much to do in the lane. Maybe take Crab.
Move up. Braum obviously has the CC to take that shield away. They do want to go for that one instead. Just playing down a little bit of vision. The back now coming out. Will it be interrupted? Targamas is going forward, and Neon going to cancel that one.
I think they can just take Crab now or try to base again. I mean, he's on a ward, so Mersa wants to do Crab or stun it for Zlatan, so it's an easier take. But I think Neon's getting cancelled again. Yeah, he is, so not letting him back away. Caps is getting the mid push for now. And if we could just... a second. They're on a ward still. They think they've done the 5-head play, you know, where they think, they think we've based, so they're going to push this wave, and then we're going to catch them when they go too far up in the lane. But joke's on you, there's a ward there, so G2 is going to
It's like when you're young and you play hide and seek with your parents, and they're like, oh, where are they? Oh, you know?
And they've already seen you 5 times.
They see your feet behind the curtain. It's like the worst hiding spot ever. You think you're a genius. You're like, we got him.
That is exactly what that was there. The Twitch W is thrown into the bush to show that they know that they're there, and Caps forces VTO back. Yep. Now they need Jankos here, or around at least, to crash this wave, of course, because Flacket has no flash, so he's going to show himself. Try to help them crash this wave. Mersa needs to be careful now. He's the one who could be in danger if a stun connects, if he's too far up in this lane.
Jankos with red buff now coming down. Targamas fishing for the stun setup. They are going to lock him down. Guardian comes in, unbreakable, just a little bit of damage. Ticking, burning, not going to be enough. Expunge, Ignite.
Nope. Nice try there. So Targamas with the E-Flash wants to catch Neon there. Doesn't have cleanse either. Now this wave crashing. Neon really wants to pick up this wave. He's probably calling Zlatan here, saying, guys, I want this wave, but he knows
on Raptors.
Yeah, he knows he has to back away. One flash EQ from the Wukong. He's dead. Guardian's on cooldown as well. There's nothing there to defend him. So a big wave lost here. A plate over to G2. Great early game for them so far. Caps is going to trade aggressively here because he has TP.
VTO Continue to poke, continue to trade back caps out of mana, out of cooldown, so VTO can stick around there, but just taking the full brunt of that. Bottom side, though, such a huge gold swing in favor of G2. Not only are they able to grab 1, potentially 2 plates, they deny about 2 waves of CS to Neon.
Yeah, definitely huge play there from G2's bot lane. Good cover by Jankos, all sums down, and now VTO's forced to back away because Caps gets beneficial trades and he has TP. Mersa's hovering around to make sure he can get that base off, but no, VTO stays because Caps throws the wave, so awkward scenario here for Misfits where they just want to make sure this goes into tower and they can back off. Luckily for him, Mersa's the first support to be there, Target Mass is still in base, and Caps will just catch his wave and TP back, we expect.
And I think it's big for Jankos to have this kind of positive impact on the early games. We see Flacket and Targamas backing and returning to the mid lane because his stats have been pretty similar in terms of jungle proximity, definitely a lot lower in K+A at 14, but the impact just hasn't been there. He's been falling behind a little bit in jungle matchups. And obviously, anytime a team is not doing as well in the early game, jungle is like the first person you yell at. That's like solo Q101, and I think it's good for Jankos to come out swinging. Yes, it's not a gank that results in a kill, but that gold swing in bot lane cannot be underestimated.
Definitely cannot, and I think that it's more so about jungle AD, jungle support and mid playing as a 3 to try and find plays rather than Jankos being the one to force them. Of course, if you're playing Jarvan and Trundle, it's a lot easier to find plays because you have enough setup yourself, but on things like the Wukong, you need to wait for level 6, and it's more of a 3v3-esque game as Misfits will get the bot grab respawn. Shadow will get 6, I think, off this, and then they'll force a dragon. So smart play here, a little bit of bot push too. Jankos now looking for a cross-map play here by looking for a lane gank onto Irrelevant, who has no flash. Jankos is not close to 6, so they won't have the setup that they might want, but with Broken Blade's ult, I think they might get it. There's the Gwen W, Irrelevant's in trouble now.
That's down, that's just an armor and MR buff, mostly at this point in the game, but Cloud is down now as well. Irrelevant realizes really there's only one place that Jankos can be at this point, and it's probably on the top side or clearing out his camps, so he's just going to back off.
It's one of those moments as a jungler where you get Crab, you get Drake, you're taking his blue, and you're like, the only place he can be is top. He's probably through lane. Irrelevant knows that he's probably through lane, so he just backs off, catches the wave, finds Broken Blade. And yeah, good early game here by Misfits, which is surprising when we look at their first couple of weeks. I mean, they're 4-4, G2 is 4-4, and after the first couple of weeks, we thought Misfits was gone, down and out.
Remember, they were 0-4. That's the thing. They've 4 wins back-to-back to get to the point where they are now. It felt doomed for this team after the first few weeks. They looked lost.
And G2 on a 3-game lose streak, Misfits on a 4-game win streak. So contrast in previous games from both these teams. And I mean, Schlatan's off to a great lead. Already level 6. Jankos hasn't hit it just yet. Maybe the ward will get him a level up on the wave here. But Schlatan's just been farming. Gold lead for him. Irrelevant's winning in isolation. Gold lead for him. It's just the bot lane of G2, which actually won out on the 2v2, which is ahead after denying that wave. They need to force a Herald, I think. Now Jankos is 6. They're going to look for it. You can see Targamas on the bot side is running up the river. Mersa is trying to match. I think Flacket might have to run here from base because I don't think Misfits will give this up easily.
Relevant moving down now. Get spotted out. Could just get chunked out there if he sticks around too long. Mersa on the way up. Schlatan on the way up. Level 7 for the Viego. 4K health. Eye opens. They can maybe try to burst it down, but G2, I think, realize this is not going to be their Herald to take for free. They're pulling it back. Maybe they try to finish it up here without letting it reset, but it does now finally reset.
There's a lot of contrast here. Targamas has the ult, but Flacket doesn't. Then vice versa for Misfit. They don't have Mersa's ult, but Neon does. Schlatan has the level lead in the gold lead, but he hasn't spent it. He only has a Sheen and a longsword, so Jankos up in items. G2 just seem like they want to give this. Or do they? Jankos is now in the pit, sees it's gone. Does he engage? Yes, he does.
He's going to step forward. Jankos now leaping in. Schlatan making it out to safety. Big damage on the backside from a big one. Vito doesn't even have any items, and he's already taken 200, 300 health off per rocket.
A bit confusing there, because Broken Blade goes to top wave. The rest of G2 go towards mid. Jankos then goes over the wall, and then they think that they're fighting it. They try to engage, but nothing happens. Schlatan just ults away. They get the objective, and now that's a dragon. That's a Herald. And that's a winning jungle matchup right now for Schlatan if he can just keep farming.
And again, that bot side play for G2 is the only thing that's keeping the gold even right now. You can see 500 in the lead for the Twitch, an extra 100 for the Taric. That's just the plates that they're able to get the bottom side, because in the jungle, Viego pulling ahead, top lane, Gwen a little bit of an edge, Corki a little bit. Those ones aren't going to be significant. It really just is the Viego gold lead versus the Twitch gold lead. And now with the Herald, just have to see where they want to put that, where they want to focus.
Ideal would be mid or bot, wouldn't it? Try to get the Corki as quick to his item spikes as possible before the dragon spawn, get that reliable poke damage in. Bot lane also works to get towards this area, but a little bit more complicated because that lane seems pretty hard to crash waves when the 2v2 happens. Of course, Flacket is alone for now, needs to be careful.
Flacket, oh, he's just going to get stunned up here. Forced to flash out there. Well played. Only the Ignite used from the side of Misfits, so ultimately hugely positive play for the fights to come.
Yep, I think VTO just based here. He's going to TP back. He has package up. It's spawning right now, but he knows Dragon's up in 1 minute 40 seconds. Why take package, right? There's no play to be made. Just use TP, come back, farm up a bit more, take a base in around 30 seconds to a minute, pick up the package, and then we might see another fight around this Dragon. G2 didn't find a fight on the first Dragon, gave up the Herald as well. Do they fight the next Dragon? I think the answer might be no, because Flakked really needs that Blade of the Ruined King. That's when the item breakpoint comes in for Twitch.
Yeah, and that's the big thing about Twitch right now, is obviously that he just feels so incredibly powerful on one item, which is rare for a lot of AD carries. Yeah, Gale Force feels great on Lucian, but past that, you're looking at Shield Bow, which is fine, but Twitch just gets so much from just a bit of AD, a bit of lifesteal, a bit of attack speed, obviously, with the power of his ultimate. That said, Caps stepping away, 1, 2, 3, trying to get the Blast Cone. Mersa feeling confident there. We'll call it a zoning Blast Cone, as now they're going to drop the Herald in the mid lane. It'll be at least 2 more plates for VTO. And it was just the jungle that was ahead, but now it's going to be the mid lane as well. Yanko's forced to retreat from the mid lane. Audience! There it is.
Big crash in mid. You can see what Mersa was going for there, right? Just flash, knock the Blast Cone, take Caps into his team, and then they can proc the passive. So, nice try. Herald crashes. Big gold lead now for the mid jungle of Misfits, who are just trying to farm up, avoid any plays. Sylas, Wukong, incredibly good skirmishers this early on in the game. With the Wukong ult, the Sylas taking away things like the Viego ult, it could be detrimental in these 2v2s, but as long as they can keep the Corki scaling, they're very happy.
Neon stunned up. He got out of the previous one, but he can't get out of this one. Forced to flash out. Just a bit sloppy there.
I wonder if Flakked had more mana, he would just flash after him there. Just pop the ult, has enough mana for E as well. Actually doesn't have the flash, so he actually couldn't gap close that. Caps picks up his Mythic. We saw VTO off screen go to base there and pick up the package. With Dragon in 5 seconds, I think this is just something G2 have to give up. And the problem G2 have is, if we're giving this up, what can we do if we're giving it up? And the answer is, well, nothing. They can just farm up their jungle and catch waves. There's no real top dive to happen. Maybe they take the 4v4 with a GP ult, but I feel like Misfits are a bit too strong right now.
Definitely difficult. Obviously, the power of a Taric ultimate and a Twitch ultimate can do a lot to sway fights, but given that Flakked hasn't completed that first item, he's really not too threatening. Cap's doing what he can to just trade, to just hold on in mid lane.
Execution could be everything, though, because it looks like G2 have a little bit of vision in the bot side of the river. They're keeping these bot waves in, and it's hard for Neon to join his team right now. You can see it's almost like a 3v3 stare down where Caps will come around, Neon is stuck in bot, and both teams are a bit hesitant. The package is worn off, Caps has to go back and catch his mid wave, or does he just ignore it and then they force the fight?
Godson waiting off to the side. Who's going to catch who here? Caps going forward. And just go unstoppable with the ultimate. Is he going to commit as the Viego? Cap's going to be forced to ult out here in a second, but it doesn't matter. He doesn't have enough time. Valkyrie away. Target is still committed for the fight. Yanko's now stepping forward. VTO going to get burned down. Trading back 1-for-1 thus far. Misfits retreating, but into enemy territory. Zlatan, he's strong. Very far ahead of Yankos. Level 9 to level 7. Maybe he can turn this fight with the help of Mersa beside him. The Blast Cone over, though, splits them. That's disaster. Stun gonna get dodged out here. Zlatan waiting, holding on. The ultimate not available. Needs to find a reset if he wants to get anything done. Just has to retreat. Mersa sacrifices. He walks back into the jungle, but with Flakked grabbing this kill, works out so well for G2.
I wonder how long he can stall here for. He will die. He's not going to execute, that's for sure, but he's just trying to slow down the game as much as possible. You can see Caps TP'd bot to stop Neon from getting any plates, and that's the biggest issue Misfits had with this fight. They couldn't get the Zeri to join. But with all of them showing top, it looks like Misfits will get the objective that they finally came for. G2 chasing them all the way from this river, all the way to the top jungle. 2 kills for them, yes, but still no break point from Flakked. He's really close to that Blade of the Ruined King, but hasn't picked it up yet.
Take a look back at exactly what happened here. But you can see Caps maybe a little bit overconfident on how much safety the Viego ulti would buy him in this context.
Yeah, a bit too deep here by Caps. I think he was just trying to trade onto VTO. Zlatan's been hovering around VTO this whole kind of dance around Dragon just to make sure he's safe. Caps dashes in, gets a little bit of damage, but here just holds the ult for way too long. Damage comes in from Misfits, they get the kill. Nice flash stun there by Targamas, catches VTO out. Jankos follows up with his flash to gap close, and now they're on the wrong side of the map. They get chased down and die. 2-for-1 in the end, and Misfits get the Dragon.
It's big because while Jankos is still behind in the individual jungle matchup, he is able to finish that. The mythic item, Caps also getting stronger. Flakked sadly not quite able to complete the Blade of the Ruined King, but Misfits, again, trying to set up control on the bottom side of the map, taking down these crabs, and Corki going to continue to push out the mid wave as G2 just grouping up here.
Mersa.
Oh, Mersa caught out. Mersa again here. Unbreakable will be able to walk away.
Yeah, should be fine. They really want this mid-tower, Misfits. They're trying to get it. VTO wants to drop a few autos on it, but G2 want to defend it with their lives. No GP ult yet, no Wukong ult yet, so G2 can't engage. And it looks like Neon's just been sitting on this bot wave for so long, and he's getting a lot of solo XP, yes, but he needs to join the team fights. Matching Caps is a losing 1v1. Caps
Neon can try to leap over the wall, is going to do so, make it out to safety, but can't stick around this lane for too long if Caps wants to stay here.
I think G2 just want to push out this mid wave and then get Blade of the Ruined King on Flacket ASAP. Looks like Misfits want to respond by forcing the Herald. They know that he needs this item and they want to take advantage of it. VTO hovering around. Irrelevant has the top push.
Checking in on the gold, of course, because while it looks dead even, we have to keep in mind who the strong members of each respective team are. VTO leading Misfits versus Flacket. Shalaton and Broken Blade, the other two strong members, with everyone else dragging behind. Really, it's the top 5 versus the bottom 5 here. Irrelevant and Neon struggling to get a lot of that gold at this point in the game. Obviously presented by Santander. And now, Caps again fishing. Neon, is he going to have the E up? Is it going to be enough to escape this time? Stealing away the ultimate. Is he ready for the dive? He's waiting for the E cooldown. Flash forward, leaps in, has it. They're trying to trade movement speed. They're trying to move. They're trying to jig. Trying to get away from that one. Caps is going to get traded back here. Ignite just burns him down.
Good 1-for-1, forces the TP out of Irrelevant, gets Neon's heal as well, and now because Irrelevant TP'd bot, they have a pressure point top here, G2. Schlatan's the one who has to cover this, but they're going to dive him if he stays here, so that's going to be a top tower for G2. Flacket finally gets that item that he's been looking for so long, and we'll see if Broken Blade wants to base and TP bot here or defend bot tower, because maybe Misfits want to take this mid tower and move down there. Not so sure if they can do it. The tower looks pretty healthy. Flacket looks for VTO, and there's the stun kind of combo with the stealth. Yep. And there's a TP from Broken Blade as well, so he has chosen to TP bot to catch the wave to deny the tower. And we'll look at that one again because Misfits awkwardly have left Neon alone for so long that eventually he has to match Caps and he loses really hard. And you can see the amount of damage Caps has. He's waiting for his cooldowns. Flash, ults, lands a W, and then he hits the Q afterwards as Neon tries to dance around the tower. The best thing he can do, dash away to lose tower aggro, but there's a Gwen.
Yep. Good on Irrelevant to cover there, but again, G2 getting the better in a lot of these exchanges. As Flacket and Broken Blade really just continuing to pull ahead. Yes, VTO is very strong, and he's going to be one of the members that you have to keep your eye on, but this duo of Flacket and Targamas are also just showing so much disruption. So hard to know where it is actually safe to back.
It is indeed. Caps has TP coming up soon. Broken Blade doesn't. They're going to leave Caps top until this next dragon spawns, because Misfits have 2. If they get the next one, of course, they're on soul point, so it has to be a fight for G2. They have to deny that, and Misfits want to secure it. Baron won't be up, so there's not going to be any trades happening. Misfits could opt to give it up and try to get a top tower, but it's always worth trying to fight the soul, especially for the soul point, especially if they have Corki package.
Yep, and obviously already have the second Herald. Can create a pressure point anywhere they want. Mid lane already down. Stepping forward here.
So mid-wave contest is happening. Both these teams will kind of do a stare down for the next 30 seconds. Try to look for a mistake, try to watch if someone oversteps. Jankos and Targamas will be quick to punish, and similarly Mersa and Schlatan will be quick to punish. Side lane push is very important. If they can get the GP having the spot push and able to move first, and of course they'll have numbers advantage earlier. Broken Blade going towards a crit GP build here, not going for the Bruiser build, so we'll dish out a lot of damage, but will be a little bit squishier. The Bruiser build gives a lot of CDR, ability haste, but the crit build just does more raw damage, and we've got a pause.
Perfect. Time for the Draco's Cage will pause cast, aka we'll tell you what's going on when we know.
The pause cast.
The pause cast.
I like that. Someone must have some kind of issue in game. Hopefully it's just, you know, my screen turned off.
Yeah.
Turns it back on.
Maybe they're just like Vedi and they just really hate stealth champions and they're just asking one last time to the refs. Are you sure we can't delete Twitch?
You don't want to fix that?
Because this guy's just invisible and then I'm stunned. I'm playing against Season 1 Evelyn right now and I'm not a fan.
Have you seen the damage Zeri's doing to me? That W?
I mean, Zeri just got solo killed by Cap, so I don't think anyone's complaining about Zeri right now.
Maybe a couple more items and it'll be a bit tough to deal with.
Yeah, and again, I think it's an interesting point in the game because while it felt like Misfits had some advantages in the early game, and while, yes, Flacket had a lead on the bottom side, it didn't really feel like it amounted to too much.
Yep.
And ultimately, I feel like G2 is still getting the better in a lot of these exchanges, despite the fact that Misfits have been getting, 2 Heralds, getting a lot of these objectives. And the fact that VTO is now on a side lane versus Caps when he's the man with all that money in his back pocket, and you see G2 just grouping mid, I think feels so bad.
Yeah, you really want your pushing side lane, especially with the Sylas GP. The Sylas wants to either soak pressure, where 2 or 3 members have to go to the Sylas lane and try to kill him, and then you net objectives on the other side of the map, or you have kill pressure in the 1v1 with the global of the GP ult. But I hear game sounds, so I think we're back in.
We're back.
Pretty quick pause, so let's take stock. 30 seconds on the Infernal Dragon. Soul point for Misfits. G2 currently have vision around it. Caps is basing to regen his health and mana. Has TP as well. Will he use it? He could run. He has enough time to do so, but it's going to be a big fight. G2 looks like they're going through bot for now, or they're just trying to make sure Broken Blade is safe.
Yep. Keep in mind in the fight to come, the people that you really need to keep your eyes on are the Twitch, Play of the Rune King, going to be very strong, and the Corki. He's about to evolve the Muramana.
Wait, G2 just gave up all of mid-wave. Caps TP'd bots, Flacken and Targamas ran bots. They're completely ignoring mid and VTO's package, so That Herald might take a tier 2.
Hold on,
G2
audience.
just want to rush it.
Keep it in your eyes, audience. Don't forget your responsibility. Ah, there it is. Good job, observers. You're heroes.
Here comes a 5v5
Bam.
package.
Okay, Targmas looking for the setup. Irrelevant off to the side. We're just setting up for the 50-50. Caps with the stolen Corki ultimate, laying down a bit of poke. Vito getting shipped out.
He's the one
Vito's
winning
taking
out.
so much damage. The dragon hits him too.
Yeah, he's extremely low now. This is not ideal for Vito.
Barrel's getting set up as well. They're going to have to fight their way into this one. He's going to go across the entire team now. He's trying to leap out to safety. It's absolute chaos. The dragon has been lost. It is no longer the focus of either side as Caps is still standing. G2 absolutely out-executing in the skirmish. All 5 members stand tall. Caps walking away with a blinking health bar. VTO and Irrelevant still in the area. Neon over the wall, maybe just trying to heal up, but Blacken goes invisible. Lays down the poison, pokes them out. G2, credit to them, making that fight work.
Yeah, 2 kills and the Dragon. Cap saves the mid-tier 3. Fantastic fight by them. Extremely risky, though. They gave up so much mid to make sure they could find a 5v5 there. Credit to Jankos on the engage. VTO forced his way in, and smart mechanical play by Caps to jump into the Terror Cult last second to live. They'll get a bot tier 1 as well. A couple camps for Jankos, and they'll be happy with that as they get themselves the gold lead and deny that soul point.
Very, very big exchange. Caps making away with blinking health bar, and VTO just getting chunked out really before the fight could come through. Again, G2 are supposed to be the ones getting poked out before the fight.
It was Caps. He took
just
VTO's rockets and just out-poked
anything you can
him.
do, I can do better kind of attitude from Caps. He literally just takes a Corki ult and pokes enemy Corki out of the fight.
Yeah, a lot of rockets hit VTO there, so this is the point where he's really low. Now watch what happens. VTO packages here to split off Broken Blade, and him and Irrelevant try to get that kill. Meanwhile, Jankos is engaging onto Mercer and Zlatan. Caps gets extremely low, and he knows he's not in the Terror Cult, so he has to dash into it last second and just about lands on top of him as he's burning and a rocket hits. So he lives. They all cover Caps, and then Jankos cleans up onto Zlatan. That's the 2 kills, and then they force the rest of Misfits away, get themselves a Dragon. Caps runs mid here because he knows he's absolutely fine and he's safe. He clears out the wave, and now Misfits are setting up around this top side, around this Baron.
Yeah.
They can't start it though. They don't really have anyone to tank it for now, and you can see the damage dealt in that last fight. A lot of poke from VTO, but a lot of poke from Caps and Broken Blade as well, and they found their targets.
50 damage short of killing Caps in the end, and that's really all that's going to matter, as Caps now has a death cap as well. Full damage is the focus here.
No tier 2 boots, no Merc treads, no Zhonya's, no Everfrost for health, just full raw glass cannon Sylas burst. We'll see how much he can dish out in the fights. There's a Hurricane for Flacket as well.
I mean, the thing is, if they focus Caps, though, you're looking at the 2-item Twitch, or GPU's also on 2 items. Yes, it's not the Bruiser build, but still, you're going to have big damage coming in there, so have to be really careful about where they put their focus. If they're not poking people out at the start of the fight, you know, the burst damage is definitely not as big as it is on the side of G2.
It's the power of the triple threat comp, isn't it? Misfits are kind of running it too, but more so in a poke-esque way rather than a skirmish heavy way. Zlatan hovering around here will get spotted by the pink, whilst looking for a pick on the Broken Blade, or making sure Irrelevant can crash his wave. G2 setting up a trap here, trying to put down pink wards, deny as much Baron vision as possible, and keep Misfits in the guessing game. And Caps is just getting that top push, so 2 minutes 30 seconds to the next Dragon. G2 have control of this top side river. Misfits probably want to retake control, but also wait for more item spikes. See Zlatan's close to that more. Malmoltius.
Obviously going to be a big one. On the opposite side for Jankos. Have to see what he wants to go for here. Presumably the Death Dance, but taking their time as G2 slowly but surely just taking control of this game. Again, early game very back and forth. Pretty impressed with how well Misfits played it, given how disastrous all the early games had been. But now Flacket, he was hiding.
He was indeed. Now I just realized there's 2 stealthers. Flacket can scout out in camouflage with his Q, and then Jankos can use the W out of the bush, and then all of a sudden both of them can pop out and make a pick. Neon needs to be very careful in those mid waves.
Yeah. There's a world where once everyone's revealed, he just gets to dance around everybody. The Zeri power fantasy, but it's just so hard to find that angle, to find that space against a team like this.
Yeah, I think VTO wants to build towards things like that Hydra, get a couple more items for himself, and G2 just want to engage. They want to punish Misfits the second they walk up. Zlatan actually getting a bit overconfident.
Both top laners have TP. We'll see where they want to go. Sean Hunt can't go over the wall if they chain the CC perfectly, though. He will not get a chance. It's flawless from G2.
Bit confusing there, but Zlatan dashes forwards to look for a stun when the rest of his team's on mid-wave. There's Sinash is picked up for Irrelevant. He's going to try to rejoin the fight. It's going to be a 4v5.
Focused. GP coming in. Irrelevant ready to go to the wall. The Corki poke is going to be massive here. Neon's poke coming in as well. Flacket getting chunked out. 8k. G2 do a lot of damage to the Baron, but they take a lot of damage in return. That's going to be the target. They need to disengage the fight immediately. Mercer needs to get the ulti out and try to stop the fight, but as it fades away, Irrelevant steps forward. Neon still stacking up. Zeri ulti still going.
will start to fade away and stop the Baron for now.
Yeah, the turn is really complicated for G2 when they don't have Jankos' ult. There's not a knockup that you can hit and then chain CC layer with the Sylas. So good poke there from Misfits, slows it down, forces them off, and now with 40 seconds on the next dragon, we'll see if Misfits can recuperate and get some sign of setup on this bot side of the map. I think VTO should have the package coming up soon. He has the TP as well. Irrelevant 2-item spike. Ultimates down across the board. Flackets and Broken Blades the most important for G2. Jankos' should be up.
Very tense game. Both of them looking to find the edge, both of them looking to move up to 5 and 4, a positive first half. And the playoffs race is tight. At the start of the week, it was clear. It felt like we had our top 6. Everything has become very, very murky in these last few days as upsets have happened left and right. 2 teams now on even footing that we definitely would not have expected. G2 so far, they've been getting the edge. They still have the gold lead. Yes, Misfits have the extra dragon. We'll have to see how this fight plays out. Package for VTO is going to be big.
Poke time. Can Caps take away those rockets and try to get some poke of his own? Package hasn't been used too effectively just yet, and VTO doesn't have a stopwatch. There's the takeaway on the rockets. What poke can Caps get done? There's one onto Zlatan.
Oh, so he has a death cap. He just hits like a truck.
It's a poke game. They're going to play dodgeball for a bit until one team decides to engage or one person oversteps. Broken Blade's waiting for that ultimate as well. I wonder if G2 are calling, waiting for that GP ult.
Getting pushed back. Have to be careful about going into the funnel against the GP though.
Blackhead's ult just came up as well. Target Master still on cooldown.
One miscalculation from either side could end the game.
Package will wear off in a sec.
Has to go at some point. Dragon getting lower and lower. G2 just moving in. Are they going to go for the 50-50? But Jankos manages to grab it. VTO just getting chunked out. It's an absolute disaster. G2 just walk into the pit. They take everything that they want. Cap's still standing for so long, but the reset now coming out. Maybe he's not to get it up, but he just walks face first. Now he's got the Twitch. Now the Twitch is so squishy, though. It's not the host that you want, Neon. Can he keep the fight going? Can he get anything else? It's 2 Infernals for G2.
3 for 2, and they get the Dragon, of course. Great engage there by Jankos. VTO going a little bit too deep means he had to get out of there instantaneously, so didn't have a lot of damage. Caps going a little bit too deep himself as well. Manages to pick up the kill onto Mersa, but gave Zlatan a reset, so Flacket fell. Now Jankos knows that VTO's around here somewhere.
Oh, this ton. Gonna go to the GP.
there
it is! Burning, ticking, falling. Choose who you wish to die to, for there will be no escape.
40 seconds on VTO. Jankos could look to base here and run towards the Baron. Now it's Neon who wants to stop the base. His target mass gets cancelled there. Neon can't chase too deep because Jankos is around. And I don't think they'll get anything out of this. G2 can't base and set up the Baron in time. VTO, Zlatan will respawn. So let's look at this again because the package is running out. And Jankos just straight up finished it. Zlatan has to back away with a W, so he's not in range for the smite. VTO gets interrupted on the next W here, so he has to flash away instantaneously. And now it's all on Flacket. Incredible amounts of damage dished out. And now it's here. I think Caps takes the Sylas ult. No, he just flashes over and gets stunned up. Manages to take out Mersa. Gave Zlatan the reset, so that allowed him to trade back.
Yep. Big damage comes in from the W there. Now, of course, Twitch, when you take it, you get his items, you get stats. So you're very, very squishy.
Yeah. Wait, Misfits are forcing a Baron here. Did Jankos just show bot on a ward? I think that's probably the call.
The confidence. They do a lot of damage to this, but they have to tread through it very quickly because Flacket's coming in the darkness, level 12.
I don't think G2 know. Jankos is still hovering.
Now
There's the blue orb.
Now they know. Flacket coming in the stealth. Where's it going to go?
They're going to finish this.
The Taric ult is going to be so good if they can set this fight up. 4K getting lower and lower. A GP barrel. Can they steal it? 2K lower and lower. Can they take it? Will they secure it in the end? It's dropping. It's uncontested. The fight, though. G2, will they find this one irrelevant? Already burning, ticking. He will fall. Trying to step backwards. It is a Baron for Misfits at the cost of a single member's life. Caps keeping the fight going. 3 members in the pinch. Only 1 knocked up. Will now retreat.
Very worthwhile trade there for Misfits. Great spot, great punish from Jankos showing bot side. G2 will get this mid tower that they've been looking for all game long, and they'll get themselves a kill, but the Baron will always be a better trade-off. 4 buffs on the side of Misfits. Bot tier 1 still up. A lot of standing goals for them to pick up. So good punish. Zlatan now hovering around mid, trying to force G2 back. A little bit of fake pressure here. He knows he can't go in, but he's just threatening that he can, so G2 are a little bit hesitant to carry on pushing, contesting those mid waves. G2 will Neon fall for this trap here. I think Caps is trying to set one up himself.
Oh, and Caps has painted a target on the back of Neon.
Yeah, he knows something's up. So let's look at that again. Did Jankos show bot? I wonder if he did. Anyway, this is the Baron. They pick it up pretty easily. I think Irrelevant just turns here on purpose because he knows he needs to buy time for his team. Just kind of dashes in. He knows he's going to die. But let's see how much time he can buy. Try to stop Jankos getting in, land a couple slows, try to do as much damage as he can, telling his team to just leave him. What an honorable sacrifice that was, and Misfits get out.
Definitely overall very solid play. You can see the amount of damage that he does, and it's only going to get worse as he gets more items under his belt. But it's a similar story for Broken Blade as the Collector is now completed. Zlatan stepping in on the backside, but Targamas and Caps here. Zlatan very much overextending. Taking about half his HP for very little in return as the wave is now going to crash with this bot lane tower. Misfits not staying in the lanes, not valuing the Baron buff in that capacity, instead just trying to get control on the bottom side.
Yeah, Relevant needs to base here and catch top wave because Broken Blade's going to get a tier 2 uncontested here. There's no TPs on Misfits, so G2 actually holding their bot tier 1 at 28 minutes in the game nets them a top tower. So negative gold Baron power play here. Misfits need to find some towers on the map. They're going to force this tower and eventually G2 will have to give it up. Or will they? Jankos is around. Broken Blade has TP. Irrelevant's showing top. Looks like they'll just give it.
Finally breaking it down, but the fact that we're barely even on a Baron power play is a very bad sign for Misfits. Credit to G2 for not really giving them an avenue to leverage it quite yet. And again, it's 55 seconds. I don't think they're going to get anything else with this.
No, they won't. Misfits just need more time. I mean, they just tried to deny that Baron to use it as a defensive tool rather than an offensive one. A tower is great, but I don't think they expected to get much more out of it. All they wanted was more time to buy for VTO, to get more items, for Neon to get more items, get towards the level 16s, and then try to fight this next dragon that's spawning in 40 seconds. Close.
I'm trying to kill a fly. You guys can't see.
He almost had
for context, by
centimeters away.
saying close. For the people at home.
It's currently 2-0 for the fly.
It's currently 2-0 for the fly. And 4-11 for G2 versus Misfits as we bring it back into game. A pitiful Baron power play, but it stops G2 from taking it, gives them more time to buy and to scale. We are now at 3 items for VTO. That's going to feel pretty good. 3 items for Caps, though, I feel like is a little bit more terrifying because he's just pure AP, steal the Corky rockets and kill you with them.
It's, hang on a second, Zlatan might be called. TP coming in.
Zlatan now knocked away, unstoppable, but they're still just chasing him down. He's not going to be able to get out of this one. The flash might not be enough to heal. Is it going to be there? The bomb? Can he survive? They're taking out the barrels. They're keeping it going, but no, Zlatan's still just waiting in the darkness. He will not be able to make it out of the end. The Taurik ultimate stopping any kills from going down, but Flacket has not gotten it. Irrelevant trying to chase, trying to finish off the Twitch, but the entire team of G2 will not let a man go down.
Ooh, nice snipe there by Neon. Can they get more?
Neon chasing. Static procs coming through. VTO and Neon do so much damage.
This is the 2 versus 4. And they're holding them back. So much range as well from Misfits. You can see the damage Caps can put out in these fights, but he's so squishy. Can they contest this 2v4? I think they should be able to. See how much poke they can land.
Boy, trying to clear. They have to be careful, though. If they get collapsed on, if the chain CC comes through, there's nothing. Whoa. But look at the damage! Oh, Broken Blade, run for your life. Twitch, I don't know if this is a fight that you want either. Neon stepping forward, but he can't finish the job. Flack is still standing. No, the 1-for-1. Bit of a mess there, but ultimately just the 1-for-1 trade.
Yeah, 1v3 a bit too much here for VTO. G2 will get that dragon. Very, very messy, but we can see how much work the carries of Misfits can do, and it's only going to get worse and worse for G2. TP coming in from VTO.
I want this fight.
He's 2 versus 1.
VTO has a package. He has the package. Not really a lot else for him to take if he does use this. He can just get a couple of kills. Targamas now stepping away. That should be 1 dead Taurik. Flash out to safety. Blast cone out, but no! What happened there? He didn't make it over the wall.
Looks like Jankos is going to die as well. I think he has probably a 1,000 gold shutdown. He's 7-0-7. This could be a lot of gold to Misfits if they can give it to VTO.
Jankos now running. Taking him out. Does get the shutdown. That is huge. That is a death's dance waiting for Zlatan when he returns.
Indeed is, and now they have a bot wave too. Do they even base right now? That's 2 kills. That's 40 seconds of time to work with. And it looks like they are going to. They're scared of Flacket. They're scared of Caps. And Misfits, although it looked pretty terrible at the start, they recovered the fight later on. So let's take a look at this again, because Zlatan goes a bit too deep here. And it's him and Irrelevant, I think, just fighting for their lives against Broken Blade's barrels in a sec. And I think the reason Caps has this full glass cannon build is because he has a Taurik ult in the fights, and we see the damage it can do. So Zlatan on the backside of the fight, just killing barrels. That's basically kind of like hitting the ducks on the head, just trying to live as long as possible. Caps gets the Taurik ult on his head right here, and then he can just dash in. Actually, no, it doesn't even land. He just can dish out so much damage, double kill instantly. But then it's on this back half of the fight where Flacket lives, turns into a 2 versus 4, and VTO and Neon, massive damage. Snipe comes in, forces them back.
500 damage on that Zeri W. That is big, and I like it. I actually really love the full glass cannon build because you've got all these champions who outrange you. And the second you go in, you get your 1 round of cooldowns, they're going to leap away from you. It's going to be so hard. The Gwen, 1v1, such a nightmare to fight. So going glass cannon, laying down these Corky rockets.
He needs the Taurik ult as well.
Pseudo poke champion with the power of the Taurik ult to go full all in if you need to. Has worked out pretty well so far. Words, English. 5, 4, and 5, the scoreline has died a lot, but it's amounted to a lot over the course of the game. 3 Infernal Dragons.
Oh, Neil.
Very big for the Twitch. Oh my God! Yeah. No matter how many times I see it, I will never get used to Corky rocket damage.
Me neither. That's 4 items. Void Staff as well. Level 17. One big one will take half of Flacket's HP. 2 minutes 57 seconds on the next dragon will be G2's soul, and it's always been, I mean, the last 10 minutes have just been a mid lane standoff. A duking out of poke, mid push, and a little bit of vision sprinkled on top. Both these teams looking for those 3 things. Flakin maybe wants to open up onto Neon here, but he's a little bit too risky. Perhaps he doesn't see the rest of them. G2 trying to find an angle, trying to find some vision on this Baron. Observers, if we could look at G2's vision here, I think they only have vision in their own jungle, so they can't actually see anything in river. So right now, you have to think to yourself, when all of Misfits are not showing, are they on Baron? And you need to know quickly, because the second it gets to 5 to 4k, Jankos needs to be in the vicinity as soon as possible. So now they have to fish for vision. They see Neon mid, they see Irrelevant mid, they say to themselves, okay, they're probably not on it yet. But the second that they're not on it and you walk up, you're gonna get poked out. So it's a bit of a push and pull game here.
Absolutely, but this feels like the first time in the game that Misfits have been able to just free poke. Flacket's looking to stop that from happening. Exchange down there on the bottom. Potentially engage here. Have to be careful about over-forcing into the GP. Tarek ultimate big as well. Jankos waiting over the wall. Is not going to find the engage that he wants. Maybe hoping to turn it here. Caps, keep your eyes on the big damage. Target is now throwing down his ultimate. Caps can run in instantly. You see it. Waiting on the Braum ultimate, backing away. The timing, the spacing. Both sides know that a single mistake here will cost them so dearly. Braum ultimate going to be blocked.
This is really Misfits' favorite now. That's a Tarek ult, and they forced Jankos and Flacket back. They're just going to start Baron. They're so chunked out. G2 should know that they're going to rush this because they're low on HP bars. Caps doesn't have the Tarek ult. He's low HP as well. The second they walk in here, they're going to get poked out. Mersa's going to spot them. Where is Jankos? He's too far away. Misfits will finish this. Can G2 take the fight? They're going to have to force this. No GP ult either. No engage. Caps is just going to die if he goes in. I think Misfits are out.
Moving back into the pinch. Caps will not commit to the fight. Misfits, this time, all 5 members will survive with the Baron.
And they're going to base. 1 minute on the next Dragon. G2 want to base as well. Get as much setup around this Dragon as possible. If they can even get a 50-50, they'll take those odds at this point because Misfits with the Baron up. And 2 stopwatches on the carries. Actually, 4 stopwatches. Misfits just picked up in base.
Forcing Flacket back is big. Buys him a bit more space, a bit more time. Flacket would love to... Not sure how many items he has, but obviously recalling buying a few pinks would not hurt.
Caps needs to base the TP in, and we'll see the items again, but it's incredible if you just look at the inventory of Misfits. There's 4 stopwatches, all in almost a line there, ready to be used in case Jankos flanks or Flacket opens up. We'll see what G2 can pick up, because Flacket is sitting on 3 items. Does he have 4? Yes, he does. There's the Dominic's picked up as well, so in these late-game teamfights, you can be shredded in an instant.
And ultimately, these fights are so incredibly tough to play because it's about the target. Oh my god! Oh no!
Well, back to base he goes. Guys, I think we're giving up this Drake. Took a little bit of damage on the way to mid lane, tried to walk past my inhibitor tower.
I was so shocked that I just like wiped half the makeup off. I just like slapped myself in the face. I don't know what it looks like, but there's a lot of makeup on my hand. All right, here it is. Remember, this is not sole for Misfits. G2 can't afford to give this one up, but it is very positive for Misfits. Buy themselves a bit more time in this game. You've seen how hard Neon and VTO hit already. It's only going to get worse with these Infernal Dragons, and certainly with an Infernal Soul if they're able to secure that one.
Both these teams neck and neck, 1 tower apart, 3 dragons apiece. The kills are in G2's favor, yes, but Misfits have the pressure right now. They've had the Barons all game long as well, and the poke is always in their favor. Look at the XP difference between Neon and Flacket right now. Level 17 Zeri. Caps has to flash that rocket. Almost got caught out there. Baron is up still for another minute for Misfits.
Reaching down. GP the most reliable wave clear they have. Flacket can step up as well. That's trying to push on 2 lanes, but the waves aren't really synced, so it makes it pretty easy for G2 to respond. VTO potentially in trouble here, Valking over the wall, good reaction speed. The second Broken Blade steps forward, he knows he needs to get out. There's gonna be at least 1 inhibitor tower falling, potentially the inhibitor as well. Jankos again, off to the side, ulti available. Stun coming out from Zlatan. Misfits know they don't need to get over aggressive here. They don't need to stick around for a fight. Jankos now stepping forward. Targamas has the ultimate. Where's it going to go? Big CC coming over the wall. GPL going down as well, but they don't have the damage to finish the kills. Jankos is invulnerable, but for how much longer? Keep your eyes on Neon as he starts to run in on the side. But Caps does so much damage. He goes golden. That's the stopwatch. Buys a bit of space, buys a bit of time. Zlatan can start to fish for the resets. Wukong coming back up, Caps off to the side, Zlatan on the retreat. They overstay just a bit, but they will get the bottom inhibitor.
Massive blunder by Neon there. We have to see the replay, but I think he flashed on top of himself, or maybe trying to flash forwards onto Caps there to get a little bit of burst in. Instantly gets punished, loses both of his summoners, and now Misfits have to run. The Baron buff is off. Dragon in 3 minutes, 30 seconds. They need to re-establish map control, get a little bit more vision down. Guardian Angel picked up for VTO. Let's look at that again, because I think Neon tries to flash forwards here, but this is earlier on. Jankos goes in. Looks like he was going to die. Doesn't actually get the clone off, but eventually the Tarek ult comes in to save him. And we'll just watch Neon from this point onwards. Looks for Caps. W across the wall. Pops the ult. What happens to his flash? So he just flashes in a bit too far forwards there. Stopwatches the stun, which is a great reaction, but at this point you're as good as dead. He gets taken down. Does proc Jankos' Guardian Angel, which will help later on. But I mean, they don't lose too much for this, right? Misfits could have had more pressure, but G2 don't gain anything from this other than a kill. And of course, Neon's flash. So we'll keep our eyes on Neon's flash, see if that could be a punish for G2 to look for.
And again, you can see two real big damage sets when it comes to poke on the side of Misfits, whereas you're going to see a lot of damage spread across the entirety of G2 when a fight does break out. They don't have the luxury of all that poke, short of Caps taking away the ultimate from VTO. Good news is that Broken Stopwatch is turned into a GA immediately upon Neon recalling, so we will have that item for the fight. But we're coming down to single team fight deciding the game, Cadril.
Yeah, it is. This game has been neck and neck. The gold is dead even. That should tell you how close this game's been all game long. Flakked, Zlatan finds Flakked. Both casually walk
ships
away.
in the night, just walking away.
But we can see how the team fights unfold for G2. It's almost like been a Rubik's Cube for them this game to figure out how they want to approach the fights. And they need Jankos and Caps with a Taric ult in the backline. This needs to be a checkbox and it needs to be ticked. Because if they can do that, Caps can take down VTO. It's just about getting in range of it.
Well, when both teams are set up, it's this back and forth dance. Don't overcommit into the Taric ultimate. Don't overcommit into the GP. But the thing that Misfits have, the G2 do not, is so much reliable poke. Yep. They don't need to play this back and forth dance. They can stand 10 feet away, poke you, wait for you to be low, wait for you to misstep, and then find their fight.
Yeah, the GP will do a lot of damage as well. One barrel combo, something Misfits need to keep their eyes on. So many intricacies in the late game fights. And with Baron up in 58 seconds and Dragon up in 1 minute 30, I think both might be on the map at the same time. And if I'm either of these teams, I would value the Dragon over the Baron at that point. I think both of them will try to control bot side vision. You can weather the Baron storm, wave clear up with the Corki if you're Misfits, keep them at range, and then play on the Soul. Similarly for G2, they have a lot of wave clear with the Gangplank, so I think both of them will be looking at the Dragon. Taking an agreement of saying you can have the Dragon, we'll take the Baron is a bad trade.
Very bad deal.
Unless they're extremely down in health, you know, they've lost 2 members, it's the only thing they can do. It's something they want to avoid.
Should never be down that bad. Against the Corki team, you cannot give up the Infernal Soul. Against the Twitch, you cannot give up, or the GP, you cannot give up an Infernal Soul.
It'll be brutal. 3 Guardian Angels on Misfits and a Zhonya's for Irrelevant. Broken Blade has his Guardian Angel. Jankos's, I wonder if it'll be up for the Dragon. We'll see if it takes over. Would be great for him to have a Guardian Angel. Can have a lot more room to play within these fights. Misfits want to hold topside vision for now. Stop G2 from being able to do the Baron. And I think it's just going to be a scrap around Dragon. Unless Misfits just rush it down right now, which they're going to do.
They do a lot of damage.
This could be bad. It could backfire. But we'll see if G2 contest.
VTO has the package. You can try to stop access. It's getting chipped away. But they're pushing themselves into this pit. They're pushing themselves into this choke point. It can be very, very difficult. VTO laying down a bit of poke. Flack taking a big chunk, though, is massive. But are they going to bet it all on a 50-50? 10 seconds till the Infernal Drake. G2
look where Caps and Broken Blade are going.
They know they cannot trade. But now, VTO and the rest of Misfits, they have to run. They have to sprint to this objective. They're flashing forward. They're trying to keep this going.
They want to get the Dragon.
The call,
they just want the Dragon.
The TP,
Caps
but the entire team is split. They're just focusing on the Soul. But here comes the Corki with the package.
This is
still have the VTO. Can he make it into the pits? They do manage to take it. Infernal Soul, will it be enough? The Taric ultimate, they buy themselves space. They're invulnerable for a brief moment. Flakked, untouched on the backside. The Twitch, not enough in the face of the Gwen because she is immune and she is making it work. Misfits now pushing forward. TP going in. G2 absolutely routed. They can survive. They can keep this buff, but it does not look like they will survive. There is no room left for them on this map. Flakked trying to retreat. Caps trying to make the hero play. Zlatan stepping forward. How long left on the cooldown? The healing coming in. Caps again. The miracle maker. The double kill. TPing back to the base.
He's gonna die to the rocket.
VTO,
He's gonna die to the rocket.
The
He's not
rocket
gonna
is even finished the shutdown. Misfits. They've done it. From 0-4 to 5-4, they managed to find the win. They gave up the Soul, but it will not matter because they traded for the Nexus of G2. Misfits and the first round robin, 5-4.
It was a Hail Mary play there by G2. They knew the Baron was gone. They thought they had a time window to finish the Dragon and then turn for the fight, but they invested so much just to get there in the first place that Misfits cleaned the house. 5-4 game winning streak now for Misfits. Incredible turnaround since that week 1.
Definitely a pleasure to watch them show up on stage. Yesterday it was coming back from such a massive deficit. Today it was fighting toe-to-toe with G2 Esports for every stage of that game, scaling up, getting that poke together.
What a ramp up as well. They beat SK, they beat BDS, then they beat Mad Lion, then they beat Fnatic, and now they've beaten G2. Incredible win streak here from Misfits. And that game was just so close, neck and neck from start to finish.
Absolutely was. Fist bumps all around. Obviously, it's been a difficult stretch for G2 these past 2 weeks. See how they recover going in the weeks to come. Misfits, again, feels like a consistent dark horse when it comes to talking about playoffs, but with performances like this, they can keep it up, looking more like a sure thing every single day.
Wow. What a weekend, huh?
Damn.
What a weekend for these teams. Misfits going into this weekend against Fnatic and G2 coming out to the 2-0, and now when you go into the second round, having wins against those top teams is so important because it just makes it so you do have a lot of breathing room in terms of we will beat SK, we will beat BDS, and that you're already on 6-7 wins now, right? So a couple more and you're in.
That's all it'll take. Oh man, the second half's gonna be so exciting. For now, head on over to Twitter at LEC, Kia player of the game, Irrelevant, VTO, Neon, all the options you can pick from.
And I'm extremely happy for Irrelevance, right? Comes as a rookie, very, very tough first week. Looked like Misfits were extremely struggling, and now this huge turnaround win streak for this rookie must be a great sign of confidence.
The mental fortitude to be named Irrelevant, to go 0-4 in your first 2 weeks, and then to come back
and win 5 games in a row. Giga Chad.
Giga Chad. Of course, it's time to head to a quick break. When we return, VTO at the desk to talk to us about our match of the week. Don't go anywhere.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
And some Kit Kat for you, and some Kit Kat for Elder, and some no Kit Kat for Barrett.
I keep on counting hours, haunted by all my doubts, looking into the mirror, falling out from the clouds. Didn't know what to do, feeling like everything's about to go down. Trying to be cool with it, I know I need to get out of this town. Swallow your poison, I'm dreaming about it, it's the last time for now, for now, for now.
Welcome back to the LEC after Misfits take down G2 in a chaotic back-and-forth game and move to a 5-game win streak. And I have VTO, the man in the mid lane from Misfits, with us to talk about this amazing victory. Thank you so much for joining us. We were just watching the anime video between you and G2. What did you think about it being featured in your best anime character?
Yeah, my best anime character. But yeah, I was not aware of it. So
Yeah?
when it was released, like we were all together waiting for lunch, and it was really funny to see that.
Lovely.
And yeah, I was not ready for that, but I think it was really cool, and yeah, it was. I was really happy when I saw that.
Must feel cool, especially after this week, because we entered this week for Misfits with a very hard schedule, I want to say. Fnatic on day 1, G2 on day 2, but you're just riding the momentum now. How do you reflect on the success you had? And did you think you would be as strong coming into this week, especially?
I mean, I didn't really know what to expect because, as I said, when we lost first week, especially, I think we underperformed a lot, and it was like probably one of the first time when I was really winning on stream but losing on stage. So it was pretty new to me, and then yeah, we started winning some stage game. I think we had like new players that never played on stage and never in front of audience, so it was new to us and we had to adapt a bit. And I think we play good draft, or at least draft that fits us. And yeah, I think right now we have a good momentum, and I'm happy that we keep that. I think this game was all about momentum.
Yeah, and on the draft question as well, we sort of set up expectations that you guys really like to scale into the late game, especially Neon on the Zeri and you on Champions that can scale also, like the Corki. You had the Akali yesterday. What happened between that 0-4 and your drafts then, and then suddenly transformed to a 5-0 back-to-back-to-back?
I mean, I think we find some good champs for us in the meta, and I think we didn't really understand the meta the first week, which was pretty hard. I don't think like that were way worse than the team we faced first week, but they had like way better understanding of the meta than us. And then right now we find good picks for us that scales good, and I think our identity was always playing for fight. I think we have really good carries that plays good for fight, and everyone knows how to fight in our team, and we just came back to that. We take maybe like less strong early champs, but more scaling. And if we're fine in lane and fine early game, we'll scale and do good in fights.
You know what? He's so good at setting up our next point.
I was about to say,
ask him
yeah,
about the
it's
draft.
perfect.
We started talking about the draft. Talking about fights, please run us through these fights that we're going to see right here on the replay, because we felt like both teams were scaling so hard into the late game. It was all going to come down to one fight.
I mean, we knew at one point, I think, yeah, after they got third Drake, probably, that we will win every fight we will play, because we just, at one point, you know, when you're like level 16 with Corki and like Twitch can't really play the game.
Oh, we saw that you guys almost one-shot you, right?
I mean, Twitch is so hard to play with in this game. So yeah, at one point we just
that was amazing.
I mean, yeah, I just go in because I have GA, and I know that even if I die, I can die. It doesn't matter. I didn't die, unfortunately. But yeah, I think it was just we knew at one point that we will win every fight, so we just don't need to like get cooked or anything, and we will win the game.
I think that personally, you had a super good week when you think about timing the packages and the role that Corki can provide in the late game especially. And I also think about the Akali performance you had yesterday. You got the Kia player of the game here today. What do you think of your impact in game? Because we often said that Misfits...
What?
Holy wow. But that's what I was talking about. I mean, we often talk about Misfits as in, if VTO is in a good setting, this is what's going to lead Misfits to a victory. So how do you reflect on the impact you have for the team now that you're able to shine again?
I mean, I think it was really important after first week for me to go back to a stage where my team can trust me and I won't be behind, because I think like first week I was behind. Really, like teams focused me a lot, and we see what happened. I mean, I just think like game was over at 20 minutes. So I think we have all good players, but I feel like as I was in spring, I need to take this role to not be behind, be fine in the game, and then I will play good on fights and do what I have to do. And I think all my teammates are stepping up a lot, and I'm really happy. That's why I think if I keep playing good and everyone performs good, I'm really confident for the future.
Wow, playoffs even?
I mean, of course.
What a question.
What a question. Talking about the next game, though, because we have Vitality versus Fnatic coming up next in the match of the week. Let's set the stage here for this match. Trouble, both teams coming off a loss that they suffered from yesterday. We talked about how these teams, both of them were expected to be at the top of the standings, and when you look at the standings right now, they're just a middle of the pack team. And does it reflect what we've seen in-game from them?
I don't think so. I think we had higher expectations, especially from Spring coming in as super teams. You said the Vitality is only sitting one loss down from Fnatic, which means that if they do manage to take this game, they will tie up, but they still both stand right dead center in the middle of the standings. Not 100% contention for playoffs, and there's other teams that are hungry, like Misfits, like even SK, who have started picking up victories that can get on top. I feel like when we start talking about Fnatic, we need to reiterate that even though this team is very high in the standings every single season and they have a massive fan base behind them, they have not won a title since 2018. Yeah. That was 4 years ago. And when we go over to the other side for Vitality, they came in with the expectations of, wow, you're bringing so many good players. Perks back from NA, Alfari back from NA, you're bringing in Selfmade. We're expecting so many good things from you, but the team has not clicked. And I don't think Fnatic has clicked yet either.
Yeah, and they all talked about the fact, upset especially in many videos, that they needed to find their form and their identity as a team. But I think the same thing applies also for Vitality. Before that, Vitio, you beat Fnatic yesterday. What's your take on the team as it is and the fact that you were able to stomp them in team fights especially?
I mean, I've never felt like there was way better players than me or than us in fights. I think the biggest difference in LEC is like laning. And I think that's where the super teams are really good at, is because they have good laners that you are so behind and then games is unplayable. But at fighting, I think every LEC player is pretty good at it, and especially us, I think even last year we are really good at fighting. And yeah, I think it's just we are not that behind and they throw a bit, and then at one point it's the same, we had like better comp, and then we just can't lose a single fight.
And I think it's very important that we also talk a lot about laning and how stable your early game should be, because as you mentioned, this is so important for you to be able to snowball and play your macro game and play towards these objectives. And I think overall, if we look over towards Vitality, they have one of the most stable laners, always ahead in CS difference at 14. Then you go over to Fnatic, you see Wonders coming back with his niche peaks. Humano is always ahead in CS at 14 as well. And of course, Upset and Hillsang always bring positive stats at 14 in laning as well. So if we're talking about laning, if we're talking about matchups, these two guys have impeccable laning phases.
I mean, yeah, and the same thing can be said about Vitality when you look at the stats and everything. They have the best laners in the league. Although if I can quote Mephisto, the coach from Vitality, he said that the issue they have right now is that they're trying to balance between aggressivity and more conservative gameplay, in the sense that they don't know how they want to play yet. What's your take on Vitality, style-wise, Vincent? And what do you think is missing from them to be on the top?
I don't really know. I think they always had good laners, but I don't feel like they're stomping like lane enough to just snowball from this. And I don't feel like they are playing that good in fights, or at least they don't even play really good team fight champs. For example, mid, they play a lot of Azir, and it's in the meta especially, it's like it's really good champ because you will win like almost every lane, but once you come in fights, it's really hard to fight with Azir. And I think that's mostly draft and what they play, and just that they are good in lane, but not good enough to just win from that.
Now, you talked about the mid lane, and I want to focus on this point especially because we feel that the matchup mid lane is maybe the strongest lane for both teams. Do you agree on that and the fact that they have to rely on mid lane?
I mean, I don't know if they're the best laners, because I think, especially in the meta, there's like really good laning champs that will be ahead like kind of every game, for example, Azir. And then there's like more scaling. So I think if you just focus on the stats, it's pretty hard because there is so few games that it just depends on the champs you play. But I think they are both really good players, and really good laner, and for sure mid lane is such an important role that you have to rely on that.
It is, and as we said in the Ready Check Trouble, this is a matchup we should focus as it can be clutch. Int or carry, we'll see about that, but it's time for us to send it over to the casters for the final game of the day. Dracos and Kajol, take it away for Match of the Week.
Thank you very much, Lore. I'm a little bummed that VTO wouldn't grace us with his magical girl transformation, but I understand it's you know, times of need. He already did it in the previous game.
Yeah, you need someone to hand over his dagger, and then he'll transform into a Kali.
Got it. And then pew, pew, pew. Prize to whoever can find that dagger. Sick dagger. In the meantime, we're gearing up. Final game of the day. Again, this game is being played remotely because there is a confirmed COVID case on Team Vitality. Again, thanks for sticking with us, especially to all of you fans in the audience. I know you would love to see all the players. You can see their beautiful faces there. It's not the same thing, but you're all amazing, wonderful people here for being here anyway. We appreciate you. And now it's time for the sexy pre-draft time. Ooh.
Now it's time for the sexy post-draft music.
Well, no, this is currently the draft. In the draft.
Yeah, same.
Post-draft comes after.
Yeah, same.
Anyway, so welcome. Hope you're feeling good. Hope you're feeling alive. We're about to see what I hope is a very explosive draft. Team Vitality, Fnatic, obviously two teams looking to claw their way up the standings. It's been a messy week for so many teams. Fnatic and Vitality among them. And for now, no more poke. No more Corki, Azir, and I love that for this game because as much as Corki doing 1 million damage with a rocket is great, I would love to see some fist fights.
All we need now is a Yuumi ban, and everybody's happy. Azir Corki down. And of course, we maybe see things like the Wukong banned away. Oh, there it is. Woo! Music to my eyes.
Not only a great prediction, but a great turn of events for the draft phase. Gwen also now going to get banned out.
Now all we need is a Zeri ban. If we get a Zeri ban, then we're happy because that removes all the poke. No, we don't. Is Vitality going to first pick that Zeri? We saw Neon last game. Of course, other than the fail flash, still fantastic game from him. A lot of damage output. We saw VTO did 55k damage that game, so a lot of the heavy lifting from his poke champ. And there's the Zeri. Now, what's the first rotation here from Fnatic? We've seen Gnar first rotations. We've seen Ornn first rotations. Renata is up.
Jungle Pool also shrinking, but with both Wukong, Volibear off the board, there's not really any super high tier picks left except for maybe that Lee Sin. Razork obviously made a big name for himself back on the days of Misfits. We'll see if he wants to bust it out here. For now, though, the Twitch feels like a pretty common response, and immediately the Viego has been the Razork special.
Yeah, has 3 games on that. Volibear's band has 3 games on that as well. They don't opt to take away the Renata. We'll see if Labrov wants that. I don't think he's played Renata once this split yet. But the power of Zeri Renata is brutal. We'll see if Fnatic pick their support on 3. Gnar still up. We'll see if they match jungle as well. Haru could go for something like a Xin Zhao here. There's going to be GP for Alphari. Now Fnatic have the options of counter-picking mid, the Sylas blind, counter-picking top, the GP blind, or just picking up their support.
And I like the Team Vitality are coming so aggressive into this draft phase. Blind picking both of their solo lane champions gives them so much freedom in the second phase to ban out. Now they've opted for the Kayle here, which means you can do 2 targeted mid bans if you so choose on the side of Vitality to make sure that that Sylas has an optimal matchup. Or put your focus on the bot lane, really try to sculpt a matchup for the Zeri instead.
So we saw a lot of Kayle answers into the GP in early weeks of Summer. Does really well after lane phase. GP will win that lane and get a CS lead and bully you out, but the second you get to that 1-item spike, you should be absolutely fine. The Kayle ult on the Twitch will be crucial. If Upset can unleash damage and not have to flash away and just can stand there and just dish out the damage, that'll be big for them in fights, but Sylas can take away that ultimate and use it on Zeri too, so there might be 2 immune 80 carries in a fight in the middle of everyone having a massive brawl, and that's exactly what we're hoping for, and that's exactly what I want to see.
I love it. I love casting invulnerable champions as a play-by-play caster. Not stressful or anxiety-inducing at all. He's going to, maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe not. Give me a Zillion 2. Why not? Zillion Twitch bottom lane. Let's round it out nicely.
Zeri, Taric, Zillion, Twitch. Everyone's immune, everyone's happy, no one dies. Jarvan, Lee Sin bans taken away from Haru, taking away that Lee Sin Jarvan to stop playmaking onto the Twitch. Couple counters here, quote-unquote, taken away by Perks. Has the blind pick Sylas, has the option to take away mid, and they're going to take away the Rakan. So now the question for Fnatic is, do you pick your mid laner here, or do you take the best support? I would expect mid lane. With that Rakan ban, we saw a Brown blind pick when Rakan was banned away on 4-5, but I wonder if they're looking for something else. Nautilus would be a go-to. Could also go for an Enchanter.
It's tough because Renata's still up.
Yeah.
And so if you don't take the Renata here, you know Vitality's going to take it. So it could imply that they have a counter pick ready, but no, they're just going to take it. Obviously, best-in-class support right now.
So Labrov, surely he goes something like the Nautilus here, we expect, unless they do want to go for the Lulu. Yeah, have that Zeri, Lulu, Enchanter, and then just round it out with their jungler, which I expect to just be frontline. Trundle is a bit awkward right now because they don't really have any frontline, but something like the Xin Zhao can buy time and peel for your team. Poppy, again, a massive pick in the Eastern region, but Xin Zhao seems like the better one for buying time, and then Fnatic will have their last pick for mid. We'll see what Humanoid opts into. We've seen things like the TF, but we'll struggle into Sylas. Corki's banned away, Ari's banned, Azir's banned. Maybe we just get an Orianna or a LeBlanc here. Or a Zoe.
Oh, Zoe I do like. Obviously, a little bit of poke. We talked about this earlier. Can just try to outrange a lot of the champions. But now we're in a situation where you have 3 pretty immobile carries on the side of Fnatic. Zoe does have the luxury of the portal. She can steal flashes away, but GPL is going to do a lot of work if it does come down to these full-on 5v5s around objectives, especially compared with the Sylas, who has so much to steal away. Something we will track as we move further into the game.
So Fnatic are playing a comp here with very little frontline, very little engage, and a Twitch Kayle. So a lot of scaling. Whereas Vitality are playing a comp with very heavy skirmish with Sylas Xin Zhao. They want to dive on your backline with a GP ult and then a Zeri dishing out damage. So if Fnatic can keep Vitality at arm's length, similar to Misfits last game, and just dish out damage with range and bubbles, then they should be alright. But their scaling should be in their favor too. Vitality have a lot of options in the early game with the Xin Zhao. Razork's probably just going to juggle lanes to make sure they're safe and play through mid, which is where I think Fnatic will have their only pushing lane.
Stakes are set. Big game for both these teams. Final game in the first round robin. Ready to see what they can do. Feels like 2 very volatile compositions, all things considered. Have to see if Humanoid can make his mark on the Zoe. We know how important this early game is going to be. Both these lineups have to find out. Time for Team Vitality versus Fnatic, the final game in Week 4. Nice. It's the little things that bring us all together. You can be a Vitality fan, you can be a Fnatic fan, but anybody can cheer for TSM.
Anybody can be a TSM
as long as they're
fan.
not in the stadium. Level up your dreams, dang. Bam, Santander. Okay, here's the thing. Bam. I know you guys like TSM chants, and that's cool, but I feel like we got to keep the crowd energy high as we go through this game, because I get it. There's no players on stage. You don't get to see like Upset and Hylissang like talking to each other, chit-chatting. So I just want to know, are there any Fnatic fans in the house? Can I hear the Fnatic fans? That's pretty good.
What about any Vitality fans in the audience today?
Yeah. Dang. Yeah. Oh my. Oh
well,
man.
We had a similar sort of situation last game.
Yeah. Maybe they're all at the major. I'm not sure, but respect to you, Vitality fan. I see you. Shout out to you. The audience in favor of Fnatic today, will it be enough, is the question on our minds. But regardless, Kato, this is a weird game. This is not the Ornn games that we've kind of gotten lulled into in our cast this week, where there's just these big, reliable 5v5 engages. If this game is about 5v5s, there are going to be some messy fights.
Okay, so let's take stock of what to expect. That ward just died there, so Perks will get level 2 on the first wave, but I'm not sure if he can contest the first wave anyway, because he's against the Zoe. Now, the reason this is a bit of a weird game is because there's very little setup in lanes, right? Kayle GP, very little setup. Mid lane, a bubble needs to land or Perks needs to land a chain and jungle needs to be around. Bot lane, again, really not much setup unless you're getting the Renata Q. So it's on the junglers, and which jungler has the best setup? It's the Xin Zhao, and Haru's going to path top, because if GP can stack early waves, they should be able to get a top dive off. So I think that's what Vitality's game plan is, and Razork wants to match it. Kayle, very vulnerable on early dives. One stacked wave, one jungler, that's a dead Kayle. Haru's probably going to do red Raptors Grump into top. We'll see how they communicate this stacking top wave. And there's the mid push for Humanoid, who can cover this top dive if it happens. We'll see if Razork runs up there as the wave crashes and skips a few camps, because I think that's really the only early game play we can look for here.
Kadro, I feel like if we do not see an explosive tower dive here, then we are going to be going late. We're going to be going for the long game, the scaling game.
I would love to see top lane right now, observers, if we could, because... So there's the wave. He just needs to crash this cannon wave and call Haru up. Wunder's taking a bit of a chunk. Does Haru do blue is the question. He's just going to finish Gromp. There's the ping. So this is the only play Vitality have in the early game. If they execute it properly, that'll be a winning lane. And they will get a big advantage on the GP. And the question is, does Razork cover it? Does Humanoid cover it? It should be a very obvious play that Fnatic will spot out. And Wunder is probably calling here. And Razork will head to, after that red buff, the dive commences.
Buffs.
There's the Haru stacking the knock-up.
Fleet footwork already used. This is about as much health as Wonder's going to get. He's going to try to survive as long as possible. Flash out from Wonder. Now the Viego coming and trying to land the stun. Alfari grabbing 1 kill, taking a tower shot in return. Razor can't look for the resets. He goes through. He's going to lay down a little bit more damage. Alfari finished off. Doesn't want to take the clone because he has no way to get out of it. Instead, using the Viego can naturally. Turning, looking to fight. Oh, Vitality. The smite! The smite! Karu, it's so clean. He makes it work. The TV back to the top side to catch the wave. It's not perfect, but at the end of the day, Vitality come out on top.
Upset.
Hook pulled back. Labrov, run for your life. Upset is merciless.
The bloodbath begins. Are you not entertained? 3 minutes, 30 seconds in, 4 kills, 2 apiece. Fnatic reading the top play. Razork losing out on that 1v1. Means it's a 2-for-1 on the top side. Haru here, stacking the knock-up on the creeps, gets the Q3 and then goes for the E in. Wunder flashes afterwards, but enough damage with the barrel combo to get the kill. Alfari then flashes away. Razork gets the kill, but smartly avoids taking the soul because he can't get out of it once you're in it until you're level 6. He misses the Q here on Haru thing. Auto, Q misses, so he doesn't get the passive damage, but regardless, with that smite, I think Haru would win anyway. He gets out, 1 kill for Haru, 1 kill for Alfari, top dive worked out. Fnatic read the play, but they still come out behind. Upset gets the 2v2 kill with hitting.
Certainly. Very strong start for this Fnatic bottom lane as well. Renata, very, very impressive. Definitely even more so with the lead as Wonder. Now the center of attention again, just poking him out, just making sure that he cannot farm up.
I would love to see the runes if possible there, Dracos, because I wonder if he has tenacity there. Yeah, he does. If he had alacrity, I think he'd have enough attack speed to land the second knockup. I've played way too many Xin Zhao games. Haru in trouble.
Razork, a lot more health. They're looking for the reset now. He's probably going to take this one. Turning into Sin is massive in the early game, but he's polymorphed. He's just now going to be able to grab it. He's pushing in. He just wants to finish off this kill on Alfari, but he doesn't quite have the damage. The healing! A support from nowhere. How did he get there?
And Lulu from downtown just comes out of there. Push, and then Alfari wins. He gets double buffs now. Upset's looking for Karsi.
Stealth.
Has subs.
Walks forward. 2 stacks, 3 stacks, 4, 5. Looking to make the expunge hurt. Karsi zoned away, but
wow.
Laprov, that was a psycho roam, and I love to see it.
I love to see it as well. So how the hell did he... I mean, I guess he must have read the play and knew there was a 2v2 happening, so he's already up here. As it begins, Haru no flash looks great for Fnatic. This should be 2 kills for Fnatic. Alfari would probably die and lose the 1v1 if Razork takes over that Xin Zhao body, but no. Polymorphed can't take it, eventually does take it, ignited, Alfari gets shielded, they get the kill. So great play there by Labrov, saving the top side of the map for Vitality, which when you're playing Kayle, Viego, if you get ahead in the early game, that's terrible for Vitality.
Absolutely horrifying. Level 6 crucial for the Kayle, as you all know well. It is about the scaling, and of course Viego gets snowballing, he starts getting resets that much faster. Very big, especially into the Xin Zhao matchup too. Labrov now with double buffs.
Oh, it's Labrov.
He's gonna get handshake back there though. Full stacks on the expunge, big damage now coming in. Hylissang and Upset absolutely unrelenting, but there's the GP ult, the heal coming back from Upset. Haru on the way in. Hylissang has the flash, he's holding it for as long as possible. Here comes Razork. Why did I say scaling? It's never gonna be about scaling, it's gonna be about fighting to the death at every opportunity. Vitality coming out on top. Razork backing away, holding, but Upset crucially going to be forced to back here.
But he wants the wave.
Oh my, this is so greedy.
Wonder, no flash,
Getting
the barrel,
chunked
he has
out,
to
there's
get the
no
barrel.
level 6. Barrel chain going to hit.
Oh,
He's going to finish the job. He hits it. Doesn't even need the gun. Finishes him with the sword. Well played by Alfari.
Humanoid hits the bubble. We'll calm down here a sec. I think the Q will land, but that'll be it because Perks can't land the chains. The portal jump goes back. 8 kills in 6 minutes 30 seconds. Razork's here because he wants top crab, I think. He's just going to ignore Perks and walk past him very calmly, and Upset does catch that wave in the end. So a lot of action here. Haru wants to force, Razork wants to defend. Perks
going in, sleepy Zen, getting the early ultimate out. Haru taking a lot of poke, but Labrov again is here. This Lulu absolutely everywhere, and Humanoid is going to make it out, forced to use his flash and ignite in that exchange.
Look at top lane gold. It's a 2k gold lead for Alfari in 7 minutes. Those dives, that Lulu roam just really hurts Wonder. He's gonna have to have a lot of... He's gonna need at least 10 to 20 minutes to be able to even remotely catch up. This lane is gonna be horrifying for him.
Yeah, I mean, we're 7 minutes in, and let's just take a look at the Alfari numbers.
Yeah, that's pretty high.
That's big. Wonder has 20 less or more gold than Labrov right now. That's...
And then, wait, Perks is pretty low down there as well.
That's
but of course,
about
he's
as bad
that
as
bit
it
down.
gets.
Yes.
To be fair, Labrov does have a kill.
Yeah. And it's very early, right? That's why the numbers are somewhat close. But like we talked about in draft, Haru has set up, he wants to make plays, he wants to gank top and probably bot if there is a fight. Razork wants to defend. That's what we've been seeing all game long. Razork trying to match and defend these plays. Lucky for him, his bot lane is winning. They got a 2v2 kill. But even though Labrov has roamed after dying 2v2, his 80 carry is still pretty healthy on CS. Upset will catch this wave and still be ahead, of course, but seems like they're managing bot lane pretty well despite dying. And Wunder just needs a lot of assistance now. He needs vision,
He needs to crash waves, he needs to avoid getting frozen on, and needs to make sure he avoids dives. But at level 6, that'll help out a lot because he's a range form now, and he has the invulnerability in case anything kicks off. Vitality, their next play is probably a Herald, right? Topside is just so far ahead. That's why Wunder's going to ward it, because when they go to Herald, maybe Fnatic want to trade for a Dragon or some kind of bot play.
Crucially, Haru also hitting level 6 first. We'll see when Razork hits it. He is now on his red buff. Imagine does get it as he finishes it, so big for the fights to come.
So Razork's around. So what's the play here, Razork? Because Humanoid's catching a wave, you lose the top 1v1.
They're just going to try to...
It's going to be a bit of a horrifying contest. I mean, I think they should have just ran to bot side in here and traded objectives, but it looks like they want to fight.
I don't think you have any business being here. This is a tourist objective at best. You're just coming to watch them take it.
Yeah, Hilly's on the way. I think they're way too late here. Maybe they can look for Lebrov, though.
Flash over the wall is big. Handshake will pull him back. Good damage, just trying to finish off the support. That will be at least one kill. No, the shield coming in. Level 4, still standing strong. Oh my gosh, are they going to finish it? Just picks up the flash, stolen from Lebrov. Does get it in the end, at least getting one kill fired back in exchange for the Herald.
Okay, a bit of a blunder there by Lebrov. He's trying to match Hylissang towards this Herald, which Vitality do get, I believe, but then ends up falling. 2v2 inbound.
Herald on Haru, trying to finish off Wonder. He's immediately immune, though. They're going to try to turn this one. Haru buying himself a bit more space, a bit more room to function, but Wonder already taken down. Razork desperately needs the reset. He wants to finish at least one kill. Goes in, can't pick this up. It's going to be big. Alphari backing away, but he's just so far ahead of the clock. Alphari basically 2v1ing in that exchange.
A lot happening. How the hell did Perkz get KO'd? He must have ran top and picked that one up while Humanoid was killing Lebrov. So much action around the map. 11 kills now. Perkz, bubble misses. Might have had the self-ult there. Humanoid's missing out on these shots. Perkz missing too. No one connects, so no fight happens. And Wunder's going to TP back top. Still a 2k gold lead for Alphari in this top lane.
Yep. Only 1,000 ahead for Vitality, even with him 2k ahead in his individual matchup. Hylissang feeling a lot more confident. Level 6 to Lebrov's level 4. This is the cost of all those early roams. He helped Alphari build this massive, massive lead, but he himself very far behind in experience.
Humanoid got a couple plates for himself as well in this lane, looking for Perkz, trying to cancel any base because he knows he's low on mana, but he's just going to get given blue buff and then he's going to base. So the early game calms down. Vitality still have this Herald that they can place. Wunder's flash is back up. Upset lost his flash earlier on. So it looks like there could be a play made in the bot side map for Vitality, but I think the idea here is just keep pressure top. Alphari's 2 levels up, massive gold lead, keep the pressure, get that tower down perhaps, and just give all the gold to Alphari, and then play for these Drakes, which no one has actually touched yet. Not a single Dragon has died.
And it's important to keep an eye on top lane, not just because he's wildly ahead, but because he's potentially record-setting wildly ahead. The largest top lane gold difference at 14 in a single game this season was plus 2.8k. That was Armut versus Vizicsacsi earlier today. If Alphari tops that record versus Wonder, that's pretty damn impressive.
Yep. Record breaking. He needs a Herald. That's all he needs. That should push him over the edge, get that first tower. Happy days. He's going to TP back top. You can see the CS lead for Humanoid. That's that last pick. Zoe in isolation should win out on the 1v1. Perkz really needs his jungler if he wants to contest. I mean, if the Zoe loses summoners early, then the Sylas is pretty happy in the lane. But if it's just constant isolation pressure, Wunder might have the flash here. Doesn't have the ultimate. Might die anyway. I think he's just
Alphari
dead.
just walking him down. Gets the clean flash over the wall. Alphari does not whip that one. One shot, one kill.
Yeah, it doesn't even flinch there, Alphari. You know, you've seen it in solo queue. Your top laner is going to get the kill. He flashed into the wall.
Yep.
Alphari, just good mechanics. And I think he is going to break that record here if he has Demolish.
5-1-2.
Ridiculous, isn't it?
All right, this is...
And this was a matchup that Fnatic opted into, right?
Yeah.
You picked Kayle into GP, and everyone knows that, in pro play at least, Kayle is so vulnerable to these early dives, and you tried to defend it, but it backfired. You tried to save it by going for the 2v2, it backfired, and this is the situation Wunder's in. There's the Herald mid.
Brutal. Herald now going to charge in. Hylissang, ulti, going to hit a lot of people, but not doing a whole lot here. Hylissang is getting cut down, knocked back. Hylissang still standing, though. It's Perkz who will fall. Just 2 plates so far. Razork wants to keep the fight going. Karzi still standing strong. Upset up to the side. Rat-a-tat-tat. Reset for Razork. Can leap right over the wall instead, chasing Lebrov. Haru.
He has to eat.
Running away as well. Ultra Shock Laser. Razork, I think, waiting to use the E as long as humanly possible. Instead, going forward with the W. That's going to be the stun coming in, and a finished kill in the end. Fnatic fighting back for their own gold lead. It may not work in the top lane, but the mid lane playing out well.
3 kills over to them. Couple plates as well. Maybe they want to dive Haru here. Bubble will miss, so that play is off. And I think Hilly is a mastermind. He's just miles ahead of all of us. He's playing 5-dimensional chess right now because he R-flashed over Perkz, missed everyone, I think, but then baited everyone to fight. So let's just watch this again. Hilly, R-flash. Let's hit these 2 targets. Flashes over Perkz, completely misses, goes towards Haru. Perkz misses too, but he baits Perkz to go in. Turns the fight. Hylissang lives. Of course, he has W as well. And then Upset collapses the 3v3 in favor of Fnatic.
This is why he's known as the Professor. And while not every lesson is a good one, He's a damn entertaining teacher. We know that one for sure.
Yeah, gets them the fight, gets them the win, and gets them some kills. So Fnatic happy with that. Top side, of course, has fallen apart. It's collapsed. You know, Wunder is 3k gold down at 13 minutes.
2.9k.
But
55 seconds away from getting a record as long as he can keep this lead.
Alphari breaking records here. Doesn't have a huge XP lead. Will hit level 11, but Wunder's halfway to level 10, so around 1.5 level lead.
Oh. Sorry, this is the. I know that there's a million things happening in this game that are worth talking
waiting
about,
for the
but they
record.
told me about this record, and now it's like the only thing I can see.
Engraved.
Oh, it's falling away.
Oh, and we need to keep our eye on that number because he's got 30 seconds left. Get a wave in,
get a
get
wave.
the plate, get the tower off Alphari, get as many
The
creeps
ward
as
gold?
possible. He doesn't have sweeper. It's just going to be
0.9.
one more wave. I think he'll probably go over to 3k
Alphari
if he
versus
gets his
Arma.
wave. Actually, he'll get the tower as well.
Oh, this is going to be big.
He has
He
20
parlays the
seconds to
barrel.
get the tower. And Wunder's giving it up. It's going to be 3k now, and then he's going to get the tower, and it's going to be about, oh my god, it's going to be about 3.6, 3.7.
There it is. Beautiful thing to watch. Oh,
You
no,
have
he's
12
denying.
seconds.
He's denying. He doesn't care about the record. He cares about all
Well,
that
3.6.
Skrilla. All that money.
3.6k gold in 14 minutes. Ridiculous.
Well, that's the record. This is single-handedly the biggest lead that we have seen this season in top lane. Step aside, Arma. Alphari is back to being the lane king of top lane.
So let's see how Fnatic salvage it, because right now, Humanoid, incredible pressure, big CS lead. Upset 2 kills, getting close to that Blade of the Ruined King. They have carries that are ahead, they have carries that are strong, and they have themselves the first dragon of the game. Herald spawning in 20 seconds. If it's a 4v4 and Alphari's on a side lane, Fnatic are ahead. But if it's a 5v5 and the GP is in the fight, then they are behind. So they have to be very careful and manage where Alphari is on the map. Who wants to join fights right now? He doesn't want to go to side. You can see he's mid and Perks is on a side lane.
And this is big, that he's finally free from going to top lane. And yes, it does give Wunder a little bit more room to farm, a little bit more room to maybe scale up here, but it means that finally Vitality are able to leverage this massive individual lead that Alphari has built for himself. The downside, again, he is really the sole member on this team that is ahead. Again, check the numbers at the bottom middle of your screen, 1.1k ahead for Humanoid. The Zoe is terrifying for everybody but Alphari.
Blade of the Ruined King picked up for upset. Herald started for Vitality. Hilly will pop a ward and he'll spot it out, but Alphari's there. He's letting Wunder farm up because he knows he needs to be with his team. They are at a disadvantage in the 4v4, but he always needs to be there to make sure it's a 5v5. So what Fnatic will do is avoid the 5v5, and Wunder will slowly catch up. So Vitality need to make sure they snowball this. You can see Alphari grouping. Let's go top, let's pop Herald, get a tier 2, trade that for this bot tier 1. Force. Use this early game lead on the gangplank. Fnatic will avoid it at all costs and try to weather as much of the storm as they can. Upset tier to wave clear. We'll see if Humanoid and Hilletsang are on the way to cover. If they aren't, I think Vitality can push for 2 towers here. Wunder's actually on the way up.
Upset has to be careful about stepping forward here. Just a bit of a slow. There's the Herald charge. Bubble goes over the wall, hitting the Herald as well. Maybe see an ult from Upset just to clear the wave. Will not come through. TP now coming in. Kale on the way. Haru taking so much damage. Now the ulti coming in. Not going to be enough yet. Hostile takeover won't do too much. Vitality on the retreat. Razork off to the side. Keep your eyes on the resets. It's going to be big for Humanoid and Razork. If they get this fight going, it's going to be so good for them. First getting poked. Vitality getting the tower and backing away.
Trade of summoners. TP came in. Hillesang used Flash ult to get the engage. Haru flashed away. They get the tower, and Fnatic get no cross map. So still a net positive there for Vitality. Alphari's going to TP bot now. I think the wave is terrible, so he wants to push it out to deny CS from Wunder. Yeah, it is an absolutely horrible wave. It would have slow stacked. Wunder would have ran from base and caught it. So he wants to make sure it crashes, so he denies as much gold from from Wunder as he can. Dragon's still up. Alphari will find all of Fnatic going towards it, and it should be theirs. Don't think he can
Level
1v3.
12 GP though, big damage coming in. Should just be able to break this objective without much going wrong. Alphari just waiting on the side, just threatening here.
So Alphari used his TP bot there, and Perks doesn't have TP either, so globals are down other than the GP ult, so now it's a case of finding how they can get Alphari out of this lane, or they could play towards the GP. Push in mid, move bot, get this bot tier 1, help Alphari poke out Wunder. Wunder still hasn't even got an item yet. Building towards that, Nashor is going for the AP Kale. And Humanoid, of course, is strong, 2-0-2. Upset, likewise. Just they need to slow the game down, wait for Wunder to catch up. Perks has the crown.
Waiting off to the side. Upset can proc the crown with the W. Instead, just walking forward with the auto attack, trying to bait Perks into turning. No mana left. Perks still running. He knows Hillesang is coming. He wants nothing in that exchange.
Upset had no mana there for the E, I think, so he decided to back away. But him showing top means Alphari's free bot. Labrov got him some vision. There's the play towards the GP. There goes the bot tower. So now, Vitality have taken top. They've taken bot. All that's left is mid. Now they need a little bit of macro to get that, but it shouldn't be too difficult. All they need to do is get a little bit of bot side vision, make Alphari feel pretty comfortable and safe, and then have him push in bot just like that and move towards mid. But for now, I think he wants to spend his gold. They can also use GP ult to force Fnatic away.
Big for Vitality to keep this lead growing, to keep knocking down those towers. So obviously the KO ticking over to level 11, getting stronger and stronger. Upset pretty far away from level 11, getting stronger as well, working towards that second item. The KO and the Twitch really the ones we have to track. Humanoid would have loved to have some of that early pressure transition into breaking down mid lane tower, freeing up so much of that vision, allowing him to poke and fish for these picks. But for now, he's mostly just on wave clear duty. Hasn't really gotten to be the waiting in the darkness, throwing out the trouble bubble Zoe that so many players dream of being.
And they need to establish control through that, but it's Vitality who own this river. Hylissang got a little bit of vision on the bot side, but Haru's going to clear that out straight away. And Humanoid's forced to catch side wave. So now the Vitality have this numbers advantage where on the next wave they can force. Fnatic need to collapse mid now to hold this mid tower while Perkz pushes out top.
So difficult too, Alphari. Ultimate up and available. So many immobile carries on the side of Fnatic. Very easy for Vitality to collapse. The Razork just threatening, posturing, letting them know that it will be a full-on fist fight if they do want to try to go for it.
So now Fnatic have to go top and catch top wave, which allows Perkz to move down. And on the next mid wave, Vitality will force again. So Fnatic have to juggle these side waves while trying to defend mid. I think the call here is let's get bot tier 1. Humanoid will pick that up, give this mid tower up, because I don't think they can match numbers right now with Wunder showing top and Humanoid showing bot. You can see Hylissang's already basing, that mid tower should fall. And I think Perkz could just TP if he wants to defend that tower. A lot of things that could happen in the next couple seconds here.
Upset could just ult to try and clear the way, but he's just trying to back away instead, seeing that he can't do a lot here. Rat-tat-tat already procced with the Alulu wall, knocking him up immediately, trying to get a bit more space for Razork. Hostile takeover over the wall. Haru not going to hit a single teammate, so just the tower knocked down for the side of Vitality. Trading sums for these structures.
And there's the trade of towers. I think Humanoid will get that bot tower, and that was the call for Fnatic. Defend it, but don't fight. And if they come into us, we will punish it and try to find an angle. But if there isn't an angle, we'll give it up, trade the towers. It's inevitably going to die. So you want to get something as a net advantage as well. So good play there by Fnatic to keep even trades.
I think the struggle here is actually for the Vitality didn't really burn any sums. They burned some ultimates. Yep. Alphari doesn't have to flash into Upset. Upset forced to flash away. In the next fight, he's going to be very, very vulnerable. Doubly so, again, against a hyper-fed GP. Building the Collector.
You're absolutely right. I wonder if that's just a call of just the case of Fnatic saying, let's give up this dragon. Upset doesn't have flash, doesn't have the Hurricane. Maybe he has it in base now, but too risky to walk up because the second Perkz connects, he's as good as dead. Needs that KO ult, needs that bailout. A lot of ways that he can come back into the fight if he gets caught out of position.
Certainly are. Difficult game for Fnatic now. It's the how long can we wait to scale? How many objectives can we give up kind of game? Because Wonder's always going to be behind in gold until we get very, very, very late in the game. But Kael's natural scaling is some of the strongest, probably the strongest in the game, next to a character like Bel'Veth or anyone with infinite scaling. So eventually Wonder will be impossible to deal with and stronger than the GP. He just needs time. But at some point, you have to take a fight, whether you like it or not.
Yeah, Wonder, Alphari, sorry, 4k gold up. 3 item GP. Wunder has 1.5 items, so 1 barrel combo is going to chunk out Fnatic really hard.
Razork trying to step back. Sleepy Trouble Bowl buying him a little bit of room. Is going to be forced to ult out early. Poke already coming in from the Zeri. 335 on a single item.
Yeah, that'll be a free dragon for Vitality as well. Easy pickup. Fnatic can't really cross-map or force anything top because you can see the amount of vision Vitality have up there. They have double TP as well and the Gangplank ult. Let's say you went top and pushed in the wave to try and trade a tower for it. Alphari can just toss his ult up there, and now all of a sudden you're just sitting there wondering why you're there in the first place. Now they're pushing on a bot tier 2. They don't even want us to go towards the Dragon Pit just yet. They want to force this a bit. Try to force Fnatic back. Upset has no flash. Needs to be careful.
And try to focus on the minions, trying to find that side angle there. Perkz stepping forward, bit extra auto attack range for himself, but won't be able to put it to use.
Where's the GP ult? Are they giving up that top tower?
All of Fnatic just looking to collapse, just looking to threaten. Looks like they want to hold on to the ultimate instead. Setting their sights on the Dragon, happy to just let Wonder take a couple waves, take a tower.
Yeah. Do they want to save it maybe? Upset, no flash. Catch him out of position. GP ult will hurt. Perkz hold now.
Hylissang getting chunked out just a little bit, but Perkz going under the tower is pretty disastrous. Humanoid laying it down. That's going to be the hostile takeover, but it's big damage coming in from Alphari. Trying to fire back, looking for the barrel chase. Karzi coming over the wall. Razork now stepping forward, turning into Perkz, trying to get the reset. Unstoppable. Now leaps out, but Haru under the tower. Fnatic still standing. And meanwhile, Wonder pushing on the top side, looking to break down another tower. Is it just going to be tier 2 for tier 2 at the end of the day?
There's the TP. He wants to defend it here, Alphari. Maybe they gave up too much in the top side there to Wonder, who will slowly catch up. He's even in levels now. Alphari will ding over to 14, but before it was 1.5. It's basically half a level now, the difference. Still a 4k gold lead, but Wonder just needs to scale his way back up into this game while Fnatic hold the 4v5. Perkz going way too deep there. Vitality still get their objective, but sloppy play.
Certainly, and this is the pressure again of playing against the KOs. You want the clock to speed up, but if you try to force too hard, she just gets that much further along into the game. We'll see if he can finish the second item now for Wonder, as he always has the Nashers. A lot of time alone on that solo lane. Not quite enough to finish anything major, but getting scarier and scarier. And again, level 16, what you have to keep your eye on.
3 levels away. Halfway to level 13 now, so 2.5 levels away. And second item being picked up for everyone. Upset just got Hurricane, Razork just got Kempunk, Carsey just got Phantom Dancer. So 2 item spikes are matched on both sides. And Upset might be looking for something. Can play a little bit more confident when he has that flash up again. 3 minutes on the next dragon. 3 minutes 40 seconds. Still a lot of time to buy. Neither team can really go towards the Baron, so it's just going to be a mid-wave contest. Fnatic would love that mid tower. But of course, Vitality will defend it for now. Alphari trying to group as much as possible without that TP. And of course, like we said, without that GP.
Look at that TP from Perks.
TPing the top tier 2 area.
Picking out the vision, though, that
it was
they
on
know
a
they
pink
have.
ward. If you TP on a pink ward, it shows on the minimap. So Fnatic know he's there, and they're going to hug the bot side of mid. They know Perks is around the vicinity. He got spotted by the tier 2. Now Upset's looking for him.
Upset waiting in the darkness. Can't step too far forward, but can just wait on the edge. Excellent use of the Twitch stealth. Start to unload. Have to be careful about walking to the pinch, though. Alphari will not find the barrel. This is a tense moment in the game. Fnatic returning to mid lane, fine. Uncontested Perks so far his way to the TP. He's invulnerable, but no one's hitting it with any damage anyway. Hostile takeover goes to the wall. Alphari buying a bit of space, but Humanoid taken down. Humanoid, can he find the reset? No! Bailout will not be enough. Meanwhile, Upset getting torn to pieces. KO buying him a little bit of space, a little bit of room, but Alphari is so damn strong. Hylissang getting taken down. Razork getting torn apart. Vitality find their fight.
And I think they're going to go towards Baron here. 35 seconds on Razork. Upset's too low to contest. It should be pretty free. That's 3 quick kills and a Baron and a tower. It was a dance around mid-waves. Fnatic didn't want to give them too much space around that lane. Decided to take the fight, but it's Humanoid who gets caught. Perks just so much confidence with that KO ult. And Upset just can't dish out enough damage to trade back.
So devastating now to get this gold, this objective, to get this buff. Standing under a tower is going to be so very difficult for the side of Fnatic. We'll see how much standing gold there's to take. All the tier 2s are already down, just about breaking the base now as we take a look back at the fight.
Yeah, so Perks just dashes in here with the KO ult saying, guys, we're not going to let them through this choke. If they don't come through here, we can get this tower. We're going to zone them away. Looked a bit sketchy at the start because it doesn't really land onto anyone, but then the chains land on the Humanoid. Carsey follows his mid laner into the fight. Then on top left, you can see Haru buying so much time with the Zinza ult. Upset standing in the GP ult, barrels connecting. Alphari so much confidence. And Hylissang left alone with no flash next to Perks. He falls, so not the ideal fight for Fnatic. They want to be more grouped up, stay together, have the Renata Twitch together, but everyone was a bit too separated.
I mean, the struggle there is that Wunder and Upset are standing right on top of each other. So Wunder, you know, selflessly, I'm going to ult the Twitch, he's going to be safe. Barrel Chain hits both of them. Well, he's the one without the ult, so it's instantly 50% of his HP gone.
Yep.
Blink of the eye, and Alphari's only going to get more terrifying as we get later into the game. Looks like IE going to be the next item.
So, 6 towers down for Vitality. That's all the altars. No inhibs have been cracked yet, but the waves are coming in. Looks like they're playing some kind of 1-4 here with Perks in mid, buffing up the wave. And they're going to go for this bot tier 3. All the meanwhile, Wunder needs experience. You talked about it, Dracos. Level 16. He wants to farm up, push towards this top tier 2 and hope the Fnatic can hold on. But their wave clear is quite weak. Twitch, low range. Zoe trying to deal with Perks right now. So when this next cannon wave comes in, they could start hitting onto this tower. So Wunder's going to have to base. Not going to be able to push out. Alphari needs to land a barrel combo to break through this tower. Has Demolish as well. We'll see if he walks up.
Upset getting sped up, just using his ultimate to try to zone them away.
Upset.
Flashing forward, full confidence here. Big damage down to LeBron. Upset. Absolute madman takes out every single person's health.
The GP
now firing back. Where's the barrel going to go? Eyes on the barrel. Oh my god! 1K into the face of Hylissang.
There's the crit gangplank. Crit lands. Hilly goes down. Had the flash. Vitality continue the siege with the Baron Razork.
Upset. He's burned all his damage, and now Vitality. They smell blood in the water. They're ready to keep this going, but Upset's still standing. That's the invulnerability. The barrel, they have to auto it. They have to stop it from happening. Perks leaping in. He has the stolen kill ultimate. He will survive. At least one inhibitor will fall here. Fnatic, can they hold on?
Vitality have to back here. They can't overstay too long. Fnatic can recover, can heal up. Have to be careful of the poke. Perks looking for the turn. Misses the chains.
Big confidence going in. He wants to end it. Goodbye to Upset. A level 14 KO might not be enough for Fnatic to hold on. Hylissang now respawning. A bit more space, a bit more time. Yes, they find the kill, but they don't get a whole lot else for it.
Perks really feeling it there, and with that pick, I think they can get Dragon as an exit objective here. Fnatic can't contest. They need more time. Upset still doesn't have a mythic item. Wunder still a level away from 16. Will level up on the next wave. Time is what Fnatic need, but Vitality aren't giving it to them. Perks, incredible confidence. Dragon picked up. Still 2 dragons away from a soul. Vitality, are they done here? Hylissang has flash. They need to be careful. They're overextending a bit too long here, but the barrel combo, that might have just instantly deleted Hilly. They haven't even started the dragon yet, so Razork being top means I think Fnatic have to give it anyway, but at least they can slow Vitality down.
Humanoid looking for an angle. Paddlestar does a lot of damage, but Haru going to try to stop it. Stolen flash.
They have to back off.
Zoning them away. Vitality grabbing another Infernal. No objective bounty for the side of Fnatic. Nothing. for them in this exchange.
So Upset just unleashes full confidence, flash forwards instantly. And then he gets knocked back by Haru. GP ult here does so much to dissuade Fnatic from chasing. Haru flashes out, big barrel combo.
Oh, look
Bang.
away! Look away!
There's the chain.
Oh,
Down goes
God.
to Renata. 1007 damage. Hilly has flash up, then Razork falls to the Zeri W a bit later on in the fight.
Yep, I like this one too. Awkward angle, but bam. Gets him in the middle of the gate.
And then Perks just plays over vision. Vitality get the tower, they get the inhib, then they decide to back away, and then Perks just says to Fnatic, we're gonna back away. We've gone, but you don't see me. And as he dashes forwards, misses Humanoid, then gets on top of Upset with the flash, I believe. Make sure he gets that kill. Upset, no sums, no peel, no Kayle ult. He's as good as dead. Raining down from the sky.
Dang.
Observers popping off.
Observers are so clutch this game. Wonder, level 15. Ulti up and available. Can he hold the line?
Halfway to 16. Upset really close to his mythic as well. Fnatic might just give this inhib and say we need to just buy more time. We can't fight yet. Hopefully Vitality slow down. It looks like they are doing so for now. 1 minute 30 seconds on that Baron. I think Fnatic will be ready to fight in 1 minute 30 seconds. So Vitality have to force this inhibitor.
Vitality might not give them the opportunity. All the vision on the top side for Vitality. Total control. It's going to be so hard for Fnatic to find their way into the pit. A little bit of poke landing would be big, but these trouble bubbles are just not connecting. Upset clearing out the wave. Remember, when that inhibitor's down, you get so much money as the person killing those supers, but you need the time and the space to come back into the game. And right now, Vitality aren't looking to give it to them. Perks waiting over the wall. Similar play. Could just go for the KO one more time into the back line.
Upset, fishing for it. Has no flash, though.
Stepping forward, big damage on the Cards. Trying to finish the job. They're trading Divine Judgments. Two invulnerable 80 carries, but it's Razork off to the side trying to isolate Alfari. That is one fed GP in the hands of Razork. Humanoid with a stolen flash can charge to chase forward. Barrel chain, how clean is Razork's GP so far? Has not been able to find it. Humanoid ready with the flash, leaping over the wall, going forward. Big damage on the Perks, getting traded back. Fnatic suddenly in the driver's seat. All it took was that pick onto Alfari.
40 seconds on the Baron, though, so there's not an objective to force, but Alfari can TP in the second they do so. So the best thing for Fnatic here is just to back away. Wunder so close to 16. Upset probably really close to his mythic as well. And these are massive breakpoints the later we get into this game. So let's look at this again. Upset, again, just steps up, unleashed with the ultimate. The double invulnerability comes out, but it's Alfari who's the one to fall. Flashes away, gets hit by the stun. And then it's Humanoid who hits the Q. They get the kill. Flashes forward, invested, but good trade overall. Forces Vitality back. Baron up in 10. Wunder level 16. Upset spacing. Does he have that third item? And if he does, Fnatic are going to start pressing forwards a bit more and stopping Vitality from being able to force. There's the cell on the Doran's blade to make sure he has it. Kraken Slayer picked up. This Twitch will do incredible amounts of damage.
Level 16 for the Kayle, just in time for the Baron fight. This could be the one that decides the game. An inhibitor's already down, and another one is already exposed. Fnatic have to find their opportunity here. Perks waiting in the darkness. The hostile takeover stolen, taken away. He's going to step in. He's going to lay it right onto the back line. Upset's going to dodge away from it. Wunder is tearing his team to pieces! But brother kills brother, and Vitality be the ones to find the edge. A devastating ultimate.
Stopwatch from Perks. Does he die to the poison, though? It's ticking. It falls off. Bot wave coming in. Perks has TP in 1 second. I think Vitality are calling to end on bot wave here. Everyone's trying to collapse. Does Perks TP in after the base? If he does, Fnatic, 30 seconds on Razork, 30 seconds on Upset. I think Vitality are going to push for the end here.
Humanoid just running away from the base. There's no option left. All you can do is save your KDA because you will not save this Nexus. Vitality, Perks. It was a little messy in the early game, but the ultimates across these fights have been so incredibly clutch. Vitality moving up to 5-4, forcing Fnatic to tie them in the standings as the middle of the table is an absolute bloodbath.
There was hope for Fnatic. They held on just enough to get that break point, but it was Perks. Takes the Renata ult, forces Wunder and Razork to turn against each other and absolutely delete one another. And from there, it's a 5v3. They push forwards and they take the win. Upset didn't have enough damage to clean up or save the game.
Dang. What a game, what a back and forth. Credit to Vitality. We've seen so many teams throw it all away on the back of a sloppy fight, build massive leads that they were not able to close out. But ultimately, Vitality make it work. Terrifying GP coming out of Alfari.
Yeah.
Lebrov's roaming. Got him killed a lot, I'm not gonna lie to you, but it also won them the early game. Key player of the game, it's your choice at LEC on Twitter. Alfari, Haru, Lebrov, there are no wrong choices. Let us know who you think
A lot
deserves
of
it.
people did heavy lifting there. Carzzy was a bit quiet
Sure.
after the 2v2 kill, struggled a bit down there. Labrov, incredible roams to get Alfari ahead in the first place. Haru, good team fighting. Perks, amazing team fighting as well.
Yeah.
But it was Alfari who had the big chunk of cash to keep Vitality ahead, and it's very difficult as a top laner with that much of a lead to help your team snowball, because your role is so isolated. You have to find a way to get yourself involved as much to keep the game alive and snowballing, but also enough on the side lane to keep the top laner down on the enemy team. I think he had a pretty good balance.
It's a very delicate balancing act. That's why we see so many teams struggle against champions like the Kayle, but ultimately Vitality, despite that being the counter pick, really do make it work, really do bring that lead home with 1K crits onto...
Big barrels.
Big barrels on the Hillside. Big barrels onto everybody. I want to see that hostile takeover again at some point. Want to see how much damage Fnatic did to each other with those auto attacks. As we're getting ready. We're getting ready for an interview with the man himself.
Alfari.
I don't want to call him the pirate of top lane because I don't think he steals anything. This man's just hard working.
He got a hell of a lot of bounty though. He
Got a
found the
big bounty.
The chests, 4K.
This
gold.
man, lane king of the top lane. Let's see what he has to say. Let's head it over to Trevor.
Thank you very much. I am joined by Alfari. First of all, congratulations on the win. What was one of the key factors that allowed you to actually close the game out? Because it felt incredibly tense in those later game team fights.
Yeah, I mean, actually, we were getting a little bit, maybe not stressed, but there's always an element of urgency playing against Twitch Kayle. So I think as soon as they used the ultis, so there's a top lane fight where we were sieging the inhibitor where Twitch had no ulti, and then we just okay. I mean, I died, which was really sad. But Twitch had no ulti, so then we just went Nash, and he still didn't have ulti, and then Perks got a really big turn. So they're really strong when they don't, or when they have ultis rather, but when they don't, they're pretty useless, and then we just needed a force. So that was the main thing for eventually closing it out.
I mean, your barrels absolutely had a huge influence. We had some dramatic slow-mo replays of 1,000+ crits. I want you to talk me through the early game and what allowed you and the rest of the Vitality squad to pick up such a strong advantage. I mean, there was a lot of pressure, a lot of focus in the top lane, and ultimately, you benefited.
Yeah, so, I mean, we got a dive off top early, which is kind of what you want to look for against Kayle, because, pretty useless pre-6. And then here, actually, this was Labrov smurfing. So I have a freeze and Kayle has no flash. So we know they're going to try, he has to outpush. So it's going to be a 2v2 top red. And yeah, Labrov just makes it a 3v2, so Kayle is fucked. Oh, well, maybe not, just in a bad
golden.
position.
I mean, you won the game. I think that's fair. Alfari, do you think this early game went to plan? Are you pretty happy with that when you reflect on how it played out? Or do you think it could have gone a little different?
I mean, I think bot lane died 2v2, so maybe that could have not happened. But otherwise, I'm really happy we dove top. Labrov came top as well, like I said. I think this Kayle was not having a fun early game. Hopefully, they thought it was a good idea to leave GP open. Yeah, early game was good.
Not against you, not your GP. I'm happy to announce that you did win the Kia Player of the Game award. All the fans recognizing the influence you had, so congrats on that. And I do want to take a step away and ask you to reflect a little bit on the first half of Summer. 5-4 now. We've had a very surprising set of results over the course of the weekend, but how do you feel when you look back at the last 4 weeks of play for Vitality and how you feel you've approached the game, and maybe how close are you to your peak performance?
Yeah, I don't think we are that close to our peak performance yet, but we are getting there steadily. I can see we are making improvements, or well, at least I think we are. So I think we are understanding ourselves better, and we are choosing champions which work with us more, and we're also playing better early game, which was really not working in the first couple of weeks. I think our early games were pretty terrible. So this game we had to abuse them early game. Twitch Kayle, we did better. I don't think we are peak yet, but it's all part of the process. And I don't mind being 5-4. Losing is not great, but you get to learn from it. So it only sucks if you get demotivated, but we are fine. I'm confident, and it's just fun to play anyway.
Alfari, what's it been like for you in terms of the expectations from fans, from viewers, from the broadcast, as well as dealing with the difficult spring and now starting to kind of like fight back, silence the haters in some way? How's that been for you?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of expectations first, right? Because, well, Perks won a ton and Kasi won last year. I've never won, but I've gotten close a couple times. I don't know, the roster is like good and I have a lot of expectations as well. So finishing, I think we came 5th in spring. I can't really remember that.
Yeah, I was 5th.
Whole period just like blocked out of my mind. So that was not good. And I don't know, just have to reset. I've had bad splits before in terms of results, and you just have to pick yourself up and continue trying.
I mean, that's a great mentality to have. Alfari, I've got one last question for you. There's been a lot of discussion around the strength of the league when we see some results coming, especially like this weekend, so many surprises. What's your take on how competitive Europe is right now? And, do you think this will stay the same for the next 4 weeks?
Yeah, actually, I do think that the level of the teams is going to be pretty similar. I don't think there's like any team that's like really a cut above right now. Perhaps Rogue, because they are regular season kings as per usual. But I feel like every other team, I mean, aside from maybe BDS, but even like the bottom teams seem pretty competitive right now. I think that there's going to be some like tension in the playoffs race. I can see like a lot of teams actually fighting for the last spots. Hopefully not us. But yeah, I think it is really competitive right now and every game is fun.
I absolutely love that you called Rogue the regular season kings. That's definitely the catchphrase we're looking for. And some could say every game counts. Alfari, thank you very much for the interview. Congratulations on the win. Very excited to see how the rest of summer plays out. For now, though, we're going to an ad break. And when we come back, it is the post-game lobby with Vitio joining us. We'll see you on the other side of this.
Lane.
Incredibly impressive stuff. Really inspirational.
And here we go. He's looking for something. What a move! This man is on fire!
That's the kind of play which makes me want to be on stage. Hold on.
Thank you so much for joining me. Tell me, how do you feel after making that play?
Welcome to the LEC post-game lobby after the first half of the season concluded with a Team Vitality win over Fnatic, and I have Vitio still here with me. Thank you for staying by. And Videos, of course, joining us.
Did you forget me then?
I kind of forgot you for a second.
That's okay, I forget you.
Never mind. I'm sorry about that.
It's all
Thanks for staying with us. Let's talk about that last game because Videos, we entered the week saying that Vitality was still to beat one of the top teams.
Yeah,
It is now done.
We talked about the League of Upsets, right?
Yeah.
And today was kind of going as expected almost. We weren't seeing as many upsets, but then Misfits
game,
went
but yeah.
and beat G2, and then Vitality go and defeat Fnatic rather. And what I think was crazy was, Video, you were talking in the pre-match about how you feel that Vitality have pretty good laners, and often they get win games because they can leverage the skill of their individual talent, but sometimes their team play and their team fighting is a little bit shaky. But I felt like in this game, they felt super top focused and they came in with a game plan, and this doesn't seem like typical Vitality to me.
Yeah, I mean, I think these games are such a good top lane matchup for Alphari, and he's really good on GP, and he showed it during the game. And then they just focus on top, play only mid jungle, jungle top 2v2, and then they can just snowball from that. And yeah, I think that's what they show, and they play really good on that.
I think it's fair to say that he's not touching Gameplay ever again this season, but we talked yesterday, Videos, about the fact that Fnatic was more top focused lately with Razork and Wonder just basically being the main focus for the team. Vitality understood that, and this is where they struck tonight.
Well, so it's funny, and it's very convenient that we have Razork here, because when...
Vitio, rather.
Vitio, yes, sorry. Because I was thinking, when Razork played with Vitio, you guys were a very top-side focused team, right? It was mid, jungle, and then Hirit in top lane as well. And like, typically we saw that top-side focus, and then when we see Razork moving over to Fnatic, he has to learn to play more of a bot-side focus style, and then this split, he played more top-side focus. But often when I look at Razork, I consider him a very like feast or famine jungler. He's someone that's either super proactive and gets things done in the early game, or sometimes he falters and struggles and he can't translate that into mid game. Do you find, based on your experience with him, that that's true, or do you think that my assessment of him is a little off?
I mean, I think Razork is, probably one of the most proactive jungle in early game. He always like find new passing. I think he's really good at finding the best passing in the meta and finding like a way to set up a gank during his passing, and yeah, I think that's one of his biggest strengths, to not like full clear, then do scuttle base, then full clear again. He always tries to be proactive early game, and I think that's what he's really good at.
Yeah.
And I think we did see that in their attempts today with Fnatic too, because we saw a lot of those repeat ganks top. A lot of the fighting was actually just the 2v2 top side of the map, right? But it was Vitality that was coming out ahead. Fnatic's shining light was their bot lane, of course, getting a 2v2 kill. But Alphari kind of broke it down for us in the interviews, where they just kind of were very aware of how to play around the strengths of Fnatic's comp. So huge props to Vitality, a really big win for them, especially when we think about how competitive our season is right now.
Yeah, really big win for Vitality, but also super sad week for Fnatic going 0-2 here, Vedi.
Yeah, I'm quite shocked. Coming into this week, Fnatic were one of my favorites to like have a very strong weekend. I was expecting them to, to beat Misfits, and I was expecting them to beat Vitality. Definitely not easy opponents, but I was favoring them. So the fact that they fell short, I think that my eyes will be on Razork, and in review, I'll be looking at like, was he kind of shut down, or was his ganks not as effective, or like what was their approach? Perhaps it was in the draft. I'm not entirely sure why things fell apart for Fnatic, but a lot of going back to the drawing board, I feel, for Fnatic this week.
Something to keep an eye on for sure, coming in week 5. But for now, let's take a look at the standings. Mid-season check-in, I want to say we entered today with like a crazy standings.
5 and 4s, Law.
And it hasn't changed so much. I mean, we have Rogue on the top of the standings, BDS still struggling in the league, but everything is up in the air for the rest of the teams, I want to say.
Yeah, Vitio, were you expecting it to be this close in summer, or were you expecting it to be more top-heavy?
I mean, if I don't like take what I expect from my own team, I think the results are, I don't really expect that. Of course, I thought that G2 will be really, really good and probably the best team. But after that, I think it's, it's more close to what we can expect after spring. Just Mad Lions change their dynamic and their mid laner, so they are doing way better this split. And yeah, Excel being really good especially on the first weeks. But I think there's like so much teams that are close in terms of level that everyone can beat everyone. We see that on this week, and I think it's hard to expect that from anyone. But
For sure.
But it don't surprise me that much.
Teams are close together, but what can we make of the level in EU in general then? Is it rather low or high? How would you rate it?
I mean, I'm a big LCK and LPA enjoyer,
Of course.
I think right now it's pretty low, and yeah, that's what I think.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say that like whenever a league is hyper competitive, especially when your top side is being beaten by the bottom side of the standings, there's always going to be question marks and rooms because it's basically leaving opportunities open for teams to be able to exploit, which is never really good. But I also recognize that it's halfway through a split. We just came off the back of a break. I know that half the teams took a break, like a full reset, like other teams practiced. So a part of me is also not surprised that we had these type of results because were you guys practicing throughout the break or did you guys take some time off?
I mean, I think we took like 3 days off and then we started streaming again.
And so, like, again, I think it's one of those things where we're kind of seeing the results of the teams that really put a lot more focus into making sure they were ready for week 4 versus those that took it a little bit easier. And I expect things to normalize a little bit more as we get closer to playoffs. The question is, in what direction? That's I can't really predict because honestly, I was expecting Misfits to stay at the bottom of the standings, and now they're on a 5-game winning streak. So
yet again, they're rising, and yeah, playoffs hope is alive. But staying on the league as it is, I want to focus on who might be the mid-season MVP here. We have several candidates, I feel. My preference has to be Nisqy. I love what he brings for the Mad Lions, but of course, there's so many players that we can mention, Veli.
Yeah, I mean, I think Nisqy is a very valid option, especially when you think about MVP, because when we think about Vito for MVP last split, admittedly, he was the best performing mid laner in terms of his consistency and carry potential, but it was also just the impact that he was providing for Misfits, right? The fact that he alone was put in like this pedestal as being a superstar carry was something that many other players couldn't rival in the league. And when I think about our league right now, Nisqy came into a team that finished 7th last split. Already you can see the early game, the decision making, the impact, and we've heard about the shot calling that exists in that roster. Like, it's very clearly apparent. I think that if you just want to look at raw skill, though, a player like Comp is someone that you have to take into consideration. You can also look at a player like Larson, who, after a struggling week 1, I think continues to perform extremely well, too.
Markoon?
Markoon is another one. Like, are there any players, like, think about Misfits, too. Is there anyone on your team that you think really stands out as, like, an MVP candidate?
You can quote
yourself. You can say you.
I don't think me this split, but I mean, it's hard to forget first week. So I think, you know, if you take like the whole split in 8 weeks, it's way easier to like forget 1 week than only 4 weeks.
For sure.
But I think it's just everyone playing better, I feel like, and not like one player really standing.
That's fair.
Okay. And in the league in general, do you have any inputs?
To be honest, I will say I'm really impressed by Rogue bot lane.
Yeah.
I think they are probably the best bot lane right now, and yeah, I think they might be MVP contenders.
Yeah, I think that's fair. And I mean, like, generally, you look towards the top of the standings. You know, we see Rogue, Mad Lions, XL,
That
Fnatic.
makes sense.
But of course, it's harder because of recency bias, right? And as Video says, it's hard to just forget a certain week, of course, because when you look at XL's beginning, if you ignore this week, you could be like, oh yeah, Marku is a really standout. Their bot lane has also been really impressive. Maybe you put them in the conversation too. But XL, Fnatic, G2, due to their recent struggles, it's hard to put them in that conversation. So I think that our like suggestions of Nisqy, Comp, very valid.
All right. And mentioning the playoffs overreactions, of course, because I know that Quickshot has been mentioning that during the interviews throughout the weekend. But yeah, give me your bottom 4 of the teams that won't make it to playoff based on progressions of the teams we've seen so far, and maybe some of them falling off this week and over the past 2 weeks.
Who are you asking first?
You.
Okay. Well, I would say that with a lot of confidence, BDS won't make it. Purely based on standings, I'm still not going to have faith in SK. I do not think that Astralis will make it, which means that there's one team out of those 7 that will not be able to qualify. And based on future trajectory, my gamble would be that Vitality wouldn't qualify.
Oof.
But that's because I've lost a lot of faith in Vitality.
Yeah, except today, of course.
But yeah, that's the thing. And then today they win. So based on recency bias, I wouldn't say that. But yeah, Vitality is the one I probably have the least faith in long term.
That's what I have to ask you, even though I know it's super hard for you
I mean,
being one
I
of
have
these
to
teams.
trust me and my team, so I can't.
Of course.
I can't say that we won't make it. But I think BDS, SK, and Astralis are the most likely to not do it. But I won't be really surprised if they make it.
Yep.
I mean, I will be like so surprised if G2 don't make it. I think they will. I think that they're a bit like, yeah, it's hard after MSI because they're the only team that didn't take a break and they played so much game during MSI that they're maybe a bit burnout. But it was, I mean, I think it was pretty much the same with Mad Lions last year.
Yeah.
So I think they will make it. And with all the team, I would say, yeah, Vitality or Excel. I think Excel can maybe be a bit worse, especially if the meta shifts.
That's fair.
But I would say most likely Vitality.
One last question about G2, because you were mentioning them, and I know that at the beginning of the day, Veli, we asked if we should be worried about G2, given the last 4 games we saw from them now. Should we be worried?
No.
No? Still not? Okay, they're going to pop up in playoffs anyway.
The problem is with G2 is like they will always do things like this during a regular season, and I will continue to remind people that they finished 4th at the end of the regular season, literally last split. So it's just hard to count them out. And like I think VTO is echoing that sentiment, right? Where it's as a roster, as a team, like they look bad right now, but I expect them to fix things and get better.
All right, as we are on the topics of good performing players, and we have VTO with us, on PGL, I want to bring up the key player of the game leaderboard, where once again, VTO is leading with 4 wins. The fans love you.
I think since last summer, it's a bit, I think I got the most last summer and this spring, but I think that's...
OTP bias.
Yeah, I mean, I think that doesn't really show much about the performance. I think I don't deserve that much for sure, and for me at least it doesn't matter anything. So I don't because it's like most fans votes and there's like really few people voting, and most of the time it's like the most famous player. So I don't really count that.
Is there anyone you want to shout out then on your team? Because like for me, I think Mercer is someone that, considering where he started to where he is, I think has made a lot of growth. But I'm curious if there was someone that you think has really kind of stood out, especially in your most recent wins.
I mean, I think in our last 5 wins, I don't see really a player that didn't play good in these 5 wins. I think everyone played pretty good. Some players, like for example, Mercer, played amazingly yesterday with Izamumu, but I think 11 played 3 really good on games. So I think just everyone played better, and I don't think that there is one player that played better than the others.
That's very nice. Fair.
What I can see on the leaderboard, Veli, is that we have 4 mid laners and only 1 top laner.
Yeah.
Bias from the
Well, I mean, mid lane is also really broken. I mean, it's super...
Someone disagrees.
That's maybe one of the... I mean, I think it's the best role in League for sure.
Yeah.
And the most broken, but I think the meta right now doesn't really... I think, like, for example, bot lane is stronger when you see, like, 4 bot bans every game.
Yeah.
And then, like, the only mid with ban is, like, Corki.
Yeah.
And it's getting nerfed even. And after, I don't think, like, mid lane is that strong as a role right now.
So, I will agree with you in terms of the power of champions. Mid lane, I feel like you can pick a lot of things and you're pretty fine. They're pretty balanced. But what I do think is that, especially recently, it's always been the case, but mid prio and the ability to work with jungle to be able to do things on side is, I think, the only thing that mid can do. And if you as a mid laner fall behind, then your jungler is impacted and your side laners can also be impacted, which is why, in my opinion, mid lane is super broken, because regardless of what is played there, it will always have an impact on everyone else. So if VTO gets screwed, his bot lane's getting dived.
I mean, we saw that during the first week, I guess. So that's super fair to say. But okay, let's move forward to week 5, because we will be back Friday with the start of the second half of the season, and the race for the playoffs is officially on. Misfits will play Excel, 2 teams with very different trajectories, because you guys are riding the momentum right now. when on the other side, Excel has been falling off quite a bit this week, Betty?
So obviously, you're going to tell me that you're going to win.
Yeah, for sure.
Because that's what every pro player tells me. So instead, let's look at like Rogue versus Fnatic. Do you think that Fnatic, and actually Fnatic, G2, the teams that have struggled, do you think that they will fix their issues? Or do you think that we're in the new meta right now where it's the Wild West and anyone can win right now?
I mean, I think it's really hard to know why would they fix this in 1 week when they had like 2 weeks to fix that.
True.
So it's hard to know how the team will fix, because it's only like 4 scrim.
Fair.
You have 4 scrim days till next week, so you don't know what can happen. I just think it depends on how you play, and at the end it's just how you perform on stage, no matter like how good your team is, because you just have to be the better team when you play on the day. And yeah, I think Rogue Fnatic will be a really, really good game.
Yeah, and I think it has to be given, especially. I will be looking at the team fights, especially for this game, and maybe a comeback for Fnatic, but that's a story for another week. That's all for us tonight. Vincent, merci beaucoup. Thank you so much for joining us. And I forgot your name again. I'm so bad. Betty.
Bonjour.
Thank you. I'm sorry. You were amazing.
Oh wait, I've forgotten. I only remember.
Oh, can you flex your French a bit?
No. Je m'appelle Vedius.
Perfect. Your name is Vedius. I should remember that. Thank you so much, Betty. Vincent, thank you again. And thank you all for following this weekend. We'll be back on Friday. Have a good night. Enjoy your weekend. Bye-bye. And see you next week.
Vedius.
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 You're right.
Welcome to week 4, day 2 of LEC Summer season as we continue our Star Guardian week and close out the first half of the split.
Here we are, first game of day 2 of week 2. SK versus XL. Looking for some. Gen X coming in as well. Call to the Forge has been used. Music is low. Hostile takeover once again. Hits onto 3, but Patrick not in this fight yet. Whirling Death goes out, but everyone's just too damn tanky. SK claim their first perfect week of summer.
And that's beautiful to see from a team that's been struggling.
Mad Lions, they take on Astralis. And the sign of life has come alive for Astralis. Mad Lions, we've seen them in a gold lead before, but perhaps Astralis are just too strong. The Infernal Trigger, though, from Unforgiven on the backline. He's going to fall as well. No way! It took him another 20, but in the end, Mad Lions reign victorious.
Time for Team BDS versus Rogue. Odoamne going in, gnawing into the wall. X-Matty, he can't get anything down. They just get absolutely one shot. Aggressivo still in the middle of it. Baron at 4K health. No one's been able to take it down. Zombie Sign can go in. Misses on the chains. Finds the snare. Who's going to get the Baron in the end? Who's going to take it? It's Malrang and Rogues to hold on to their place at the top of the standings, moving up to 7-2.
It's going to be an interesting matchup, and we know how crazy the games versus Misfits versus G2 usually go.
But here comes the Corki with the package. Does he still have it? VTO, can he make it into the pitch? They do manage to take it. Infernal Soul, will it be enough? The Targ ultimate, they buy themselves space. They're invulnerable for a brief moment. Flacket, untouched on the backside. The Twitch, not enough in the face of the Gwen because she is immune.
Misfits clean the house.
Gearing up, final game of the day. Razork, a lot more health. They're looking for the reset now. He's probably going to take this one. Turning into Sin is massive in the early game, but he's polymorphed. He's just now going to be able to grab it. He's pushing in. He just wants to finish off this kill on Downfire, but he doesn't quite have the damage. The healing. Vitality moving up to 5-4, forcing Fnatic to tie them in the standings.